It should be counsel culture, not cancel culture. Let's sit down and talk about it. Let me educate you. Maybe you don't understand. Maybe when you do, you won't agree, but let's talk about this.
I think it's social media. I think it's echo chambers. I think it's people having the ability to discuss things without any social interaction. They're not looking at each other. They're not feeling the other person's emotions and feelings. They're not looking into their eyes. It's a very inhumane way for people to communicate. It's very sterilized, and you can assassinate a person's character or attack them or say horrible, insulting, and threatening things, and you don't feel any response.
Well, how many things do people type that they would not say to you in an elevator?
Yeah.
You know, they had, like you said, they look you in the eye, or they were in an elevator. Same thing with road rage. You know,
Yeah.
People blow the horn, yell stuff. They wouldn't say that to you if you step in front of them on an escalator.
Right.
They wouldn't say, "You rat bastard." Yeah.
Right.
But they'll say it because they don't have to own it.
Right.
And so many of these people that jump on the bandwagon, they don't even know what they're talking about. They just see somebody jumping on somebody's ass. They go, "Hey, this is great. This will be fun."
Pile on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they don't even know what they're talking about. And people's lives get ruined. And that's not solving a problem. That's just being a keyboard bully. And that's a terrible misuse of social media. It's terrible misuse of the internet. And if you would counsel instead of cancel, we could really make some progress.
There's just very few people capable of thinking that way. And social media, unfortunately, reinforces this idea, and it reinforces these tribal groups that connect to their ideology. They support these people in this little tribal group. The problem is that they step out of line at all. These people that are canceling, they run out of people to cancel, and they go after each other. You know, they go out, progressives in particular. You're not progressive enough. They'll go after you for enabling.
Yeah, I had somebody write an article the other day, some site I've never even heard of, that says Dr. Phil's become a platform for right-wing hate mongers or something. And they listed some shows where I'd had on people on the right, giving them a voice. They went down through like 6 or 8 shows. And not one time did they mention that sitting right across from them was the other side. Like one of them was, I had Lila Rose on, who's the Right to Life spokesperson. Very smart woman, and she was arguing that. I had the president of the National Organization of Women and Ben Crump on the other, sitting right across from her. They didn't mention that they were there.
Yeah, of course they don't, because it's not a real article. The article's not a real thought. It's an attack. It's not an unbiased, objective assessment of the conversation. It's horseshit.
But they did like 8 out of 8. They did not mention one time that the other side was there. And it's because they don't want to hear anybody's side but theirs.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing.
And I'm not going to do that. I'm going to let both sides say what they have to say and let people make up their own minds about what they want to think, what they want to feel.
Well, that's the way things are supposed to be held. That's the way things are supposed to be done. When you really want to solve a problem, you got to let both people talk, and you got to figure out who's right and who's wrong. And that's why censorship is so dangerous. Because the correct answer to censorship, like this whole Kanye West thing, Kanye West is being canceled by all these organizations, and they're removed. The best way to handle Kanye West is the way Lex Friedman did. Have a conversation with him and correct all the things that he's saying that you think are wrong, or that you think are generalizing, or you think are misrepresentative of the truth. But that's not the world we live in today. The world we live in today, we want to erase people if we don't agree with them. And then the problem with that is it scares people into communicating freely because they're worried that they're going to be erased next. So they'll conform. It's you're forcing people to conform to a very particular way of thinking, and it reinforces these ideas that you have to be a part of this one particular group of ideas and thoughts. And if you're not, there's consequences to that. And so people self-censor.
Well, I said I had a focus group every day
Yeah.
on the show now, and I'll show you. We did a show, the title of which was "You Can't Say That," and so I was putting up on screen all the things that you now can't say. These are the words that have been, people say these are offensive to people's sensibilities. And I'll find it here and show you what it was, unless Jamie already has it.
Here it is.
Yeah.
Mom and dad?
Yeah, there you go.
You can't say mom and dad anymore?
Yeah, you can't say mom and dad anymore. And so, and we can talk about these, but I asked the audience at one point, I said, how many of you are reluctant to raise your hand and say anything? Because I asked the audience to participate, and they do a lot. How many of you are afraid to say anything right now because you don't want to get targeted? And it looked like the wave. Everybody said, "Oh yeah, I don't want to say
Peanut
shit."
gallery?
Yeah,
Why can't you say peanut gallery?
that one, I always thought. And look, I'm here to learn. So I asked him, "What is it?" I thought peanut gallery was at the cheap seats at the baseball game.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Like out in the outfield where the
Yeah.
kids would go and get a $2 ticket or something
Yeah.
and eat peanuts and have a great time.
Isn't that what it is?
Apparently not. Apparently it has some racial overtones.
Peanut gallery does?
And the mom and dad was, someone said, well, we don't have a mom and dad in our home. We have a mom and mom. And so it makes my child feel funny if...
Here it is. According to linguistics experts, the origin of this phrase derives from the late 1800s vaudeville era. A popular style of entertainment that included jugglers, comedians, singers, and more. The peanut gallery was the cheapest section of seats, usually occupied by people with limited means. Yeah, the cheap seats. But how is that offensive?
Well, man, I've been in a peanut gallery a lot of my life.
Yeah.
I got to tell you.
Well, I guess, are they saying that peanuts were a popular concession snack for vaudeville shows? Unpopular performers would often find themselves pelted with the easy-to-hurl edible projectiles.
Others disagree in part with the preceding class-based rather than racial claim.
They note that in the past, cheap balcony seats were often reserved for or largely made up of African-American patrons. Thus, since the phrase implies the opinions expressed by those from the gallery were unsolicited, unwarranted, and unhelpful, the phrase also connotes something negative about those giving them, purported to be African Americans. Boy, that's a stretch.
Well, you don't have to be offended every time you can be.
Right.
Right?
Right, but that expression doesn't have a racial connotation the way most people use it.
I wouldn't
It's
think.
usually people in the back of the room. That's just how we use it.
They said brainstorm
What?
was offensive to people that had brain injuries.
Oh my God.
That it was an ableist thing.
Oh, well, if you have a fucking brain, if you move and walk, if you're brainstorming, you're using your brain. Is running offensive? Is it offensive if people can't run? Should the Olympics be canceled because the Olympics are ableist? What the fuck are we talking about?
It seems to me, and look, maybe if you're in that situation, and I ask, and blindsided, I asked some people that had impaired vision, and they were like, what? They didn't understand.
About which phrase?
Blindsided. That you can't say blindsided or blind spot in your
Yeah.
car. Like, he was in my blind spot. And they were like, I don't understand why I'm offended. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't people that are, but I couldn't find it. And I only talked to 6 or 7.
I bet it's more people that are not blind that are looking for things to be offended with. What about first world problems? How's that one?
Well,
How's that offensive?
I think it's that third world is mostly black. That's what one of the audience members said. So that was racial.
Well, third world encompasses a lot of different ethnicities, doesn't it? There's a lot of Latin America, it's a lot of Asia, it's a lot of Eurasia.
That's what the audience member said.
Yeah.
And they didn't want it in the show.
So are we allowed to say first world, second world, and third world? Because that seems like that's offensive too then. Just
You know,
even
to me, that had to do with,
is a lot.
well, and
What are we talking about?
it seems to me, and look, maybe if you're in that situation, and I ask, and blindsided, I asked some people that had impaired vision, and they were like, "What?" They didn't understand.
About which phrase?
Blindsided. That you can't say blindsided or blind spot in your
Yeah.
car. Like, he was in my blind spot. And they were like, I don't understand why I'm offended. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't people that are, but I couldn't find it. And I
bet it's-
only talked to 6 or 7.
I bet it's more people that are not blind that are looking for things to be offended with. What about first world problems? How's that one?
Well,
How's that offensive?
I think it's that third world is mostly black. Is what one of the audience members said. So that was racial.
Well, third world encompasses a lot of different ethnicities, doesn't it? There's a lot of Latin America, it's a lot of Asia, it's a lot of Eurasia.
That's what the audience member said.
Yeah.
And they didn't want it in the show.
So are we allowed to say first world, second world, and third world? Because that seems like that's offensive too then. Even,
To me, that had to do with infrastructure,
right.
because I know, like in the Congo, the entire country has the electrical infrastructure of a city the size of Austin for millions and millions of people, which is why they're so vulnerable to natural disaster, and they don't have dams, and they don't have electrical pumps. And I always thought the first, second, third world having to do with infrastructure and technology and support systems and all that sort of thing.
I always thought of it has to do with dictatorial government, and
Yeah, you could think of
corruption, and
Yeah.
yeah. Finding things to be offensive is it's a recreation for us.
I think that's what we've got.
Yeah,
I think,
recreational outrage.
I think that's where people have sat around and said, what can I be offended about today, as opposed to saying, what can I do to contribute to unity? What can I do to come together and work things out, make things better? And that's just not constructive to me. Now, if there's something that somebody's doing, we've done shows on hate crimes. I mean, where people are attacking people purely because they're Asian or Jewish or whatever in life. And I get it. That's okay. That's not where you're looking for something. It's where you're sitting in the line at a fast food restaurant, and somebody rear ends your car and starts mocking you for being Asian, which is what happened. This family we had on the show, they wound up in the parking lot rolling on the ground, getting the shit beat out of them by some guy. Okay, that's not looking for something to be offended about,
Right.
purely because they were. And maybe that's not the right thing to say. I don't know. From the Philippines, as I recall, so Filipino, I guess. I get that they're being attacked, and those attacks are on the vertical upswing. That's not looking for something to be offended about. That's traumatizing to them. But picking out words to get offended about. I mean, I'm not get offended about bald jokes or somebody would say, well, but you've not been oppressed. You've not, okay, I get it, but you don't have to be offended just because you can.
Well, that's one of the things that social media has amplified. Social media has amplified recreational outrage and virtue signaling. And the fact that if you call out these things, you're somehow better than people that are ignoring them. If you call out these ableist terms like blindsided or whatever one you want to focus on this ridiculous, it makes you better than the people that don't.
Yeah, and I just think that's not helping our issues. It's not helping what we're trying to do, which we're very divided right now. And I'll tell you, I did something that I thought was a really eye-opening experience for me. Frank Luntz. He's a pollster that more than 2,500 polls, does surveys and conducted Republican presidential debates and stuff. Frank's kind of the guy for that. We did a focus group with 40 USC students. 20 were from the Republican organization of USC, and 20 from the Democratic. And we brought them in, faced them, and boy, they were a lot of bad blood. There's been a lot of things going on their sides, arguing back and forth, bad things being said. And at one point, I just said, all right, time out. I want all of you to stand up, and I want you to pair up across from each other. And no small talk. You cannot speak. And I want you to make eye contact. And just eye contact, can't look away. Just look this person in the eye. Because we don't do that much anymore. As you were saying, particularly on the internet. I want you to look at this person. I want you to think about what's going on in their life. Did they lose somebody to COVID? How's their day gone? Do they have a mom? Do they have a dad? Does it hurt them when somebody says something bad to them? What do they think's funny? What are their challenges? What are they proud of? All of that. I just left them looking for way past comfortable. And then I asked them a couple of questions that they had to exchange about. And without saying anything, I had them sit down and, okay, just what's your reaction? And absolutely to the person, they said, I'm really shocked. I never thought about this as a human being before. But just spending that time with them, looking eye to eye, I had a completely different attitude.
They all said that?
All of them, every one of them.
They never thought about the other person with differing ideas of being a human being.
It had gotten pushed off the table. It was all about ideology. And when they looked at him and they couldn't say anything, they couldn't talk about their ideas, they just had to make eye contact at a human level. Every one of them said it really changed my attitude.
That's pretty wild.
That's something just as simple as taking a few minutes to make eye contact.
Yeah.
Now, these are young, fresh people. We actually videotaped that whole thing. I'll send that exercise to you. You can look at it and hear their comments unedited. It was one of the reasons I'm pretty optimistic.
I'm optimistic. I just think the momentum and the way the country's going and this problem that people have with social media, because people are very addicted to social media. And I think social media definitely exacerbates the problem. And some people are recognizing it, and they're trying to step away from it. And even the tech companies, they're showing you your screen time to try to let you know, give you a little indication, like, hey, maybe you're obsessing, maybe you're addicted to this. Maybe take some time, go for a walk in the park, do something different. I'm optimistic, because I know a lot of people that are exceptional. I know a lot of people that are inspirational. I know a lot of people that are truly extraordinary human beings who really help the world, and just their mere presence and the way they live their life is inspiring, and it opens up a lot of people's eyes to possibilities. But I'm also a realist when it comes to human nature. I like to do a lot of difficult things. And one of the things that I know about difficult things is it's very hard to get people to embrace being uncomfortable and suffering and struggle. I mean, like physical suffering, physical struggling. People, they seek comfort and they seek to avoid these uncomfortable moments. But that's the only way you grow. You grow through being uncomfortable. You grow physically through difficult workouts. You grow mentally through psychological struggle, through intellectual struggle, through complicated things that you have to work your way through. And there's so many people out there that avoid those things. It's easy to avoid those things. And there's a pattern of avoiding those things. A pattern of just being complacent, being lazy, finding some sort of distraction, whether it's video games or television or social media. And it's very hard for people to break out of that. I know there's a lot of people that want to, though.
Well, you know how uncomfortable cognitive dissonance is. You're just really, you don't want to feel that friction of this other point of view. It's uncomfortable to consider it. But here's what's happening, and you'll experience this being in Texas now, but when we were kids, we used to go, have you ever heard of Mundy, Texas?
Mundy, M-U-N-D-Y? Yes.
Yeah, it's where my grandparents lived in Mundy, Texas, like 1,500 people. And I used to go there in the summers and work at my grandfather's freight warehouse. And the big 18-wheelers would come in and drop freight at his warehouse, and we would deliver it around the county. It'd be like those loud discs and all this stuff, put it on flatbed and deliver it. And there ain't nothing in Mundy. It ain't in Mundy. It ain't here that way. It's just nothing there. And, we'd go around barefooted a lot. And sometimes, being stupid, we would start across an asphalt highway barefoot. And you get about halfway across, and you go, holy shit. I mean, you're out there and you look down and your feet are just melting into the pavement. All right, now what are you going to do? You're in pain, and you're going to do one of two things. You're either going to turn around and run back, or you're going to bolt to the other side. But you are not going to stand in the middle and just melt into the pavement. You're going to go one side or the other. And that's what people are. That's how people are. They get into a position of pain. They're going to resolve one way or the other. And once you get to the side of that road, what's it going to take to get you to go back out on that highway to go over to the other side? It's really hard. And right now, we got people on the shoulders of this hot highway. And how to get them to come across to the other side or meet in the middle is very painful for people psychologically. They don't want to do that. It's painful for them to get out of they're in a bubble. They're talking to their own people. They're not talking to the people on the other side of the highway, and it's painful to go over there. It hurts to get on that hot highway and go over there. It's psychologically painful. It hurts physically to go talk to somebody on the right if you're on the left, or left if you're on the right. And that's what we're facing, is getting them on that hot highway again, because they know what's going to happen. It's going to hurt to do it. That's what we have to overcome. We got to get you out on a hot highway. And you'll see, psychologically, that's what we got to overcome. And we've got to make it clear that those yelling the loudest don't deserve the most attention. That's the problem we got right now. We got small pockets of loud talkers, and they're getting the most attention. And that's not the way it should be. And all of this majority that's being too quiet need to speak up. They don't need to start yelling. They just need to start a chorus of common sense.
I think people are afraid of doing that.
They
don't
are.
want to be singled out by the people that are extremists.
But if they hang together, Look, common sense is not common enough anymore. We've got to have a return to common sense. Just some of the stuff we're doing right now is just not common sense. It's just not.
No, it's not.
We have epidemics in this country right now that people aren't paying much attention to.
Well, the fentanyl epidemic, that one scares the shit out of me.
Man,
That one scares the shit out of me. It really does, because people are accidentally dying of overdoses. It used to be if you died of an overdose, it's because you did a dangerous drug. You took a very risky chance to do something that you probably knew you shouldn't be doing, whether it's heroin or meth or something like that. But now people are doing things they think are fairly innocuous, and it's laced with fentanyl, and they're dying.
well, just across the border, just south of San Diego, in October of 21, they busted a drug lab that was turning out 70 million counterfeit pills a month. One lab, 70 million counterfeit pills a month. Now, we don't know that they were all going to come to America, but we know a shitload of them were going to come to America. And the DEA's estimate is that 40% of them are laced with lethal levels of fentanyl.
40%.
40% are laced with lethal doses of fentanyl. And
That poisoning, fentanyl poisoning, is the number one cause of death for people 18 to 49 in this country.
yeah, and think about that. And what these kids need to understand, and I want people to understand this, and I don't care if you stop listening to Joe and I talk right now and go call your kid, or go call your grandkids or your friends' kids. The chance of them, first off, all these pills you're buying on Snapchat, 100% of them are counterfeit.
They're buying pills on Snapchat?
They're buying.
How does that work?
You can buy a pill on Snapchat, and I'll show you here. Let me pull this up. I know Jamie can't beat me to this. If you do, I'm gonna really be impressed.
He's got it.
No, he doesn't either. Bullshit. I'm gonna.
Snapchat drug dealers. How illegal drugs are being dangled at kids on Snapchat, Instagram, and other platforms. Scroll down.
I was seeing if he was going to react.
No, I'm not reacting. I'm not reacting. I'm looking, and because I've got something. Okay, here we go. Like, see these Xanax bars here,
Yeah.
and maybe I can send this to Jamie. Okay, then here are the emojis that they use to advertise it with, and then here is the menu.
So who is this? Cartels that are putting these things up on Snapchat, and
Okay.
then you order them on the internet?
Yeah, here's the deal. Fentanyl is synthetic, and it's all being generated in China. So if you want to be a conspiracy theorist, this will get your conspiracy juices flowing. Are you AirDrop open over there?
Yes.
Jamie's AirBook Pro?
Yes.
Okay. I just sent you 4 pictures, and they're gone, so now you have them. Okay, it's all being generated or synthesized in China. And then China is sending it to the Sinaloa cartel. And the cartel is then turning it into these pills. And then these pills are coming into America. And the DEA estimates that they are intercepting about 10%. And what they are intercepting is enough to kill every American.
Jesus Christ.
The fentanyl is enough to kill
So here's the menu.
every American.
L.A. County delivery.
It's
Can
like
you make it to that little... There it goes. So L.A. County delivery, nationwide shipping, low cost, low stress, highest highs, Dr. Don guarantee. Mr. Don
Oh, that's
248. So look at all the stuff that they have here. Perks, GMO, OG gas and edibles. What does that mean?
That's probably weed.
Gas? Really?
yeah.
THC crumble, snow, Adderall, 20 milligram scripts, 2.5 milligram Hulks. What are those? What's a Hulk?
That's a type of pill off the top of my head. I wouldn't know, but I'm not. It's,
Yeah.
it's pretty sure it's
Pharmapram bottles, Ambien 10 milligram scripts, Hydros 10 mil. What is a Hydro?
like a hydrocodone, maybe. I
Oh,
don't know.
okay.
I think.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Now go to the emojis that I sent you. It's one of the images I sent. And this is how they communicate.
Percocet, oxycodone. So they have these different emojis
Yeah. There's
in
Xanax.
combination
Yeah.
mean different things. What is that little emoji next to those two pills that means Xanax? It looks like a truck. What does that mean? Delivery?
Yeah. I think that means they'll deliver that to your house. This is like Postmates.
Wow.
You order this, and they'll deliver this to your house in less than an hour. And I've had different sets of parents on these are kids that, and we do pretty good background checks on these. I'm talking about, and the title of the show we did was One Pill Kills, because these were not kids that were drug addicts. They weren't doing heroin and that sort of thing. And we checked because, like, one of the girls, we got her credit card information. We saw she ordered one pill. We went back like months, ordered one pill. And she wanted to get some sleep before finals. And we found 3/4 of the pill in her top dresser drawer. Her parents found it, and the police came. And she broke it in half and then broke it in half again. So she took 1/4 of one pill, and they found her dead in the morning because it had so much fentanyl in it that it just killed her. And this isn't an overdose. This is poisoning. You want to be
Do you think this is purposeful?
Well, the reason they put it in there, and put this one up, and the reason they put it in there is because it's so highly addictive. But they're not smart, or they don't care if they're killing a certain percentage of their customers. But here's the deal. Fentanyl is a synthetic opioid that is up to 50 times stronger than heroin, 100 times stronger than morphine. So if you bite into this, you're dead when you hit the ground. And so she took 1/4 of it, boom, gone. And their estimate is that 40% of these pills that they're getting have lethal doses of fentanyl in them. The ones that don't have enough in it that you are addicted like that. So they come back for more and more and more and more. And now there are conspiracy theorists, including a former DEA guy, that believes that China is manufacturing this stuff, synthesizing this stuff, sending it to the Sinaloa cartel, who's flooding it into America, and they're just trying to poison or drug Americans. It's just another attack. He believes it's a terrorist attack. And it's interesting. He has a demo that he does. He just takes a little packet of sweetener and dumps it in his hand, and he says that much fentanyl is enough to kill 500 people. It's just It's staggering, and we've got to get this message out to the kids. Don't do it. Those pills look exactly like the pills that you get at the pharmacy. And what they're doing now, Joe, is they're putting them in these pastel colors. And I think I sent you some of those, Jamie. In the pastel colors, they're making them look like these candies that the kids get. And kids are going to see these things around and pick them up and think they're like sweet tarts or whatever, and bite into them. If I was a parent, I would go to the store and buy every kind of candy I could find, and as soon as my kids came home from trick-or-treating, I would take their pumpkin and dump it into the trash and then fill it back up with candy I knew was good and hand it back to them. I wouldn't let them take a single piece of candy from trick-or-treating because you don't know what's in there.
That was always the fear, right? When we were kids, is
Yeah.
that someone was going to sneak in.
We thought there'd be a razor blade in an apple or something.
Yeah.
I saw this going around, but I heard a lot of people pushing back a couple of days after this was made major headlines because they were showing.
Experts say no. Who's the expert?
I don't know. I'm just it. There was a lot of hubbub about this viral picture because this went out. The DA was talking about it, but then I read there was like no evidence that this was real. That's what I read.
Well, let's scroll down and see what they say in terms of, looks like Candy, DEA Administrator Ann Milgram told CBS News, in fact, some of the drug traffickers have nicknamed it Sweet Tarts, Skittles. The DEA alert didn't mention Halloween, but fears about rainbow fentanyl and the holiday went viral. DEA warning meets skepticism from drug experts. Drug policy experts contacted by NPR agreed there's no new fentanyl threat this Halloween. Many are also skeptical of the DEA's original warning. They don't believe that Mexican drug cartels and street dealers have launched any new campaign targeting children. I don't see any evidence that the DEA has produced that supports that conjecture.
I don't think they're targeting children. I think the fact that they are making these things in pastel colors make children vulnerable to picking these things up. You want to argue over the word targeting? If a child picks up something that, I said that young girl that I was talking about took 3/4 of a pill, or 1/4 of a pill, and 3/4 of it was left in her drawer.
Yeah.
If she has a younger sister or something that sees that, picks it up, and it looks like candy and eats it, she's gone.
Right. Yeah, it's.
I'm not
it's
saying
the way
they're
it looks.
targeting.
You're not saying it's targeting.
Yeah, I don't care if you use the word targeting or not. It's dangerous,
Yeah.
and I'm just saying you know my grandkids, they won't be getting any candy out of that.
Yeah.
And it's not that anywhere they're going is going to be
Dangerous.
giving out fentanyl to kids. It's just they don't know where
Right.
where it's coming from,
Yeah, you're not getting it from a store.
and that makes it dangerous. And my point is, if you're in school and you're studying for finals and you're not a drug addict, and you think, well, one pill's not going to hurt, that's no longer true. You maybe think, I'll get some Adderall, get me through my finals. That could be a fatal decision. It won't be an overdose, it'll be a poison. It's very dangerous.
And if you're getting it from someone other than a pharmacy, there's a high possibility.
Well, the DEA's belief is that all of the pills that you're getting on social media are counterfeit, and that as much as 40% of them have fatal doses of fentanyl, lethal doses of fentanyl, because they're so unsophisticated in their mix.
So it's not a matter of poisoning as much as it's a matter of they don't give a fuck, and they're just, they're not like accredited labs. These people are just mixing shit up, and
They're making this stuff up in a bathtub. They're making
Right.
it up in a
yeah,
mixing it up, and then they're putting it in a pill press and letting it dry and shipping it over here. Today on CNN, they said arrested some, it was either CNN or Fox, one of the two. They arrested some 14-year-olds coming across the border, and they had a couple of thousand pills on them. And who knows where it came from? Who knows what else is in it?
Right.
And that will find its way to the market, a fair amount of it through street dealers and the rest of it through social media. It's dangerous. You couldn't hold a gun on me and get me to take something I bought on the internet. Whew. And I just think people need to be aware of it. And if you think that it's an overreaction, an overstatement,
How could it be?
then
How could it be when you're talking about the number one killer of people 18 to 49?
yeah, I mean,
Or
you
18 to
want-
45, whatever the statistic is.
yeah,
That's terrifying.
it is terrifying.
And this is not something that we had to think about just 10, 15 years ago.
no, and
And I don't know how much press that's getting.
it's not getting enough. It's starting to get some attention, and there's something called carfentanil, and that is more powerful than fentanyl.
Jesus Christ.
And it's been around since the 50s, and they were using that on animals. Jamie will pull up carfentanil, I'm sure, in a fast hurry. And look, my expertise in this is that I deal with the parents when they're heartbroken over a dead teen. I'm not a chemist. I'm not a physician. I can't tell you about all that. What I can tell you is I deal with the heartbreak of the families after the fact, and so I know it's real. And I've deal with these guys with the DEA and law enforcement that tell me that it is a major, major problem on the street. And it scares the hell out of me.
As it should.
Yeah.
Yeah, it scares the hell out of me too. And again, it's not like these things are going to get better. These things seem to escalate. And, you know, we're talking about all these problems that we're facing in the world right now that didn't exist just a couple of decades ago. And you got to wonder, a couple of decades from now, what does this look like?
Yeah, it really comes down to we have big enough problems that affect all Americans that those you were saying is it going to take something major for us to say, you know what, we're all in this together? And I think those things are here. I just don't think they're being acknowledged. Because if I have somebody come on the show to me, they come, they know I can't bring that child back. They know I can't stop their suffering. They come on as a cautionary tale. They say, I don't want my child's loss to be in vain. I'm here to tell this story because I want to save some lives. And that's why they're there. That's why they're talking through their tears and giving a voice to their loss, because they don't want somebody else to be there tomorrow. And they don't care. They're not there saying, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican, I'm left, I'm right. They're there saying, I'm a parent and I don't want anybody's child to die from this. And we have enough of those things that I think we need to pay attention to. And every mother bonds over that. They understand the pain of that. And I really hope people hear us talking about it.
Well, I'm sure people will hear it, and I think the message is getting out slowly, but it's just not. It's not being magnified enough. You know, I mean, the crisis that we faced during COVID-19 was magnified to the point of hysteria, to the point where they're counting people dying of all sorts of diseases and calling them COVID deaths and elevating the amount of people that died to the point where people are absolutely terrified of it. If they had applied a similar attention to this, I think we could at least put a dent in it. But in terms of what the DEA is doing, in terms of what law enforcement's doing, I mean, they need more resources. They need more help to try to stop this shit from coming in.
Well, they do. And are you familiar with a guy named Dimitri Christakis?
No.
He's a pediatric epidemiologist, and he really looks at the long run of pediatrics as they grow up and what affects them in later years, what happens early that affects them in later years. And he's a brilliant scientist. And he says what's happened with, he'd be a great, interesting guy for you to talk to. I've interviewed him 3 or 4 times. He says that what's happened with the handling of the pandemic is going to amount to millions of years of lives lost with these kids that are in school now. Millions of years of lives lost.
What do you mean by that?
Well, what he's talking about is that because of the educational gap that's been created by the pandemic, because of the social developmental gap that's been created, with the competitive gap that's been created, developmental, competitive, educational, that this generation is going to lag behind. And, like, for example, if you're not reading on grade level at the end of the 3rd grade, your likelihood of dropping out is 4 times normal. And the reason for that is, for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade, you're learning to read. From the 4th grade on, you're reading to learn. So if you haven't learned to read in those first 3 years, you now don't have the tool to read to learn. And so you start falling further and further behind. And so your likelihood of throwing up your hands in frustration, falling further behind each year and ultimately dropping out. And if you're low socioeconomic or a minority, and your parents don't support education, et cetera, it's 6 times more. But he's saying that these kids that got so little and lost so much in math, reading, and science during the pandemic with this remote learning, which was a disaster, that they're going to have less educational attainment, which means they're going to get lesser jobs. Lesser jobs are more dangerous jobs because they're more manual labor, they're doing construction work, things where you can get injured. They're going to have lesser insurance, and so you get less treatment, slower diagnosis, more injuries, and that as that, and other factors, but as that obtains, that will take years off their life at the end. They might develop cancer, but because they have poor insurance, it might be slower to get it diagnosed, lesser treatment, so it advances further and takes years off their life. They get injured, stress, trauma, and so it may take 2 years, 3 years, 4 years off of each kid's life. And we've got 57 million kids in the public school system right now.
I read something that confused me. Maybe you can help me with this, because they were saying about Los Angeles. People were criticizing the response to the pandemic in terms of remote schooling and making kids wear masks. They were saying that math scores went up, and I didn't understand how that could be possible. I haven't heard anything like that about any school system. And Los Angeles, which was particularly draconian in their response, they were trying to say that math scores went up. Have you heard anything like that?
I have not.
Can you find something about that?
I just typed in Los Angeles math scores and all I see is it's down.
Yeah, well, are people just lying?
Low math reading test scores, but it's California, not Los Angeles specific, but it's lots of articles saying this.
Yeah.
Steep decline,
Yeah, that's
sharp
what I
drop.
thought. The people were arguing about this on Twitter because some pundit was talking about the response to the pandemic and how it affected school kids, and all the. Can I say peanut gallery? They were chiming in and they were saying that scores were actually Los Angeles scores were going up.
Yeah, I can't see anything that says that. I even
Results
typed
of
in-
California's first statewide test since COVID are. Click on that. LAS right there. Yeah. See what it says? Are back. Find out how your SoCal school fared. Oh, so it's just like individual schools.
Well, I've certainly not.
Well, that looks like a decline in every single chart.
The math result specific here is
Yeah,
down.
in every one of them, in every county, there's a decline, a very noticeable decline from 2019 to 2022. So what the fuck are these people talking about?
I'll check Twitter and see if I can find what they're talking about.
It might just be fucking propaganda. It's so dangerous what some of the gaslighting that you're seeing. I saw people gaslighting about. I'm sure you saw that debate between Dr. Oz and that guy Fetterman for the Pennsylvania Senate. And the gentleman Fetterman had a stroke 5 months ago, and he's clearly compromised to the point where while he's communicating, he's not just stumbling, he kind of lost in thought and can't form a coherent sentence and bounces around from ideas. He looks troubled. And I was watching MSNBC, and they were trying to say, well, I mess up sometimes when I talk, and I misspeak and I stumble on my words. Of course you do. Everybody does. We're human. I do it all the time. But there's a big difference between the overall 1 hour debate. You're looking at a guy who seems to have something really wrong with his brain. And for you to gaslight and pretend that's not the case just because it doesn't fit with your narrative, that's not news. That's propaganda, and it's fucking dangerous.
Yeah, I hate to see them do that. And look, I haven't done any testing on Fetterman or President Biden, but it seems to me that President Biden is not at his best and that Fetterman is not at his best. And
That's being very charitable.
And I don't hold that against Fetterman. He had a stroke.
Exactly.
But
Seems unfair to put him in that position.
It really does. And I'm not trying to be unkind. He had a stroke. I mean, the poor guy.
Yes.
He had a stroke, and he's going to have to rehabilitate.
Yes.
And I hope he's able to do that. And
But
all.
why did they think that they could put him out there on a huge stage like that and not have those? Like, there's interviews before that showed this where he used a teleprompter during interviews, where when he was asked questions, he was allowed to look at a screen and read his responses off. And even then he struggled. He struggled to form coherent sentences while having the responses to each individual question laid out for him in a way that he could read. And this is not against the guy. I don't know anything about this guy. I really don't. I just know he's the Democrat candidate. But what you're seeing is a guy who's got a problem with his brain. That guy should be rehabilitating. He shouldn't be getting forced into an incredibly high-stress job in a public display where, it's humiliating.
Well, I think he shows great courage to get up there and do it.
Most certainly.
But, I mean, just ask yourself, let's say you were getting on an airplane and the airline pilot had a similar cognitive impairment.
Yeah.
Would you get on?
No.
Well, hell no.
Is there some sort of, what do they do? Like, is there some sort of a protocol that's in place if someone is the candidate and something bad happens to them like this? You don't just have no one. Like, if he died from that stroke, would they have no Democratic candidate?
I don't know what it is in Pennsylvania. Maybe they'd have a quick special election or something. I don't know what the rule
That
is.
seems appropriate in this case, doesn't it?
I guess, would the other guy run unopposed?
That sounds crazy.
That
But
just-
because
that
you
doesn't
can't
sound
have
right.
no one from the Democrats. as a candidate for Senate. You have to have someone.
You know, I mean, there's got to be a rule, right?
There should be a rule.
I don't know
and
what it is.
This is like not quite that, but close to it. It's not that he died, but the man had a stroke. This is not debatable. He's been open about it. And to force him into this sort of a situation while he's rehabilitating, I mean, you would be able to speak to this better than me. I would think that this would be counter to any rehabilitative, treatments that he could have. It's high stress, public, humiliating.
Well, stress is the worst possible thing that you can do when you're trying to recover from some kind of brain event like this. I don't know what kind of stroke he had. I don't know what part of the brain it was in. But I can tell you, you want to give the brain an opportunity to recover. And I don't know what his age is, but there's something called neuroplasticity. And that doesn't go up with age, it goes down. And you need to have time to recover and let different parts of the brain take over for parts of the brain that maybe have been impaired. And I don't know how severe it was. I don't know what part of the brain it was in. But it can't be good to be putting him in this kind of situation. I'm talking about just being selfish on his behalf. Don't know what his politics are. Don't.
Right. That's exactly what I'm saying. We're not talking about politics.
And
We're talking about a human being.
Yeah, and they talk about President Biden all the time. I mean, he's 80, and he does make a lot of gaffes. I hope I'm that well at 80, but I don't know that I would want that much stress of a job at 80. At 80, I hope I'm out fishing or something.
Yeah.
But I think when I hear people spin certain things like that, from my standpoint, that has in the past assessed cognitive functioning, I just shake my head and say, what are you talking about?
Right.
But it was painful to watch Fetterman. I felt really bad for him.
Yeah, I felt bad for him too. And again, I don't know anything about the guy. I don't know anything about his politics.
He may be a great guy for Pennsylvania or what. I have no idea what his.
I think it's a little hokey that they keep trotting him out with a hoodie on. Wears like a Carhartt hoodie. Like, I'm a man of the people. Like, come on.
Yeah,
Wear a suit, buddy.
Here's
How Los Angeles beat the national odds to overcome school shutdowns and make academic gains during the pandemic. Well, that's not according to that fucking chart we just looked at.
It said it was down across the board, but they had the most gains or something.
Horse
Comparatively.
shit. They're using horse shit fucking reasoning.
It's compared to others.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can't fall off the floor. It was terrible nationally. The losses in all of those
Los
areas.
Angeles scored below national average on the tests. But among the 50 states and 26 large city districts, it was the only place to post such gains on the exams, according to a federal analysis. The data was so good, the Los Angeles superintendent Alberto Cavallo, referring to his district's results. It bodes very well for our LA and is really a testament to our strategy. The fuck? Combination of makeup classes and high attendance rates for online lessons contributed to the resilience of his district. Boy, that's a fucking... Which commands a budget of nearly $20 billion. Holy shit.
Yeah, of course you want to say it's doing well.
Yeah, we're amazing. Los Angeles also fared relatively well with remote learning. Relatively well is hilarious. Mr. Cavallo said, due to a program that gave internet hotspots to families who needed them during school shutdowns. This sounds like a rose-colored glasses view of the world.
Yeah, I don't want to be one of those people that criticizes and doesn't offer a solution. And
That's what I do.
look, I'm not a professional educator, but I do have an opinion, and people can shoot it full of holes if they want to. We've got a gap. I don't think anybody would disagree that we have a gap. And the only way to close that gap is to put in the extra work. And the only way to put in the extra work is to put in the time. And what's going to have to happen is we're going to have to change the school calendar, and the kids are going to have to go to school during the summer, and they're going to have very concentrated focus protocol on reading and math and science. And if I was a kid, I would hate to hear what I'm saying, because I lived for summer, waited to get out of there so we could go do nothing. Yeah. But I also remember after 3 or 4 weeks, we were kind of bored to death. But they're going to have to just put in the time. And there's a big problem right now because there's a huge shortage of teachers. And they're dropping out. Teachers aren't continuing to teach as long as they have in the past. We don't pay them enough to teach, and it's hard to recruit teachers. There are fewer teachers enrolling in education when they go in for their bachelor's degrees. Some states, like Arizona, are doing the stopgap measures where you don't have to have a teaching credential to go in and teach. You can just go in and teach. They're just getting anybody, not just anybody, but they're getting people in there. Their theory is they're bringing in experts from computer technology and bringing in people from Microsoft and different areas to teach with their special knowledge. But I have a hard time thinking that somebody making 7 figures at Microsoft is going to stop that and come teach for an average of $4 or $5 an hour when you compute a teacher's time in the classroom.
The theory doesn't bode well for what you find online. You know, like I'm sure you saw that that teacher in the shop class in Washington State that had the giant rubber boobs.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, common sense.
Yeah, what is that? First of all, you can't even wear a scarf if you're teaching woodworking.
Yeah, you're going to get in a circle saw.
Yeah, yeah. You're going to either get strangled to death or get your face dragged into a saw.
Yeah, they always said we couldn't wear this or wear that because it was a distraction or whatever, but that's okay.
That's insane. That's insane. That's insane if it was actual breasts that were that large. Like, how did that happen? But if that's rubber prosthetics
or wear that, come teach for. Yeah, you're going to get in a.
That's insane if it was actual breasts that were that large. Like, how did that happen? But if that's rubber prosthetic breasts that a biological male is strapping on like a Halloween costume and going in and teaching kids while wearing a mask, that's crazy. And then this school is defending it.
Well, they're defending it because they're afraid not to.
Yeah, which is, I mean, what has to happen? Do they have to be afraid to defend it? Does it have to be something where there's consequences to defend it, where people start pulling their kids out of classes and defunding the school? Like, what has to happen to let people know that, hey, you've gone way too far into crazy town?
Well, what happens is phobic has become a suffix. And so you say, okay, if you don't defend that, you are transphobic. You are homophobic. You are this phobic, just blank phobic. And then you become a target for the cancel culture. And I think that does not make common sense. I think you've got the tail wagging the dog, and you're putting an individual's interest ahead of the group of children.
What's fascinating, too, is that it's a small percentage of the population that's engaging in this sort of activity, and they're shifting culture because of people have this fear of going against them. It's not the majority. It's not the majority of people think that this makes sense.
No, and I can't believe that person, whoever that person is, thinks it makes common sense. They're making a statement.
I think what I read, and I don't know if this is true, but that person is kind of trolling. And I think that person, what I read, was almost trying to get fired. And did you read about that, Jamie?
I'm I'm reading an update right now from a week ago. It said they were before they went into this. Kayla Lemieux is the name they're going by now. They had been on leave, and they showed up at a different school in this outfit. And so I'm reading through right now, like what's going on with that.
So they had been on leave, like they had been told to not come back?
General leave during winter spring semester of this year, and was the last time he was seen by the Hamilton board.
He? Did you say he? You just
That's what
misgendered
I'm
me,
reading.
son
What
of a
this
bitch.
says. I'm reading what this says. I'm just reading what it says in the article.
Well, be
Sorry.
careful.
I'm quoting. It's a quote. Live quote.
One of the girls who threw the soup at the Van Gogh the other day, Patrick Bet David interviewed her, and he goes, "May I ask your pronouns?" And she said, "She, he, they."
Was she trolling?
No, she was fucking serious. The other one was they, them, and this one girl was she, he, they. I mean, this is the kind of logic that a person would throw soup on an incredibly valuable piece of art and then glue themselves to a wall to make a statement. You could be everything you want to be, kids. You could be a she, he, they.
Well, my question, I guess, for anyone that would be watching this is there a point that would be too far? Is there a point where the transgender community or the school or anybody would agree that something has gone too far, that now the children's interest has been violated, that it doesn't make common sense? If this is not it, what's too far?
Right. Yeah, what is too far?
Has anybody asked that question?
No, I don't think they do. I think the people want to be able to choose how they want to be represented, how they identify, and they should have full freedom to do that in any way, shape, or form. Non-binary, he, she, they, them, all norms should be cast out.
Well, I would just ask that question in that situation, because I think does that not disrupt the learning process?
It does, because it gives people extraordinary amounts of attention for something very simple.
Yeah.
You just decide you want, to be recognized as this, and you make everybody else change the way they view you and communicate with you. You are now a they, them, which is plural. It doesn't even make sense. Like, if you can say that you're a girl, you're a boy, but you identify as a girl, yeah, that's gender dysphoria is a real thing, and we probably shouldn't have a problem with that. You want to change your name? Probably shouldn't have a problem with that. If you want to be representative as a plural, that's very weird. Like, now you're fucking with the meaning of language.
Well, is that person still employed?
I think so.
Really? They're still going to?
I don't know if they still have the big rubber boobs, but
Well, I hadn't followed it, so I didn't know.
I don't know. But the school district or the school was, at least initially, was supporting them. Where does this go, Dr. Phil? This is the question. Like, how do we turn this ship around or right it? The thing is like the pendulum effect. Like, things go too far one way, and then they come back, and it kind of makes sense in the middle somewhere. So how do we do that? How do we get more inclusive, open-minded society, but also not completely tank civilization because of overindulgence?
Well, I believe that there have to be people on both sides of that issue who would say, is this in the best interest of this segment of the population? That can't be good positioning in trying to get people to say, look, we're going to take this seriously. We're going to respect the transgender community. We're going to respect that they're wanting to be respected and have their rights protected and to fit into the mainstream and flow with what's going on, and to do something like this kind of example, I can't believe that there aren't people on both sides of that issue would say this isn't helping the discourse. That this is turning it into it's making it about this one person and detracts from the dialogue about saying is there some common ground here that everybody can live with, be who they want to be, and move on. That just doesn't make sense. And that's what I worry sometimes about taking such a militant approach of trying to win an argument instead of solve a problem.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make sense to me if anybody goes to if anybody would go to a marketing company or a PR firm and say, what's your objective? What do you want? Let's figure out how to get you what you want. I don't think this would be on the short list of approaches.
No, I don't, but I think it's just individuals who are very self-indulgent who want to stand out. And I don't think they're thinking about the greater good of any cause.
Well, that's what I mean. It becomes about that person. And I think there have to be those in the transgender community that would say, I don't think you're helping us here.
Well, I think there most certainly are. But I think they fear standing out, too, and stepping out of line and criticizing this.
Yeah. I think it's important that you consistently test the rationality of your thoughts, all the time. And there's 4 simple ways to do that. Is this in my best interest? Is it based on fact? Does it get me what I want? Does it prolong my life? You have to test your thoughts all the time for rationality. And I say that to people. If people would do that, I don't think they would be so prone to self-harm, suicide. And we're not teaching these things in school. We're not teaching much in school, it seems like right now. We've got so many kids that can't read and other things. But you got to teach people how to think sometimes. We're not telling you what to think, we're teaching you how to think. Test your thoughts. Is this rational? Is it in my best interest? I'm thinking here about going and telling my teacher to jump up my ass. Well, is that in your best interest? Does it get you what you want?
Right.
Does it protect and prolong your life?
I don't think people think like that.
But we need to teach them to do that.
That's especially exacerbated by social media, I think. That this world that we live in now is about getting attention. It's about doing TikTok stunts and pranks and finding a way to get likes and clicks.
Yeah, we got too many people being quiet so other people can be comfortable.
That's a great statement.
We really do.
That's a great statement.
Just look around. We got too many people being quiet so other people can be comfortable. That doesn't work for the big population. They're just caving.
And it doesn't seem like there's a real leadership in this country where someone stands out and says things like that and then offers up logical, rational solutions that maybe can affect and change the way people view these things. We don't have anybody like that. It's certainly not Biden. And it's certainly not Kamala Harris or anyone else that's running the government currently. And it's not Trump either. I don't know who the hell it is. But we don't just not have a good leader in terms of economic policy and energy policy. We don't have a good leader in terms of the tone of the nation. One of the things that I loved about Obama was when that guy talked, you go, well, that's a statesman. That's a brilliant, articulate man who represents the best qualities of what we'd expect from the United States. Like, that guy's measured and he's very calm, and and when he talks, you go, well, that's a great president. Like, he seems like what a president should be.
Yeah, he was very presidential.
Yes, we don't have that.
Yeah.
So we don't have someone who can speak logically to people and inspire them to sort of like reassess the way they're addressing things.
Yeah. It all starts with listening, to other people. You know, if you it's interesting if you listen to the FBI and you listen to their negotiators. If somebody's taken hostages, they will tell you that the number one predictor of whether somebody is going to release their hostages or not is if they believe that you have heard and understood why they took those hostages to begin with. Particularly if it's for political, ideological reasons or whatever. Now, you can come in there and what do you want? Da, da, da. But until they believe that you actually understand why they took them to begin with, they want to be heard, they want to be seen, they want to be understood. And once they believe you get it, your chances of ever getting them out of there alive go way, way up.
That makes sense.
And they'll tell you that. And that's what I've been saying is we've got to get people on both sides of this division to really listen and understand why the other side feels the way they do. Not just, yeah, you're crazy, you're this, you're that. Just why do they feel that way so strongly?
Right.
And if you understand why they feel that way so strongly, then maybe there's another way to get them what they want. But we're not doing that. It's spin, 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 spin. That never closes the gap. Nobody's listening to each other. If that changes, then we got a chance of closing the gap. But until we do, that's not going to happen.
That's a great perspective. That's a great that's a great thought to put out there. And that's something that very few people, even when they're saying things to people, they don't think about how the other person is receiving that. Like people love to say, like one of the things that people love to say to people, they love to say, shut the fuck up. No one hears shut the fuck up and wants to shut the fuck up, you know? But if you tell someone, the way you're talking to me right now makes me not want to listen to you because you're being insulting and you're expressing something in a way that makes me think that you don't care about me, so why should I care about you? Like that makes people pause. And if they're rational, maybe they'll say, okay, you tell me what you think and I'll tell you what I think. And let's try to find some sort of comfortable middle ground. Let's try to find things that we do agree on. And we have to teach people to think and talk like that.
Well, the biggest giveaway is if they start talking the second you stop, because that means they weren't listening to you while you were talking. They were thinking of what they were going to say when you quit.
Yeah.
And nobody's that smart. Nobody's that smart. They need to hear what you had to say.
Right.
Then they got to weigh that. Say, okay, now here's what I have to say about what you just said.
Yeah.
But if they're, the second you finish talking is they say, but no, you weren't, you were forming what you were going to say while I was talking. You weren't
Right.
listening to what I was saying.
Right.
And
But
that-
people kind of do both, don't they?
Yeah,
You kind of also form what you're going to say at the same time as you listen.
only if you're on script. If you got 6 or 7 talking points and you're going to spit them out no matter what the hell they say, yeah, you can come back right quick. But if you're going to really listen to what they have to say and weigh it, take it apart, unpack that, and then respond, you got to hear what they had to say.
Yeah. And you got to do it with minimal ego, which is very difficult for people because, as we were saying before, people attach themselves to winning an argument. And they, whatever their position is, that they identify with that. That's a part of them. And if you pick apart their argument, you're actually picking apart a part of their being. And that's how they defend it. They defend it as if almost like their life depends on it. You can't be married to an idea. It can't be a thing that you can't let go of. It has to be just an idea. You may agree with that idea and believe in that idea, or you might be educated by someone's perspective that's counter to that idea that makes you reassess. You got to be open to that, just as a human being.
You said something really smart in there because I was listening. You said something really smart in there, and it goes even beyond what you said. You said you can't be married to an idea. You sure as hell can't be married to an idea or a group who has ideas some of which you may like and some of which you don't like, because you've got to be willing to say, you know what, you have some really good points here, and I can agree with those, and we can move a little closer together here. And I hate it when people say but, because but means forget everything I just said, I'm going to now tell you what I really think. Like, hey, that was a great point, but no, but means that wasn't really a great point. Now I'm going to tell you what I really think about what you said. If people will really decide, look, I have some things that if we can agree with what each other is saying, independent of everything that's behind it, and just talk about right now, what's between us right now, then we could maybe come up with a whole new point of view that doesn't have anything to do with your party, anybody's party. People are going to listen to what you and I have been talking about today. And some people are going to listen to it and say, hey, you know, these are two friends talking and they've kind of gone through some stuff. And then there are going to be people that are going to sit down and they're going to transcribe this and they're going to try to find ways to pick at it, attack it, and then there will be headlines tomorrow. Dr. Phil says this, Joe says this, they did it. And what good does that do?
It does good for them because it gets them to, there's a lot of people listening, right? And a lot of people that are listening, they disagree and they don't have a voice. That's why I understand those articles. What I don't understand is when people take things out of context or they abbreviate, they chop it up and take a slice of it and misrepresent the entirety of the conversation, where you're trying to find solutions and you're trying to work through things and look at it from all sorts of different sides and say, what do we do? How do we do this? What's the problem? These are problems. What causes these problems? And some people have differing opinions on that, and they don't have a voice right now. And the problem with writing something is that it's a very singular voice, and you get to write only the things that you think are going to be suitable to this argument that you're trying to make.
Yeah, they ride coattails. 'Cause
Yes.
we do have audiences, so if they can get us in a headline,
Yes.
then they get to be heard.
Yes.
But you know where I think people make big mistakes is, and not just us, on anybody, they will alienate people over one statement that actually might be basically an advocate.
Yes.
There might be somebody that might be an advocate, and sometimes it isn't what they say, it may be what they don't say. Like, you might have said something about the big boob thing, and somebody will say, well, when he said that, Dr. Phil didn't say A, B, or C, and so he's blah blah. So they may dog on you or dog on me when, in fact, they're alienating or running off somebody that's not their enemy at all. They do that. I see them do that all the time. I've seen them do it in the homeless situation with people I've had on the show that I happen to know are very compassionate about those experiencing homelessness, very compassionate about trying to find answers here in Austin. And they pick one sentence they said and just tear their ass up. And they just really alienate a big ally that could help them a lot. Why? God, you need all the help you can get.
You do need all the help you can get. But again, I think part of the problem is that those people, they want to get eyes on the article, and it's a good way to do it, make it clickbaity. But also, again, like I said, they're not here. They can't contribute. They can't jump in with their opinion. So this is the only way they can do it.
Yeah.
They have to write something after the fact.
Yeah.
And I understand that. And I get it if you have a very rigid ideology and these thoughts and our opinions, they oppose that ideology.
Listen, I'm never going to get, I hope, I'm never going to get too old to learn. I learned learn shit every day. You know, and
That's healthy.
Yeah, somebody come educate me about something, tell me about something. I'm all ears. I'm all ears. And there are some people that absolutely are not that way. And I give myself credit for that. Somebody wants to come teach me something I don't know, I'm all ears. Come tell me. But you better have your ducks in a row, and you better have empirical science to support it. Don't just come give me some self-manufactured bullshit, because I'm going to want to know what the science is.
Yeah.
Because that's all I know. I need to see the science. Like if you tell me that LA school district just knocked it out of the park, you better have some numbers to support that if you expect me to stand up and salute it.
That seems like a self-serving narrative to me.
Yeah.
While looking at those charts, that steep downward decline from 2019 to 2021, it seems like the pandemic, in terms of the educational system in particular, is mishandled by everybody. And if you're saying that LA did a good job in bumping it up past what other people have done since then, that's okay, but that doesn't mean that they haven't mishandled the pandemic as well.
Yeah, you can't change what you don't acknowledge. And if they're telling themselves that all of those kids in the LA school district they're right there where they need to be, that's just not telling themselves the truth.
And it's also not serving the best interest of the students, which is to try to, like, a good narrative would be, we've made some progress, but clearly there's been a sharp decline in averages of scores, and we need to do something to bring it back to baseline and elevate it past where it was in particular, because it wasn't substantial already. You were talking about the decline in scores over the past decade or so already. It was already on the downward slide.
And look, remote learning, come on.
Did you sit in on any of that stuff?
Yeah.
I sat in on some of it with my daughter. I sat in the room and listened to this disinterested teacher trying to run this thing. And it was, I felt bad for her. I felt bad for the kids that are there, because that is not how kids engage with ideas and thoughts. And it was like this lady was just doing the thing that she was supposed to do because that was her job, and just barely engaged in it.
Well, they're not trained in that. They're not trained in
they're not.
how to engage those kids remotely. The kids don't know how to learn remotely. And think about where you've got 3 or 4 kids in a 1-bedroom apartment in Philadelphia or Chicago or Dallas or somewhere, and they've got a crummy Wi-Fi connection and one device.
Right.
And both parents have to work. They're in jobs where they can't work from home, so they've got to leave, and the kids are there by themselves, and the Wi-Fi's it's freezing and going off, and there's big gaps, and it's just terrible.
And also, kids get so easily distracted.
Yeah.
It's so hard to get them engaged already when you're making them sit in a classroom. When they're sitting alone in their room and they're bored and lonely and they just want to go play with their friends, and they're not even allowed to do that.
Yeah, and they got a little Xbox over here on the side. They're playing. I mean, it was a terrible situation, and I think people did the best they could with what they had, but it just didn't work. We need to acknowledge it didn't work, and we need to get back in the classrooms, and we need to close the gap. And if we don't, these kids, and look, this isn't speculation. This has happened in other countries before, and they've seen what the results were, and we know it doesn't work. We've got to close the gap. It's going to cost a lot of money, and it's going to take extra time, and it's going to take extra teachers, and we don't have them.
What cities rather, or what states did the best in education during the pandemic? Is there any data on that? Did anybody handle it the best? Was there any examples of students that didn't decline, or didn't decline as much as others? Is there anybody that they're pointing to? Like, I haven't heard anyone's argument on the right or the left that we did it right. Whether it's Florida or Texas or New York or anywhere. I haven't heard anyone say this was the correct response to doing that. I've heard economically, right? Like economically, Florida and some of the states that let things open, they had substantially lower rates of attrition in terms of people moving out of the states, in terms of businesses closing. There's definitely states that handled that better, and those are the states that people are moving to. But in terms of education, I haven't heard any examples of someone who did it in a way that people are applauding or pointing to an example of how this is how we should handle this in the future, because this state did it the right way. Have you seen anything, Jenny?
So just looking at test scores, and this is specifically about Los Angeles, and trying to find out what they use for this data is not easy. I clicked on the link for the original article, and it took me to behind a paywall, so I'm trying to find another way.
Is there any articles that say that there's a state or a city that did it better than anybody else?
Well, the end of this article is bringing up Florida, and I'm trying to read why.
That Florida did it better?
I don't know why Florida was used as an example, because it's not talking about any other state in this article. So right at the bottom, it just starts talking about Florida. They reached out to someone in Florida. But as I'm reading it, I see that it says 8th grade scores fell. Students scored an average of 241 out of possible 500 in 4th grade math. Lowers lumber.
They earned higher scores this year's in NAEP test than those in Los Angeles, but saw more declines. Across Florida, 8th grade scores fell, but students scored an average of 241 out of a possible 500 in 4th grade math, above the national public school average of 235, and an average of 225 in 4th grade reading, above the national average of 216. Mr. Diaz said maintaining the optimum of in-person learning contributed to the proficiency levels in Florida, especially for lower performing students, and enabled the state to close achievement gaps between subgroups and students. You'd have seen tremendous differences in those categories for our students had there been another governor and other lockdown policies put in place. So that they're using that data to point that in-school learning in Florida showed less of a decline.
That's probably the only place, one of the only places that had it, right?
Yeah, it says Florida Commissioner Education Manny Diaz Jr. said the decision in his state to open districts for in-person instruction in the fall of 2020 was enthusiastically received by families at the time. Yeah. It said students in Miami-Dade and Hillsborough County schools earned higher scores on this year's NAEP test than those in Los Angeles, but also saw declines. I mean, I think just everybody struggled during the pandemic. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It was a fucked up moment for the whole country.
Yeah, and even before that, and this is Ingrid Haynes Taylor, the director of National Literacy Institute. That's where I gave you those numbers before. She said literacy data and impact on national economy. That's where the number came from. 130 million adults are unable to read a simple story to their children. 21% of adults are illiterate in 2022. 45 million are functionally illiterate and read from 100. And even before that, and
in this year's NAEP test than those in Los Angeles, but also saw declines. I mean, I think just everybody struggled during the pandemic. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It was a fucked up moment for the whole country.
yeah, and even before that, and this is Ingrid Haynes Taylor, the director of National Literacy Institute. That's where I gave you those numbers before. She said literacy data and impact on national economy. That's where the number came from. 130 million adults are unable to read a simple story to their children. 21% of adults are illiterate in 2022. 45 million are functionally illiterate and read below the 5th grade level. And 44% of adults don't read a book per year. 3 out of 4 people on welfare can't read.
Low levels of literacy cost the U.S. up to $2.2 trillion per year.
Yeah. And 50% of unemployed between 16 and 21 can't read well enough to be considered functionally literate.
That's crazy. What is it in other countries? I mean, that's got to be very high globally, right?
It's got to be.
Especially in developed countries. So what do we do?
Well, we've got to close the gap for these that are there now because they're already behind.
Yeah.
you see they're already behind, and then the pandemic just blocked them even further.
And then there's also the problem with, people say, well, you should move to a place where, they're handling this better. But there's a lot of people out there that don't have the means. They can't move. Maybe it's the job that the parents have, whether it's families that they're connected to that can't leave. It's not simple.
And that's what, I said that we got a lot different questions over the summer. It was about this kind of thing. We're struggling out here. How do we deal with this kind of thing? And the kids getting more and more into the internet, and it's kind of taken over life. So we've done shows on bullied to death and that sort of stuff, because they get on there and they get bullied. You used to get bullied at school, and you go home, you were at least away from it. Now it follows you home.
Yeah.
Kids can't get away from it. It's cyberbullying.
That's what's scary. And they're so connected to social media. It's not like an adult that could just ignore it and walk away. They also don't have the coping mechanisms that an adult who's been through a lot of adversity has acquired. These are young, developing people.
Yeah, and they're not developing thick skins like I was talking about. They're just hypersensitive to this. And you got to let your kid needs to go through getting teased some, getting excluded some, getting, breaking up and all of that, so they learn, hey, I came back from that. It's okay. I was able to get through it.
It's a part of the development process, but some kids don't come back from it.
And it's terrible. Parents, they ask me a lot, how do I know if my kid's getting bullied? Well, you need to ask yourself two questions. How do you know if your kid's getting bullied? And how do you know if your kid's a bully? Because kids are bullying kids, so some parent needs to know that their kid's doing the bullying. You got to ask those two things. And the answer to that question, how do you know if your kid's getting bullied? Every parent has a baseline for their child, right? You know how your child behaves. Their certain level of interaction, participation, certain moods, certain verbalization, certain interest in activities. You got to watch that baseline, and if they depart from that baseline, that's when you need to pay attention. Now, kids are up and down, so I'm not talking about if they're a little moody on Tuesday versus Monday. But if they start not wanting to go to school, they start withdrawing from everything, they start regressing in their behavior, things they used to be competent at, all of a sudden they're not competent anymore. They get clingy, whiny, lots of stomach aches, don't want to go to school. They just start really falling off that baseline across time. That's when you want to really pay attention because they very well may be getting bullied. And if your child, you start hearing them make jokes at other people's expense, somebody that was around is all of a sudden excluded, they start showing up with things you didn't buy them, book bags or any paraphernalia from school or whatever, your child might be bullying somebody. And you need to find out on either end, because I did a show just last week. A girl was a terrific young woman involved in elite hockey, girls hockey, national ranked team, elite hockey. And the bullying started on day 1. She killed herself on day 5. It went that fast. And this was not an unstable girl. She was a rock star athlete, and they all turned on her.
For what?
Well, it appears that she dated one of the other's ex-boyfriends, and that girl allegedly got offended, and they started calling her names and excluding her and blah, 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 blah. And she just panicked and thought there was just no future. Everybody hated her and thought she was no good and disrepute, and she took her own life.
It's so horrible when you're an adult and you've been through stuff and you know that this will pass. But kids don't feel that. They don't know that. It's the worst thing that's ever happened to them. They don't.
Just 4 days. I mean, on the fifth day,
That's
she
so
took her
crazy.
life. And she wiped her phone clean. She didn't. She said, "Look, I know you're going to blame yourself. Don't do it. This was me. I'm sorry. I'm gone. Bye." And her parents were just heartbroken.
Did they talk to any of the children that were involved in the bullying?
They dug into it, and as soon as it happened, some of the other members on the team, because all the messages had been erased, but as it was happening, some of the other members on the team screenshotted those and kept them and sent them to the parents and said, "Here's what happened." And they have them, and so a lot of those girls have now been suspended from the leagues and all this league play and everything because they were a nationally ranked team. And they would have never known if those girls hadn't screenshotted those messages that they were sending around to everybody and sent them to the parents. They'd have never known. But those girls came forward and said, "Here's what happened."
Kids can be so fucking cruel too.
Oh, it's amazing.
There was an instance in one of my daughters when she was 10 where one of the friends of her friend was getting bullied by this one girl, and they got copies of the text messages and gave it to the mom, and the mom didn't want to believe it. And they had to say to the mom, like, "Look, here's real clear evidence of horrible things your kid is saying to this other kid." And this mother was sort of delusional and just didn't want to think that her kid was capable of this. But they had it right there. They're like, "Look, this is how this girl behaves." Then the kids sort of ostracized her, and I mean, she was 10 at the time, and I think she's kind of come around. But there's people like getting an effect from other people. And when people are angry at people, especially young kids, they'll formulate sentences in a way that can have the most impact and be the most mean possible, especially if they see that kind of talk in their house. Like maybe if the parents are insulting and scream at each other and say horrible things to each other, that's how they learn.
Yeah, and listen, you can't be in denial about your own kid. You know, I said a few minutes ago, I take pride in the fact that I'm willing to learn. I want to learn, but you better bring facts, because people say, "Well, I think." I don't really care what people think. I barely care what I think. I want to know what the facts are. We need to get back to the facts in this country. Is there anywhere to get news? It's all
Propaganda.
It's all propaganda.
Yeah.
And parents, I don't care how much you think your child's a little princess, deal with the facts. As parents, we need to deal with the facts. As voters, we need to deal with the facts. I'm watching all this right now. Both parties are saying, "Hey, get out and vote. All we care is that you get out and vote." No, that's not right. That's not what they really mean. What they really mean is, we want you to get out and vote without thinking about what's been going on. What I say to people is, I don't want you to just get out and vote. I want you to do some homework and get out and vote. Ask yourself, and people should vote. I hate that people go in and vote like for the top of the ticket. Like we're in midterms, so there's like senators and governors. That's where all the money's been spent. So they get in and check senator or governor, and they check one of those boxes, and then they just kind of go down the ticket. That's not what you should do. Your quality of your life is impacted a lot by your local races. Like dog catcher. I don't even know if we have dog catcher anymore. What do they call it? Animal control. If you've got people in your neighborhood getting mauled by pit bulls or something, where's the dog catcher? Why are these pit bulls? If you've got somebody local that's not doing their job, you should find that out and vote their dead ass out of office. If you've got a judge who's not putting violent criminals behind bars, vote their ass off the bench. if you've got a water commissioner that's not cleaning the water, if you've got county commissioners that aren't doing their job, find out and vote them in or out based on, they work for you. If you had an employee, you would do a performance review before you decided to give them a raise or not. That's what people should do. These parties are saying, all we care is that you vote. Yeah, that's right. They just don't want you to check before you vote. You need to check and see if they've done what they said they would do and if they're doing what you value. And it matters, these local positions that you don't take seriously. That's what affects your quality of life. That's where it starts. Then vote for the governor. Doesn't affect your life much. You need to find out locally who's doing their job. That's where you need to start. If you want to have an impact, it starts there.
I think so many people are so committed to their party, so committed to their ideology, that all they want, they think, well, maybe this part, they're not good at this, and not, but at least they're on my side.
If they're doing their job, vote for them. If they're not, don't.
People have been so brainwashed, though, to pick teams. And the way this two-party system in this country is set up, it reinforces that idea.
Of course it does. That's what they want.
Yeah,
That's what they want. But, I mean, hell, are they doing their job?
yeah.
If they're not. Even Obama says the same thing. He'll tell you, pay attention all the way down the ballot. He'll tell you the same thing. Pay attention all the way down the ballot. I just think it's important. I don't know why I got off on that, but
No, it is important. How frustrating is it for you? Because you have this show that's based around having discussions, common sense, and sort of getting to the bottom of things, and you're very good at it. But it seems like the wheels are off the wagon, and it's just, it doesn't. Do you feel frustrated at times? Do you feel like it's not having an effect?
sometimes. Yeah, sometimes I do. But that just makes me feel like I need to do a better job. And I read these letters and it said, you're my last hope. I'm like, well, shit, why didn't you call me first? Why didn't you call me the first time you saw something wrong? Why not then? But, I have a friend that has a problem with a daughter that was in college up north, and they tried to get some help, and they went and sat for 5 hours at a hospital, waited, and, nobody came. Went the next day, waited 6 hours. Social worker came in, filled out a few little forms, and then said, be back, came back. Nothing. And didn't want to bother me, but then called and said, hey, I hate to bother you, but I'm really worried. And so I said, well, come out here and let's get this done. And, I got DNA tests and brain scans and all kinds of stuff and found out what was going on. And, we got a plan and a program and everything's underway at this point. Most people, this is a very affluent guy and a very intelligent daughter. It's hard for people out there to know. What are you going to just go on the internet and look up mental health and find a psychologist or whatever? They don't know what to do, and it's hard sometimes to find your way through the maze. And so I do think over the last 20 years, I've been delivering common sense, usable information to people's houses every day for free that gives them kind of a roadmap through this stuff. And I think it has had an impact on a lot of people. And I think it's lessened some of the stigma about mental health. I don't think I've revolutionized the country on mental health, but I think it's made a dent maybe, and that it's okay to talk about some of this stuff, and taught them some of the questions to ask when they get in front of somebody. But yeah, sometimes I really get frustrated because it kind of goes in one ear and out the other. but I just resolved to keep charging at Machine Gun Nest.
Do you still enjoy what you do?
I do. I we're still dealing with the same family and dynamics and all. And this year, because some of the questions have changed, they're dealing with some of these issues like school shooters, school curriculums, internet bullying, things like that. They're different challenges, and that's revitalized me. And I was very excited to start this season because I think we've lost our way as a society. I think we've lost our way. But I don't think people say, "Oh, it's the worst it's ever been." Well, did you forget about the Civil War? I mean, shit, it's been worse than this. We killed a couple 100,000 of each other in the Civil War. This has been a lot worse than this. We can fix this. We can fix this, and I don't care what people say. I'm bringing both sides of these issues, and I'm telling the stories through families and its impact. And I think it's working. I feel good about it, and our audience feels good about it. So I like what I'm doing. I like what we're doing this season, and we're still dealing with the same family values that we've always dealt with.
I like the fact that you are adjusting things too. Like you said, well, let's change this into sort of a town hall type deal, a focus group, and let's reach out and talk to people and try to get more opinions.
Yeah, and they go back and forth, and I try to show them how to find some common ground, and that models it for the rest of the people. And I hope it's going to have an impact because I'm going to keep swinging.
It certainly has an impact. Did you ever imagine you'd be doing it as long as you're doing it?
No.
What did you think when you first started doing it? Because Oprah talked you into doing this, right?
Yeah, I never thought I'd do it to begin with. I was in the litigation arena, and all those years I never gave one word of interview. It'd be at a big case, people would say, "Why are you at counsel table and what are you doing? Who are you?" I said, "I'm not even here. Goodbye." I never gave a word of interview. I had no desire to be on television at all. And so I never had any designs on it, never any idea of doing it. But then I started doing Oprah and did it every Tuesday for like 5 years, and then started doing this, and now we're in our 21st season. I think we're the longest running show on Paramount lot. Been in the same stage for all that time, and but no, I didn't. I had no idea how long it would go or how long I would do it. But I enjoy it. Not every day. Some days you don't feel like doing anything. But I've got a great team. I really have a great team. I've got the same executive producer, Carla Pennington, that's been there since day one. Same supervisors. I've got the same 7 cameramen I started with 20 years ago.
Wow.
Same director, same everybody. They've all been there from the beginning.
That's pretty incredible.
So, yeah. Hell, I got the same secretary for 45 years. You can't call them secretaries anymore. I've got the same office manager.
Is that one of those words they put up, secretary?
Yes, I think so.
You're not allowed to say that anymore?
No,
Wow.
she doesn't mind, but I think whatever. I got the same office manager for 45 years. So it's, we got a good team. And it makes it really enjoyable. The cameramen know where I'm going to move or go or so before I even start. I mean, how do you know I was getting ready to go over there? I've been here 20 years. I know what you're going to do. It makes it easy. It makes it a lot better.
During all this time, what do you think has caused the biggest change in culture? Because you've had a window into society in a way where you're examining problems and you're examining relationships and lives.
It's clearly technology. It's clearly the internet. It's good and bad.
What's the good?
Information access. You know, these kids that I'm saying are going to college and complaining about professors and all. These kids are brilliant. These kids, these college kids today, and a lot of them follow me on the internet. And I've, got billions and billions of views on the internet, and so I interact with those kids a lot. They're smart. I mean, they're not lazy. They're smart. They just need some other experiences, but they're really, the stuff they can do in their heads is just, it's astounding. So their information access, it's like, we're talking about stuff. He's pulling it up before we're at the end of the sentence.
Yeah.
And he's throwing it up over here. You and I couldn't do that 20 years ago.
Right.
And we're not even at the end of the sentence, and he's got an article up and graphs and everything like that. It's amazing. Their ability to go down the rabbit hole and find stuff and put it in context in a meaningful way is, we used to have to go to the library. And for some of you young people listening, that's a big building with books in it. They don't have to do that. And so that's a game changer. There's more power in this laptop than they had for the moonshot.
Yeah, a lot more.
Yeah.
Which is giant rooms of computers back then.
But can you imagine doing a moonshot with this? The power we have in our hands is astounding. You can be anywhere and punch in an address, and it tells you where to go and where the traffic is. Go left.
This chip transmits an internet's worth of data every second. Holy shit. This laser-powered chip could mean faster broadband speeds for consumers and an internet that requires less electricity to run. Whoa. An internet's worth of data every second.
I was at dinner with these friends in Dallas last night, Jamie Ribman, his wife Darcy, and he was telling me that, was it Moore's Law, that everything compresses and doubles up and everything. And he was talking recently about how long it would take to fill up Lake Michigan if it was empty. If you started with like a half an ounce of water or something like that. And how long do you think it would be? And I said, oh, hell, never. And the answer was like 85 years. And
so that's like take a cup and then take 2 cups, then 2 to 4, 4 to 8.
Yeah, and it goes on. It's like at 10 years, it would like be damp a little maybe, and at like 40 years, there'd be some puddles. And at 60 years, there would be like 4 feet of water. And at 70 years, it would be, and all of the gain is in the last 5 years. And then it would be full. And that's what's happening right now. We have so much information that it's doubling up so fast. God only knows when your daughter and Jay's daughter are 21,
Right.
What in the world's going to be going on? Because if you take everything we know now and double it up 4 times between now and then, we won't even recognize the world.
Right.
And so that's the positive, the ability to, and it's going to be in medicine and diagnostics and all that sort of stuff. Now, how we're going to pay for all these people that live to 150, I don't know. But that's the positive, and the negative is what we've talked about, bullied to death, and the predators on the internet, and the scams, and all that kind of stuff. Predators used to be the guy in the raincoat standing by the schoolyard. Hey, little kid, you want some candy? Now, they're in the chat rooms. I don't know what they call those anymore. They're wherever the kids go, and they've learned their patterns, and they know what their favorite songs are, what their favorite interests are, what their jargon is, and they can mimic a 14-year-old just as well as anything, and they prey upon them. It's just that's the downside, and the fact that they post pictures and stuff that are there forever, and you tell them and tell them and tell them, and they still, that predator will steal a picture off the dark net of some 14-year-old guy and send it to the girl, and the girl reciprocates. Now he's got that, and now they do sextortion and say, you do more or I'll show this to all your family, and it's just the downside is horrific. So that's the biggest, technology and the internet's the biggest change.
What do you think about Elon Musk buying Twitter?
Well, it looks like he's going to do it.
Yeah, it's happened.
Yeah.
I mean, it goes down tomorrow.
Yeah, he showed up today with a kitchen sink or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what that means. He said, let that sink in.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
I didn't know if he was saying, I'm going to throw the kitchen sink at you or
I
let
don't
that
know
sink in.
exactly what he's saying. But he showed up at the headquarters carrying a sink.
Well, he's unpredictable. He said he's going to make it a friendlier place.
Yeah, for all sorts of ideas.
Yeah. And
Yeah. So look at him there, walking
Yeah.
in with this. He's such a character.
it doesn't look like a kitchen sink.
That's
so
a
it must
kitchen
be
sink.
It must be sink in.
No, it does it. Well, it's a sink.
Yeah, it's a sink.
Not necessarily a kitchen sink. Yeah. Just what a funny gimmick.
Yeah. Well, I guess if you're the richest man in the world, you can pull pranks and don't care where they work or not.
Well, he doesn't care. I mean, he is a very unique individual for a guy that's that wealthy. When he put a photo of Bill Gates up next to the pregnant man emoji, and he said, if you want to lose a boner real quick. I mean, what billionaires dunk on other billionaires?
Yeah.
Especially, I mean, a guy who's a super genius tech billionaire.
Yeah.
It's really funny.
It'll be interesting to see what he does with the platform.
Yeah, very interesting.
I would hope he does something constructive with it.
Well, hopefully to encourage people to do what we're talking about here and actually communicate and exchange ideas and not just insult each other and keyboard bully.
Yeah. I just hope people take away from what we're talking about what you said in the beginning, without having to have some catastrophic nuclear strike or something. We are all in this together, and we need to remember that. And I remember I was born and raised a Baptist, and then I switched later in life to a different religion. But this pastor used to talk about how God talks to him and all that stuff, and I remember I was like 12 years old, and I said, "Oh, they never talk to me." And he said, "Well, you better listen really hard, or he might do something to get your attention." And I thought, "Oh shit, I want to really start listening, so he doesn't have to do something."
You would be incorrect. I listen to podcasts as well while I'm streaming Rust. Gives you a little bit of something extra to do.
Dramatic to get my attention. I really hope we wake up before something happens to really get our attention and remind us that we are all Americans. You know, do we need to get shock therapy, or can we all just say, you know what, enough's enough and too much is too much?
Well, what's
We're
good
all
with your free
Americans.
brownies? Appreciate you
Even
coming
if
through,
we're not,
checking
we're
me
all
out.
human beings.
Yeah, and like, I have no idea what your political leanings are. You have no idea what I could care less. You're reasonable, you're commonsensical, and I hope I am. And it doesn't matter. We're in this together. I think you want everybody to be healthy and happy and prosperous. I want everybody to be happy and healthy and prosperous. Every time a new show launches in my space, I send them flowers and wish them well. So
That's beautiful.
Come on in, the water's fine.
That's great. That's a great attitude.
It is. Come on. Not everybody's going to watch me. There's plenty for everybody. I do. I send them all.
I
Listen.
completely agree with that sort of thinking.
Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah.
You know, it's a rising tide, right?
Yes.
Lifts
Yeah.
all boats. I wish everybody success.
As do I. And I find it very disappointing when someone doesn't think that way, when they have that famine mentality.
Yeah, it really shocked me when I got into this business and everybody was like, oh, here comes the enemy. Are you kidding me? They asked me to come on the show. Sure. I'll go on the show. I'll go talk to them. Come on my show. I don't care. We do stuff together. Steve Harvey and I used to split show. We do half hour on his show and half hour on my show. We'd go
That's
back
great.
and forth. Yeah. We'd have competitions and stuff and do half on his show and half on my show and stuff. We were on different networks and competing shows. We didn't care. And got to be really good friends over the years. He's a lot funnier than I am.
You better be.
Yeah.
He's professional.
Exactly.
Well, listen, Dr. Phil, it's always a pleasure to sit down and talk to you. I appreciate you very much. You're a very rational, logical thinker, and I think the world needs more of that, and I'm glad you're out there. I'm
Well-
glad you're still swinging.
Yeah, I'm going to keep swinging. I'll go down swinging. They'll never take me alive. Joe, thanks for having me. Let's do it again sometime.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right.
So long.
Bye, everybody.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for tuning in to watch and listen. I have the great privilege today of being able to talk with Dr. Carl Friston as an addition, let's say, and a signal addition to the recent conversation I had with Andrew Huberman. Dr. Carl Friston is arguably the world's most renowned neuroscientist, a professor at University College London. He is one of the world's leading authorities on brain imaging. 90% of the work published in fields employing such imaging relies on methods he pioneered. Dr. Friston is also well known for his work on many of the topics we will discuss today. Work I find even more exciting, at least conceptually speaking, than his work on brain imaging. We will discuss the ideas that concepts and precepts, categories, that's another way of thinking about it, bind free energy or entropy. The idea of computation, especially the kind of computation that approximates brain function, as hierarchical. The theory of predictive coding and active inference. Welcome, Dr. Friston. It's very good of you to agree to talk to me on this podcast. I'm really looking forward to it.
That's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you.
So let me start maybe by helping people understand this idea of hierarchical computation and the binding of entropy. And so if you could walk through that briefly, then I'll ask some questions if that seems appropriate.
Yeah, sure. The binding of free energy and entropy, that sounds delightfully Freudian. And I don't mean that in a sort of disparaging sense. I think that some of the truisms and the insights of that era have now proved themselves in modern formulations of computation, information processing, sense-making in the brain. And one nice link there is to think of free energy as surprise. So one way of looking at the way that we make sense of our world, bringing explanations, concepts, categories, notions to the table that provide the best explanation for the myriad of sensations to which we are exposed, is to see that process as a process of minimizing surprise. So binding free energy, I think, can be read very simply as minimizing surprise. But of course, to be surprised, you have to have something you predicted. You have to have a violation of predictions. So immediately, you're in the game now of predictive processing, predicting what would I see if the world out there was like this, and then using the ensuing prediction errors to adjust your beliefs and update your beliefs in the service of minimizing those prediction errors, or minimizing that surprise, or minimizing that free energy. And you artfully introduce the notion of hierarchy in that question, which I think speaks to another fundamental point, that in making sense of the world, in making those good predictions, we have to have an internal model, sometimes called a world model, a model that can generate what I would have seen if this was the state of affairs out there. And that notion of a generative model, I think, is quite key and holds the attribute of hierarchy, simply in the sense that we live in a deeply structured world, very dynamic world, a world composed largely of creatures like ourselves, that has this sort of hierarchical, nested structure that has to be part of the models that we bring to the table to understand it.
A shocking number of stocks are in the red. You may think you're doing all the things right, but in this volatile economy, many of our portfolios are just not looking good. Why? According to the largest banks and firms in the world, people aren't diversifying the right way. The average annual return of the classic 60-40 portfolio is down by nearly 20% this year. Goldman Sachs just released a shocking report declaring the 60-40 doomed for the next decade and announcing a radical reallocation from stocks entirely. Goldman will instead be investing in real, tangible assets, specifically fine art. The last time inflation was this high, some segments of the art market appreciated more than real estate and even gold at an astounding 33% per year on average. That's why this show has partnered with Masterworks. Masterworks results have been exceptional. 6 exits for an average net return of 29% to investors, even during COVID and in a bear market. As a result, Masterworks has had to acquire and release more art on their platform to meet demand. But you can skip the waitlist by going to masterworks.com and using promo code JBP. That's masterworks.com, promo code JBP, or click the link in the description. See important disclosures at masterworks.com/CD.
Okay, so I encountered these ideas, I would say, first reading a book back in 1982 by a man named Jeffrey Gray, who was influenced by Norbert Wiener and by general cybernetic theory, and he regarded the hippocampus as, at least as part of the central part of the brain involved in contrasting expectation, let's say, the way you expect the world to lay itself out, with the way the world is actually laying itself out, indicating that surprise was what was the prodroma to anxiety, and that anxiety in some sense was an indicator of the magnitude of mismatch between expectation and reality. So I want to ask you a couple of questions about that, because I thought a lot about Gray, and I thought about Gray for like 40 years after reading his book, and also as a consequence of encountering your ideas much later. The cybernetic model of expectation is predicated on the idea that you lay out an expectation on the world, and the expectation is a model, and then you have incoming sensory data, and the sensory data is the world, and that now and then there's a mismatch between the sensory data and the expectation, and then you have to modify either the representation or the action pattern to reduce that mismatch. But then I thought, well, wait a second, there's a weird lack in that formulation that's twofold. Number one, it isn't obvious to me that it's expectation. It seems to me that it's more likely to be desire. And that's a useful transformation of conceptualization, because if you use the word desire rather than the word expectation, you can infer that the models that are being contrasted against the real world are models of motivation rather than cold cognitive computation. And so, for example, if I'm interacting with a woman who I'm romantically interested in, I'm attempting to bring about the realization of my desire, not my expectation. And that's under the pressure, let's say, of the demand for sexual reproduction. And so the motivational state grips the desire. The desire manifests itself as a fantasy, and then the motivation is the minimization of the discrepancy between the actual world and the fantasy. And then, so it's not exactly an expectation, because it's more dynamic and alive. And then one more, I hate to hammer you with all of this right at the beginning, but one more issue on that front is the error. Because you could imagine, and I'm interested in how this matches your hierarchical concept. If I make a mistake such that I don't minimize the relationship between what's happening and my fantasy, one of the mistakes I might make is a mistake of perception, not expectation or desire, because I might be seeing the situation wrong. And so it seems to me that it's more realistic to say that what you're doing is minimizing the mismatch between a model of what's happening, not sensory data itself, but a model of the unfolding present, contrasted with a fantasy, and that the mismatch is what indicates surprise or entropy. Now, I know that's a lot of questions to answer at the same time, but that whole set of objections makes up a pattern.
It does. And despite the fact you introduced a whole bunch of really important concepts there, I think it was nicely introduced in a coherent way. So I'm just trying to remember all the exciting things you've brought to the table. So yeah, Geoffrey Gray, a great thinker, in my memory, sort of famed for understanding latent inhibition and sort of how you use these surprise or these mismatches or these prediction errors. And it's interesting that you speak to his conceptual roots in cybernetics, because there's a very, very close connection between the things that we're talking about and the early formulations of cybernetics by people like Ross Ashby. So there's this good regulator theorem, which I think if your listeners don't know about, I think they'd like, and I think you would like a lot. It's just the notion, and provable notion, that to control an environment, you have to have a model of that environment to be able to couple with, to engage with the environment. The degrees of freedom of your model have to match those of the kind of environment in which you're operating. So I think there's a deep connection there. The other thing, well, many things you mentioned there, you use the word fantasies a lot, and I think that's quite important because very often I sell the brain as a fantastic organ, literally because it is in the game of generating the right kind of fantasies. And these are the fantasies, these are the motivated expectations that drive our behavior. But in noting that, you've also made a big move, and an important move. I know it's a move you want to make in terms of our conversation, but just to contextualize why that is such an important move. You're talking about motivation, how our perception and action are all contextualized by motivation and what we desire and what we want and what the preferred outcomes of our acts. That's I think sort of the crux, and will probably be the focus of much of what we're going to be talking about. But just to say that vanilla predictive processing and vanilla predictive coding does not deal with that. It just deals with sense making. So it's usually in the moment.
Right.
As soon as you bring decisions and choices and actions to the table, you're immediately in the game now of making inferences about the future that has yet to be observed. So there are no prediction errors. It's just your expected surprise, your expected entropy, or expected free energy, or your expected discrepancies between what you fantasize should happen, or what you prefer to happen, and what you anticipate given your best sense making at the moment. So I think that inactive aspect, that choice, really does profoundly, change the game and takes us from simple sense making into the world of choice and decision making and motivation. So mathematically, the way that I would articulate that as a physicist would be, okay, if we're in the game of minimizing surprise and this mismatch, this discrepancy that you were describing in the moment, then presumably I will now choose the things that I do in order to minimize the expected surprise in the future. And the nice thing about articulating it like that is that the expected surprise, mathematically, is just entropy. So entropy, uncertainty, and I'm using entropy and uncertainty synonymously here, they are the mathematical statement of the surprise I expect when I haven't actually seen the outcome yet. So in many senses, what you can say is that we are motivated to resolve our uncertainty. And that can be sort of, if you like, carved into two ways of minimizing uncertainty. It can either be through choosing those behaviors that resolve uncertainty in the sort of folk psychological sense, watching the news, looking over there to see whether, my fantasies about the cause of that visual flutter in the periphery of my vision was what I thought it was, if it's a bird or a butterfly. But I think there's another side, well, I know there's another side to that, technically an expected information gain, or an epistemic value. And that's, of course, I will avoid putting myself in surprising situations, being very cold physiologically, or being unloved, or being embarrassed, or anything that I would find surprising about myself. I will minimize my expected surprise by avoiding those kinds of things. And I think that's what, my reading of what you were saying touches exactly on that.
Postmodernism is tearing our world apart. The one thing that may be able to unite us is a mass return to our Judeo-Christian roots. At the individual level, that means developing our prayer life. There's a ton of literature out there on the benefits of secular New Age mindfulness meditation, but what isn't talked about nearly enough is the power of a consistent prayer life. That's where Hallow comes into play. Hallow is the #1 Christian prayer app in the US and the #1 Catholic app in the world. Hallow features over 5,000 prayers and meditations, including daily prayers to help you build a habit of prayer and gratitude, Bible reflections with Jeff Cavins and Father Mike Schmitz to help you grow in knowledge and understanding, meditations to help you prepare for sleep and rest each day, reflections with Bishop Barron, and much more. Use Hallow as a foundational tool to grow in gratitude and character each and every day. Try it free for 3 months by going to hallow.com/Jordan. That's hallow.com/Jordan. Ground yourself in fundamental truths with Hallow today.
I think people hem themselves in in their actions even. And once people, you see this clinically, is once people develop a conceptualization of themselves, which is a box in some sense to put their variability in, they'll sometimes simplify themselves in terms of their range of action merely so they don't surprise themselves. And so they artificially constrain the range of their potential behavior, and that can become maladaptive if their conception of themselves is too narrow. That would be a good example of in some sense, of a misperception of the self, right? It's a narrowing of possibility. And so I should maybe try to explain to people a little bit more about this issue of entropy. And so there's this notion that's come out of theory of perception that any set of objects, or any object for that matter, is different from any other object and the same as any other object in a multitude or even a near infinite number of ways. And so you could think, I always think of two goblets standing on a table, and you might say, well, they're identical, but they're not. And you can tell they're not if you wanted to paint them in a photorealistic manner. You'd find that the surface of one goblet is very much unlike the surface of another, and you'd have to render that at high resolution in order to represent it accurately on a canvas. And then they differ in weight, and they differ in the regularity of the surface, and they might differ in age. There's all sorts of differences between them that you might not think are germane or relevant, but that's really the issue, is why do you regard some similarities as crucial and some differences as irrelevant? And so here's something I'd like to run by you. So would it be reasonable to say, imagine a hierarchy of perception and conception. So the idea is, well, two goblets are identical if I can drink out of either of them using the same pattern of perception and action. So that's kind of an indication of the entropy constrained by the notion of wishing to drink. Any two things are substitutable as long as they leave me with the ability to drink as an axiom of my current action set. And that's something like maybe a computational definition of resemblance. Because I can't understand how you can bind resemblance otherwise if any two things differ in a near infinite number of ways. They differ in terms of the microstates that they might be composed of. That would be a way of thinking about it from the perspective of entropy theory. So if they're substitutable within a higher hierarchical conception, then they're identical perceptually and conceptually. So do you know the change blindness experiments that it was Dan Simon managed at Harvard? Yeah, well, that's a good example, right? So I'll just run through one of those experiments for the people listening. So imagine you put a camera on a 2-story building and it's looking down over a university yard. And now imagine that you have tourists walking through the yard, and an undergraduate research associate comes up to a tourist with a map and asks the tourist to help him find his way. And while that's happening, some other experimental compatriots walk between the person who's asking for directions and the tourist carrying a door, two of them, and the person asking the question grabs the door hidden from the tourist and continues walking with the door, and the person who is carrying the door stands there and continues asking the question with the map. And what Simon found was that the largest percentage of people, the majority of people, do not notice that the student has been swapped in the middle of the conversation. And the reason for that has to be that the perception of the student by the tourist is something like generic student asking for directions, and any student who's asking for directions at that point will fulfill that function or act as a player in that story, and so there's no reason to be surprised by the transformation, even though, quote, it's a different person. And that seems to add credence to this notion of a theory of identity or resemblance. Does that seem reasonable to you?
No, it seems very reasonable. So mathematically, I think you would describe that exactly in terms of finding those latent states or categories or structures or resemblance that are conserved over different contexts, and that enables you to have a simple but apt for purpose model of your world. So if you can find the causal structure that is as simple as possible, that provides an adequate explanation of your sensorium, then that is the good model. I mean, literally, as a statistician, that would be the model with the greatest evidence, the accuracy minus the complexity. You also brought something interesting into the conversation again, which was what I would read as affordance. Do you like sort of Gibsonian notions of affordance? Yeah. So you were saying that,
you bet.
that this, this ability to extract the latent structure, the essence, the resemblances that are conserved over different contexts. They have at very low levels of the hierarchy these microscopic or detailed differences, but at higher levels of the hierarchy, they are the same kind of thing. They have the same affordance. I sit on this, I drink this, I love that, I don't like that. What you've done, though, again, in terms of talking about affordance, is bring action, to the fore. I can perceive lots of invariances in my world. There are categories, and there are exemplars of particular categories, and I can unpack that hierarchically. Many people think that's how the visual hierarchy, the cortical hierarchy that subtends or subserves visual perception and visual synthesis is organized. But what you're saying is this also holds true in the way that I plan to act and the outcomes of those actions. And all of these, if I get those invariances out, then they are the right kinds of affordances that speak to my model of the way I'm going to behave in this situation. Putting center stage the self model. What kind of thing am I, and what will I do in this situation? And is my model good enough? Is it too rigid? Is it, should it be more flexible? All these are crucial questions in terms of updating not just your beliefs about what you're doing and the context in which you're operating, but the kind of thing you are, and whether you've got the right simple explanations, whether they should be more complex or simpler.
Right, and so the optimal simple explanation is the least complex affordance necessary for the operation at hand. And so then we could talk about affordances a little bit. So people who are watching and listening might think that you see the object and infer the meaning. But the theory of affordances would suggest that you see the meaning and infer the object, or something like that. It reverses it. And that what you see first is something like functional utility. But I think you can bring both those positions together if you think that what we see in the world are patterns that have functional utility. Now, there's all sorts of patterns that don't have functional utility, or that only have potential functional utility. And that might be, you might consider patterns that don't have specified functional utility as something like the infinite domain of potential empirical facts. If a fact is something like the accurate identification of a pattern that exists stably across contexts. But then we can't see all the set of all possible facts because it's way too large. And so we want to reduce that further to that set of patterns that offer us a grip on the world. And Gibson, who wrote An Ecological Approach to Visual Perception, talked a lot about affordances, tools and obstacles in particular, if I remember correctly. But I'm wondering as well, is the domain of affordance, here's a way of conceptualizing the domain of affordance. It's tool, those things that you can get a grip on the world with and move forward towards a desired goal. Obstacles, so things that get in your way of different size. And then pathways. And the pathways, so I would say the pathways are littered with tools and obstacles. And the description of a pathway that's littered with tools and obstacles, that's a story. And so it looks to me like those hierarchical conceptual boxes are best conceptualized as something like stories. If they're an amalgam of affordance and pattern, then they're not either just an object or just the subject. They're the bringing of the two together. And the story is where the pattern and the purpose meet. That's a way of thinking about it.
Yeah.
And I would think maybe even when you perceive a tool, it seems to me that what you're perceiving is something like a micro story. Like if I perceive this pen, I say, well, that's obviously, it's an objective fact that this pen exists. And it is insofar as the pen is a stable pattern in time and space, but it's the function of the pen that makes it a pen and gives the unity to the perception. Because you might ask, well, why is the pen a pen this way and a pen this way and also a pen this way? Because its objective characteristics transform tremendously when it's moved or when it's illuminated differently, but its function remains constant. And so I think even an affordance is a micro story. And so a tool is a positive, it's a comedy. That's a way of thinking about it. A tool is a comedy, and an obstacle is a tragedy. And we lay out the world like that, even at the level of our fundamental perceptions. Is there any? What do you think of the idea of a concept or a percept as a story? Because you see, the reason I like that, the reason I think this is so important, is that there's an entire literature on narrative. Of course, the entire literature on literature is about narrative. And if it is the case that our fundamental concepts are narrative in their origin and their nature, then that allows us to lay the narrative world on top of the objective world. And I think that's it would be lovely if that was a possibility. It would alleviate the terrible tension between them. Then, of course, the question comes up was, what's the best narrative? But that's something we can also talk about in terms of hierarchical processing.
Yeah, I think there's some deep truths there. A number of ways I could sort of paraphrase what you've just said. So this notion of micro-stories and narratives, I think that is exactly the plans into the future that we were talking about before, that, choosing the right ones. And mathematically, you can think of that exactly as you articulated as a path. One perspective on that is that of Richard Feynman, in terms of the path integral formulation of quantum electrodynamics, where he was playing exactly the same game, finding the path of least action, the path with the least obstacles, the path that is the most fluent, the most ego-syntonic, leading to exactly what we talked about before, either the information gain or avoiding surprising outcomes, which I would read as the obstacles. I don't go there. That's not the kind of thing that I'm in. So if you read our active engagement with the world, our active influence, just as a process of committing to the right paths, the right plans, the right narratives, the right micro-stories, I think that is the essence of, one could argue, sort of sentient behavior and existence. So I would put myself very much, or I would certainly find it very easy to commit to that kind of formulation. I think a lot of other people would as well, in different fields. So what you're talking about, you mentioned before about, all the facts that are knowable, and yet we only register and recognize those that matter, essential variables, for example. Change blindness is a nice example of that. You don't see student of a particular personal identity change. It's just a student. You only see and you only model and rehearse and sample the world using the simple level of explanation that is apt for getting those right paths forward.
Yes, well, and it would be lovely if your hierarchical conceptualization consisted of micro stories, let's say, that were flexible enough so that they would apply across a very wide range of microstate transformations, because then you can use the same simple model in all sorts of different situations. So you might say, well, if you could extract out a universal ethic for dealing with people, then you could apply that ethic to everyone that you met. And that idea might help us triangulate in on what might constitute a universal higher order ethical narrative. And if you imagine that my interactions with people are generally constrained by the necessity of iterating the interactions across time, and then you might say by the additional constraint of iterating the interactions across time so that they increase in their utility. And so then you might say, well, how do you have to treat someone, or everyone for that matter, so that reality makes itself manifest as you move forward into the future. And I would say, well, that looks like something like genuine altruistic reciprocity. Now, Frans de Waal, I had a chance to talk to Frans de Waal about his work with chimpanzees. You know, and chimpanzee alpha males are often parodied as dominant in a sort of Marxist sense, power-driven. And it's the most dominant male chimp, so the one with the most physical prowess, the biggest tyrant in some sense, who gets to dominate all the other chimps, and who in consequence has preferential reproductive access. And so it's a theory of power and social structure and reproduction all tangled up into one. But the problem with that is it's not true. So de Waal has shown very, very clearly that, first of all, sometimes the alpha chimp, so to speak, can be the smallest male in the troop. Frequently, he's allied with a powerful female, and he is generally the most reciprocal individual in the troop, very concerned with the long-term maintenance of social relations, and very good at making peace, not war. Now, that doesn't mean he doesn't have, let's call it power, at his disposal, especially in coalitions if necessary. But de Waal has shown very clearly that the alpha chimps who rely on power and force are very likely to rule over an unstable polity and to meet an extremely violent end in the relatively short term. And so if your fantasy about the future, let's say, is motivated by an underlying motivational state, it could be hunger, it could be thirst, it could be sexual need, it could be rage, it could be the desire to make anxiety decrease, then you can imagine that there are ways of interacting in the world that satisfy multiple motivational states simultaneously. And then you could imagine that those modes of being satisfy multiple states of motivation simultaneously in a social context, so also for other people. And then you could say, and that make that occur as it iterates forward into the future. And then you could say, well, you want to extract out a representation that allows you all those advantages simultaneously. And it looks to me like something, maybe that's marked, here's some hypotheses. It's marked by the sense of active engagement that you might have in a good conversation. It's marked by the sense of the emergence of the spirit of play. And Jaak Panksepp has detailed out the psychophysiological structures underlying the play circuit. It would underlie something like optimized stress. So you talked about minimizing predictive error, but here's a variant. What if you optimize predictive error so that you lay out a fantasy on the future and then work so that there's just enough predictive error so that you encounter something you don't expect at a micro level, small enough that you can manage it, but large enough so that it expands the confines of your hierarchical presuppositions. And maybe you do that. See, I was thinking about that relationship to play, because if you're on a team and you're playing against a well-matched opponent, the opponent pushes you right to the limit of your skill, not past it, right? So it's not too stressful, but it isn't exactly in that situation that surprises minimize. It's more like a little entropy is allowed to enter the system at just enough rate and intensity so that you can push your development in a manner that doesn't stress you too badly physiologically.
Yeah. So you've again brought in about sort of four really important themes here. The two key things that you brought to the table there were sort of putting sentient creatures together. So you're talking about social interactions now and social hierarchies and sense making when the thing I'm making sense about is also trying to make sense of me. I think that's a really important sort of and challenging move there. You've also brought to this sort of highlighted this paradox that, you know, we might be in the game, or we might be seen as in the game of trying to minimize our surprise, minimize our prediction errors, and yet we seek out novelty. So I think there's a fundamental paradox there that needs resolving. I think you've, you know, in your setting up of the issue, I think you've implicitly resolved it. there is, I think, a very simple way of resolving that, and it comes back to this sort of isomorphism between expected surprise and uncertainty. And I notice you also use the word angst and anxiety. To my mind, uncertainty just is a state of, or recognized as a state of angst or anxiety. So, that sort of imperative to minimize expected surprise just is choosing, or can be complied with by choosing those plans that minimize uncertainty. And what would that look like? It would basically look.
And so it's the theory of power and social structure and reproduction all tangled up into one. But the problem with that is it's not true. So de Waal has shown very, very clearly that, first of all, sometimes the alpha chimp, so to speak, can be the smallest male in the troop. Frequently, he's allied with a powerful female, and he is generally the most reciprocal individual in the troop, very concerned with the long-term maintenance of social relations, and very good at making peace, not war. Now, that doesn't mean he doesn't have, let's call it, power at his disposal, especially in coalitions if necessary. But de Waal has shown very clearly that the alpha chimps who rely on power and force are very likely to rule over an unstable polity and to meet an extremely violent end in the relatively short term. And so if your fantasy about the future, let's say, is motivated by an underlying motivational state, it could be hunger, it could be thirst, it could be sexual need, it could be rage, it could be the desire to make anxiety decrease, then you can imagine that there are ways of interacting in the world that satisfy multiple motivational states simultaneously. And then you could imagine that those modes of being satisfy multiple states of motivation simultaneously in a social context, so also for other people. And then you could say, and that make that occur as it iterates forward into the future. And then you could say, well, you want to extract out a representation that allows you all those advantages simultaneously. And it looks to me like something, maybe that's marked, here's some hypotheses. It's marked by the sense of active engagement that you might have in a good conversation. It's marked by the sense of the emergence of the spirit of play. And Jaak Panksepp has detailed out the psychophysiological structures underlying the play circuit. It would underlie something like optimized stress. So you talked about minimizing predictive error, but here's a variant. What if you optimize predictive error so that you lay out a fantasy on the future and then work so that there's just enough predictive error so that you encounter something you don't expect at a micro level, small enough that you can manage it, but large enough so that it expands the confines of your hierarchical presuppositions. And maybe you do that. See, I was thinking about that in relationship to play, because if you're on a team and you're playing against a well-matched opponent, the opponent pushes you right to the limit of your skill, not past it, right? So it's not too stressful, but it isn't exactly in that situation that surprise is minimized. It's more like a little entropy is allowed to enter the system at just enough rate and intensity so that you can push your development in a manner that doesn't stress you too badly physiologically.
Yeah. So you've again brought in about sort of four really important themes here. The two key things that you brought to the table there were sort of putting sentient creatures together. So you're talking about social interactions now and social hierarchies and sense making when the thing I'm making sense about is also trying to make sense of me. I think that's a really important sort of and challenging move there. You've also brought to this sort of highlighted this paradox that we might be in the game, or we might be seen as in the game of trying to minimize our surprise, minimize our prediction errors, and yet we seek out novelty. So I think there's a fundamental paradox there that needs resolving. I think you've, in your setting up of the issue, I think you've implicitly resolved it. There is, I think, a very simple way of resolving that, and it comes back to this sort of isomorphism between expected surprise and uncertainty. I notice you also use the word angst and anxiety. To my mind, uncertainty just is a state of, or recognized as a state of angst or anxiety. So, that sort of imperative to minimize expected surprise just is choosing, or can be complied with by choosing those plans that minimize uncertainty. And what would that look like? It would basically look like responding to epistemic affordances that resolve that uncertainty. So I think that's the kind of surprise that we aspire to, is the novelty that affords the opportunity to resolve uncertainty and thereby resolve angst. And if that's true, then taking it to your context, how would I do that if I was in a social hierarchy of chimpanzees, or I was in any social setting? In one sense, the simplest way to resolve my surprise and make the world as predictable as possible would initially be to resolve my uncertainty about you by asking you the right kind of questions that allows me to sort of put you in a particular category, in one of my narratives, my pro-social narratives about the kinds of people that I can talk about. But also, ultimately, I'm going to try and make you like me, or make me like you. Because the closer we are, if we can share the same narratives and the same language, then together we're mutually predictable. So that mathematically would be sort of like a generalized synchrony, but from a social science perspective on human interaction, it's basically aligning ourselves so that we come to know each other, and that we can dance and synchronize and exchange. And after a while, I don't need to ask you any more questions, and you don't need to ask me any more questions. We are now on the same page, singing from the same hymn sheet, the same generative model, the same world model, the same kinds of narratives. Having said that, of course, there's also in the background the putative or potential novelty of finding out what somebody's not like me like. I think asking questions about the right kinds of narrative that resolve uncertainty, responding to epistemic affordance, novelty seeking, information seeking, whilst at the same time still avoiding those surprising states of loss or physiological extremis. Put that into a social context, and I think you've got some really interesting questions, and possibly a structure and a framework to understand social organisation and sort of information exchange and self-organisation, not at the level of just the individual negotiating with his or her body, but negotiating with another individual with a very similar kind of body.
I spent a lot of time studying Jean Piaget and his description of how cognitive structures organize themselves across time. And you might imagine a 2-year-old as a collection of micro-narratives, each of which are driven by a somewhat independent motivational state. And so 2-year-olds will cycle between being too hot and too cold and too tired and too playful and too enthusiastic and too anxious, without any real overarching integration. And they start to manifest that ability to integrate those already integrated motivational states, which are probably in large part hypothalamically controlled. They start to be able to integrate those into a continuous narrative through time and in different locales at 2. And so then they start to be able to play by themselves. And so, but it's at 3 or thereabouts when they can adopt a shared narrative with someone else. So a little boy and a little girl might get together, and the little boy will offer to play, or the little girl, and say, would you like to play house? And so that specifies the goal. And then the little girl has to say yes, it has to be voluntary. And then the little boy might say, well, I'll be the dad and you be the mom. And then they can integrate their two identities within that overarching concept. And so they can develop mutual understanding that way. And it's partly because you said earlier that the best way to make someone else predictable, and you to them, which is also equally useful, in some sense is to be inhabited by the same conceptual structure. And that's sort of what we do when we decide to play a game together. It's like, here's the game, here are the principles by which we're going to operate. Those are the rules of the game. And if you're operating by those principles, and I'm operating by those principles simultaneously, then we're going to share perceptual reality, because that's instantiated in relationship to the game, and we're going to share emotional response. And so I can now predict you if you're playing the same game merely by reading off of me. Because the same, and I think this is what we do when we go to a movie and we watch the hero. We adopt his hierarchy of attentional prioritization. And then we can feel the same emotions because we're in the same state. We really are, like neurophysiologically, we're in an analogous state. And then the understanding comes not from me deriving inferences about the character's motivations because of his actions, but by me adopting his goal or his story and then reading off the emotions I have, which are now isomorphic with his. And I think children are doing the same thing when they play a game. And I would say that you and I, insofar as we're playing the same game in this conversation, are very likely to remain predictable to one another and also to occupy the same emotional states simultaneously. Similar, at least. Similar enough so we're not jarring and off-putting to each other.
Yes, I wanted to say that. So the shared narrative is I think, that's a perfect example of a shared narrative. And you crucially point out that you're talking about theory of mind, and one of the easiest ways to get to theory of mind is just to commit to the hypothesis that you are very much like me. So what I would feel if I sensed what you sensed is going to be a very good proxy for my inference about your feelings. And of course, making inferences about you just is theory of mind. I also wonder whether you're going to develop that argument almost stages of Piagetian development, just to how a newborn infant starts to make sense of its role in the very emergence of selfhood, that self is distinct from mum or the rest of the world. Getting into notions of motor babbling, babies that will rattle their toys to say, yes, I caused that, as opposed to mum causing that. Mm-hmm. So, I think that what you're talking about, the denouement being the ability to actually recognize, oh, you are another that is like me, and if we can share the same narrative, then there is some not only a deep connection and a communication, but also a very sophisticated theory of mind. That would be the denouement. But en route, you've actually described a mechanism, say a structure learning the structure of this hierarchical world model or self model that entails the emergence of selfhood in and of itself. In order for us to take turns, we both have to have this fantasy that I am me and you are you, and I have to recognize I am me and you are you, and we have to take turns. So now it's your turn.
Right, so those are the axiomatic preconditions of that game. And the axiomatic preconditions, some of them are, you exist as a separate entity and I exist as a separate entity, but we can be joined together in a shared vision. And one of the, just for those of you who are watching and listening to understand, is, well, if this is true, and we establish two people establish a shared narrative, and that shared narrative simplifies the world, and that simplification constrains entropy, then that shared narrative constrains terror. And so you might say, well, why is it possible to be calm in the presence of someone else, given their infinite complexity, and also their almost infinite capacity for mayhem? And the answer, well, it is Well, insofar as the two of you establish and inhabit a shared narrative, then all that entropic complexity is constrained by the desire, let's say, to keep the shared narrative intact. And then you might also point out that if you and I, our shared narrative might be, it would be worthwhile to have an interesting conversation because both of us might learn something and we might have the opportunity to bring a bunch of other people along for the ride, which seems like a good additional bonus. And so we both come to this conversation with that story in mind, and then we can play the game as a consequence. And even though we don't know each other, because we assume goodwill on each other's part, not only are we not anxious in each other's presence, apart from whatever additional relevant features might have to do with being on a podcast, but we can also take some pleasure in joint movement towards the shared goal, because the dopamine system to me seems to indicate progress towards a shared, to the instantiation of a vision. It's something like that. And then if you're acting in a manner that makes the vision appear to me making itself manifest, then that's rewarding. And that reward has an existential element, a phenomenological element. You can feel it feels good. But then the dopamine, what it does neurochemically seems to be to track the neural systems that were activated
I love hearing about
just
the mind.
prior to the manifestation of the success and make them grow.
Love hearing about the brain.
And so once you
how the mind
establish a
works.
shared narrative, if you negotiate it successfully, you also increase the probability that the neural architecture manifesting that vision, making that vision manifest in skill and apprehension, is more likely to dominate in the future, more likely to take priority in the future.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Well, no, I'm just noting you brought in dopamine as an important neurochemical part of the anatomy of sense making and exchange. So I just wanted to acknowledge that because in my world, the way that one might describe that and interpret all the empirical evidence is very much along the line of this notion of pursuing a narrative, and in this instance a dyadic narrative, or a narrative about how I should behave in a dyadic context. And if I resolve my uncertainty, and just to open brackets, just to come back to your nice observation about we might learn something from this exchange, I think that speaks to that novelty bonus. You were talking about a bonus, and certainly in machine learning, this information gain, this epistemic affordance that is part of the good narratives and the good paths into the future would be seen exactly as this sort of novelty bonus. So that is part of the reward. So if in this exchange we are both realizing, you use the word instantiating or realizing through committing to the right narratives, literally a narrative of verbal exchange or linguistic exchange here, and that secures a resolution of uncertainty about what you think or indeed about what I think, then that will be rewarding in the sense it's minimizing uncertainty, minimizing expected surprise, minimizing, if you like, entropy in the sense that you originally introduced it. So I think that's there's an important, if you like, generic thing, concept that you bring to the table here, that all these ways of looking at good narratives and good engagement with the world, I think are all very internally consistent, especially when placed in terms of interpersonal interactions. And they also actually have biophysical correlates in our brains, and you've identified a really important one, which is dopamine, and we could talk about, and I suspect you would want to talk about, what's special about dopamine relative to all the other chemicals that are responsible for message passing, belief propagation, and sort of getting the hierarchical fantasies aligned in order to explain what I'm sensing, what I'm hearing, and indeed what I'm saying.
So do you want to elaborate on the role of dopamine? I'd be more than happy to hear what you have to say about that. So, because we talked about surprise minimization, but this is reward and reinforcement, and so and the propagation of growth, and that can happen artificially. I mean, if you dose yourself with cocaine, you can produce a cocaine-seeking narrative that's instantiated in your brain, and that's actually what constitutes the addiction in some sense. It's a cocaine-seeking personality that's a unidimensional monster that now comes to dominate your neurophysiology in conditions of deprivation. That's a very bad idea. It's you've generated an internal parasite that's fed on this externally applied chemical. And so if you could elaborate on the role of dopamine, I'd be more than happy to hear what you have to say about that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Just picking up on that nice notion of a cocaine addiction being sort of parasitic, I think that's absolutely right. It's sort of almost as if there's been a short circuit, a hijacking of the normal mechanisms that we would, our brains would certainly bring to the fore to actually choose and register the choice of the right paths forward. So for me, reward just is that minimization or realization, minimization of expected surprise or uncertainty. So it is intrinsically rewarding to resolve uncertainty and to secure and seek out those novel things or avoid those unfamiliar, uncharacteristic, obstacle-like states states that do not characterize me. So dopamine, I think, read like that, just is the fact you have resolved uncertainty. So if I get a cue in the world, say a conditioned stimulus, that tells me, oh, I now know exactly what I'm going to do next. I'm going to, if I'm a little monkey in an experimental paradigm, I'm going to receive a drop of juice and I'm going to drink that. If I am
Let's go.
somebody engaging a social conversation, then I know exactly where this conversation is going. That's great. I know exactly what I want to say. So I think that's when you get the dopamine blush, that resolution of uncertainty. Suddenly you see the path forward clearly, and it is exactly, and I'm using path in your sense of the micro story that's responding to the affordances. What's special about dopamine, though? Well, it's a neuromodulator. So it plays the role in the brain as not of sending information from this neuronal structure to this neural structure, or this set of neurons to this set of neurons, but greasing the pathway by setting the excitability of the game, by being the chemical mechanism by which you will switch on this set of messages or that set of messages. Another way of saying that is it sensitizes, for example, let's come back to your sort of hierarchical structure, that the micro stories are informing, or perhaps the mismatch at the lowest level, the prediction errors at the lowest level are inducing belief updates at the higher level to get to these simpler, more abstracted invariances you were talking about before. But how much does the high level listen to the low level, and how much does the low level inherit or respond to top-down constraints afforded by your simple high-level abstractions, which could, of course, be the narrative. So chemicals like dopamine, and I wonder whether you also want to talk about things like serotonin in relation to things such as depression and learned helplessness. All of these neurochemicals have one thing in common. Their role in the brain is just to sensitize one set of neuronal representations to messages from another set of neural representations. And when placed in your hierarchical context, that can have a profound effect on the balance between how much you're attending to what's going on out there. So the microstructure, the low-level sensory constructions that or categorizations that say you might think are being played out in the early visual cortex or the primary auditory cortex relative to your coherent, deeply structured narratives about me in a particular world. So, I would imagine that a lot. Where you might want to go with this is just thinking, well, how might that go wrong, and what would that look like if I had an abnormality of these neuromodulatory transmitter systems in the brain? And of course, you've highlighted one of the key or a key abnormality than that which is induced by drugs of abuse or misuse nowadays, such as cocaine. So that's I think drug addiction is a really good example of what tends to happen if you mess with these really important systems.
Yeah, well, cocaine addiction prioritizes the micro behaviors associated with cocaine self-administration, prioritizes those over all other potential behavioral microstates, over all other stories. And it does that neurologically. On the serotonin front, so here's a pattern of depressive cognition, and you can think about it as the collapse of a hierarchy. So let's say you have a tiff with your wife, and if you're operating, let's say, normally, in terms of your neurological hierarchy, you might say, well, I'm just having an off day, or I'm having an off hour, and it's only one little upset, it's only one little anomaly, it's only one little surprise. I can safely ignore it. But that isn't what a depressive person will think. A depressive person will think, oh my God, I just had another fight with my wife. I'm doing nothing but fighting with my wife lately. My marriage isn't going very well. I've always fought with my wife too much in the past, and I'm fighting a lot with my friends. I'm not a really good person to get along with. I mess up everything I do. I've always messed up everything I do. I'm going to keep messing up everything I do in the present because that's what I'm like, and there's no hope at all for me to change in the future. And you can see that an error that could have been bounded at a low level, which is, well, maybe I didn't have enough to eat in the last 2 hours and so I'm a little irritable, has cascaded through the entire hierarchy of self-conceptualization. And so imagine that each level of the hierarchy has to be protected against the propagation of error messages from a lower level. And then imagine each level of the hierarchy has a resistance level that's set by something like the tonic level of serotonin. So the higher the serotonin level, corresponding to higher social status, by the way, the more error has to accrue at a given level of analysis before a message will propagate up the hierarchical system.
No.
And so one of the things my wife and I have worked out in terms of modulating our reactivity to each other and to other people is, well, when should you respond to a disruption in social communication? When should you call someone on it? And our answer has been something like the rule of 3 that's fairly typical of narrative descriptions of such things.
I hate when that happens.
If it happens once, you can ignore it. It's just random fluctuation. If it happens twice, you could mark it, but still discount it. But if it happens 3 times, it establishes a pattern, and then something has to be called into question. So I might say if I'm interacting with my wife and it doesn't go well 3 times in a row, I might say to her, well, I tried to be friendly 3 times in a row and I've been rebuffed. What that indicates to me is something else is going on here. That's like a Freudian slip in some sense. It's like, I think this is what's happening. I want this to be happening, but it's not happening. Here's the evidence, 3 instances. Thus, we have to reconfigure the narrative that we're using to structure the space, and we have to say, well, what actually is happening here? What needs to be resolved? And so and then maybe, and you don't say, well, we were rude to each other 3 times today, therefore our marriage is over and we're both terrible people.
Great.
Because that would be leaping too far up in the hierarchy. You might say, well, is there something else going on in the background that's disturbing you so that you're more irritable in relationship to me that's part of a different conceptual structure? And maybe the other person will say, well, I didn't have a very good day at work. I was arguing with my boss. He's a bit tyrannical. Then you can go off on that narrative and try to resolve it. But you can see depression as the collapse of that resistance of the hierarchy to the propagation of errors upward. And so when you give people serotonergic reuptake inhibitors, what they seem to do, arguably, is make each level of the hierarchy more resistant to the propagation of upward error. And the reason I tied that into social status is because we know that animals that have higher social status and therefore occupy a more secure position in the social and environmental hierarchy are more resistant to anomaly, partly because they can rest comfortable in the supposition that their superordinate status actually means that they're globally safer. They have better social relations, they have better access to necessary environmental resources. The world isn't as dangerous a place. And so you can imagine that your brain computes how likely an error message is to propagate upward, partly by looking at your social status, which would be the value that other people have attributed to you by their distributed computation. And it does that with trait neuroticism, which is your own genetically mediated, mostly, partially at least, genetically mediated initial propensity for those error messages to propagate up the hierarchy. You might say they're more likely to propagate up the hierarchy, the internal representational hierarchy of women. And women are more sensitive to negative emotion than men. And I think the reason for that is because they have to take care of infants.
Let's try it again.
It makes sense for them to be more sensitive to smaller errors of prediction, because the consequences for someone who's truly vulnerable, an infant, can be cataclysmic. And so, anyways, there's a lot in that, but that's a theory of the relationship between hierarchical processing of entropy and the proclivity for depression.
Yeah, there is a lot there, but it all makes perfect sense from the point of view of
I got a message. Somebody.
hierarchical inference in the brain, and particularly hierarchical predictive coding. So if you'll indulge me, I'm just going to say exactly what you said, but using slightly different words, because I think that notion that you've just described and its implications for things like depression has a lot of construct validity in relation to sort of more machine learning, artificial intelligence formulations of this hierarchical processing. So one way of articulating that insight is to think of the message passing in a hierarchy that literally is our brain under the rubric of predictive coding. So in this sort of framework or scheme, the idea is that each level of the hierarchy, it receives information from below and it tries to explain away the information based upon top-down predictions. And that which cannot be explained is the ensuing prediction error. So these are the mismatches you were referring to before. And then these prediction errors are used to revise beliefs or representations, subpersonal beliefs or representations at the higher level, at the more abstract level, until the top-down predictions are more apt to explain away what's going on below. Now, the key thing about this architecture, well, there are a number of key things, and we've spoken in depth about a number of them, but framing like this, then the game of minimizing surprise, the game of is just the game of minimizing prediction errors. But how are you doing that? Well, you're explaining away what's going on down there based upon higher level hypotheses or belief structures or expectations or representations in your hierarchy. The key aspect of this sort of message passing scheme, this predictive coding scheme, is that it really matters how much weight you afford to the prediction errors that are passed and ascend the hierarchy. You use the word sort of cascading up the hierarchy. And this is exactly the image that an engineer would have when building a predictive coding machine. And the degree to which they cascade up is exactly proportional to the gain or the sensitivity that is set by the neuromodulators, in this instance, serotonin. So the resistance now is set by having entrenched, if you like, beliefs about this at this level of the hierarchy relative to this level of the hierarchy that is mediated by decreasing your sensitivity to the ascending prediction errors. So if I read your well, let's take depression. And I also like to talk about psychedelics because they act upon exactly the same neurotransmitter systems. But let's just take depression, which is a particularly pernicious, I think, sort of set of narratives to find yourself in, because I'll just cut to the denouement of this argument. In many senses, this this predictive coding formulation, when put in the context of me discovering and learning and optimizing my models of the world, is all about accumulating evidence for my explanations that are updated in a way that minimize the prediction errors. But in accumulating evidence, I have to expose myself. I have to choose to expose myself to the world. I have to actively sense and go out there. Depression is pernicious because, of course, a lot of the symptoms of depression prevent you going and getting evidence that you're not this kind of person, or that you could have coped with this particular scenario. So depression, I think, a little bit like the cocaine using, that it has a slightly self-subverting or self-maintaining aspect that sort of hijacks the normal ways that we get out of it. But just to come back to this sort of, I think, quite fundamental notion of sort of inducing, either through physiological setting of that resistance, or that what we call precision. So we call it the precision. It's the inverse uncertainty. It's the reliability that you can afford these ascending prediction errors that tell you you've got to change your mind. You've got to find a new way of coping, either in a marital relationship or just in terms of where you're actually looking, from many different levels. So this notion of precision translates into exactly what the neuromodulators control, which is the excitability of the neuronal cells that are broadcasting the prediction errors to the next level. And as such, that looks very much like attention. In the, we were talking before about sort of change blindness, and we just don't seem to be able to attend to things that are irrelevant, so to the extent we don't even notice changes when they occur, if we don't assign them the right kind of informativeness or salience or precision that is necessary to explain the narrative that's unfolding before us. So one way of reading this sort of this serotonergic state or continuum, where these high-level, hierarchically higher-level beliefs are recalcitrant or insensitive to the lower-level information, is the remarkable and important capacity to ignore stuff that is irrelevant. And what you're saying is, when it happens 3 times, perhaps I shouldn't be ignoring it anymore, and I now have to redeploy the precision, refocus my neuromodulator system, perhaps away from serotonin at the top, and perhaps more to, say, acetylcholine at the bottom, just given the anatomy of these neurotransmitter systems, that would indeed render me in a state where I'm now much more attentive to what's actually going on out there, and what is actually going on out there will engender prediction errors that will change my mind, or indeed change my generative model that entails this hierarchical structure. So I think everything you've said makes perfect sense from the perspective of the mechanics of belief updating and structure learning in the brain, seen through the lens of an engineer who thinks about the brain as a predictive processing or coding machine.
So what does acetylcholine do? What does acetylcholine do? And you contrasted acetylcholine with serotonin, and you associated acetylcholine with increased precision of attention focused outward? And that's at the lower levels of the hierarchy?
Yeah, so this is a vast simplification, but I think it's a sort of a useful mnemonic. So if you think about the hierarchy that you were describing before, and you now want to discriminate between a situation where all my high-level beliefs are insensitive to changes at the lower levels. So this would be, say, the dominant alpha male, very, very self-confident, has very precise, what we sometimes in a Bayesian reading of this predictive coding scheme call prior beliefs. Prior beliefs, this is the way I behave, this is the way you behave, and I am going to realize, instantiate those fantasies by behaving in this way, and indeed that's what normally happens. So I'm very confident, and that translates into a high degree of prior precision, which could be mediated by things like serotonin. The equivalent neurotransmitter at the lower level is often just looking at the neuroanatomy and the neurochemistry and physiological experiments, a similar role might be played by acetylcholine. So you can think of, if you like, too much prior precision as being mediated by serotonergic neurotransmission, and of course you know as well as I do that it's a very complicated game with different receptor subtypes and sort of inverted U behavior. So I'm not saying it's more or less, but certainly rests upon the way that you deploy your serotonergic firing that will have a profound influence on the higher level prior beliefs. Exactly the same kind of role may be ascribed for cholinergic neurotransmission from the nucleus basalis and Meinhardt, which is another neuromodulator. So you've got dopamine, you've got serotonin, you've got adrenaline or norepinephrine, you have oxytocin. There are lots of them, and they may all have particular roles in setting the precision or the recalcitrance or the sensitivity at different hierarchical levels. So it's generally, in my world, if you like, if you think of serotonin doing one thing, then the complement of that is the acetylcholine's doing it in the inverse way. So it's sort of like a yin yang. So when I talk about attention at the periphery, it's likely that does, sorry, at the lower level of the hierarchy, it's likely that does rely on intact cholinergic neurotransmission with possibly aberrant serotonergic neurotransmission that may be due to psychopathology, or it could be due to taking drugs that affect, say, 5-HT2A receptors like the psychedelics, psilocybins, for example.
Okay, so I want to go in. We've got three directions to go in now. The first question that's been lurking in the back of my mind for a while is, okay, when you make progress towards a valued goal, let's say we inhabit a shared narrative and we're making progress towards our mutual stated goal, and when we see ourselves making progress, we get a bit of a dopamine hit. Could you say that the fundamental reason for the positively rewarding effect of that movement forward is that as I move forward towards a goal, I decrease the entropy that still remains between me and the goal? And so is even that reward, is even that movement forward readable as an entropy reduction?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I'm closer now, so there's... Okay. So
I mean,
right, see, I didn't understand that before. Okay. That...
I mean, it's almost written into the mathematical meaning of the word. So if entropy just is uncertainty, and as I get close to resolving that uncertainty, getting my fruit juice, pleasing my wife, or being able to watch the news, if it's an epistemic reward, it is just expected surprise. Just is the uncertainty, and the closer you get, the more. The less uncertain you are, and all the evidence suggests exactly as you say.
It's partly because the closer you get, the fewer things you have to compute in order to get there. So that's a good working definition of entropy. It's like I have to do less, I have to handle less doubt between me and my eventual destination. So that's cool. So that reduces dopaminergic reward to a subset of entropy reduction. Right, and we should point out, living creatures are always fighting entropy. They're trying to violate the laws of thermodynamics in some, not fundamentally, but in some local sense, by insisting upon the maintenance of order in the face of this proclivity for things to go every which way at once. So, all right, so movement forward towards a shared goal. That's also going to reduce the entropy between us, because it means if I can rely on you to accompany me as I move forward, that means I can predict you better. It also means that both of us are now in a situation that's less entropic, because there's less variability between you and me and the joint us and that shared goal. And so I've fortified my belief in your reliability, and I've reduced my apprehension of your entropy.
Yep. A physicist would love that, because, of course, the nice thing about entropy and free energy, which, we're here sort of reading as surprise and prediction errors, is an expressive quantity. So your free energy and my free energy, or your entropy and my entropy, we just have to add them together because they're extensive. And then our free energy is exactly the sum of our free energy. So if we can both render our mutual worlds more predictable and less surprising, then our joint free energy will fall. And this is, if you like,
What the?
it could be read as a statement of
Fucking
imperative.
Japanese
but you can
goddamn
also read it
Beatles,
another way, in a
bro.
much more deflationary way. That
So fucking
stuff,
over those
societies through to cells that exist, are just these free energy minimizing systems. So these conversations are just the kinds of conversations that can only be there simply because they are free energy minimizing and, if you like, are what is left when you wanted to say, resisting the second law of thermodynamics. The very fact that we are here having this low free energy conversation and this exchange and rendering everything mutually predictable and resolving uncertainty about ourselves means that this little dyadic exchange is in itself a free energy minimizing system. Free energy here again is just being used as a proxy for uncertainty, for unpredictability, disorder. So by minimizing free energy, we are implicitly going to be minimizing the disorder and the entropy and the expected surprise. So it's all very consistent with the physics of self-organization. What you're doing, though, I think, is thinking about what would these things look like in a social context, in a dyadic context. And just to say also that one way of reading what you're saying about, if we can both shorten the path to a state of orderly predictiveness and uncertainty resolution, then if one thinks about that in terms of interactions either between people or between people and their environment, then you've got now a nice model for niche construction and cultural niche construction. That everything I do is in the service of making everything more predictable, and if that involves evolving to have a language and to teach my children language, then there's even that aspect of very, very high level niche construction in culture, acting upon the world to make it in an encultured way more learnable and more predictable is all in the service of minimizing this entropy, anxiety, or free energy. Uncertainty, sorry, I slipped in anxiety there. I shouldn't do that. Anxiety, I think, it would be a remarkable capacity to recognize that we haven't resolved our uncertainty in the way that we would normally expect to, and that would be the situation where the dopamine just goes away.
So how do you view the role of GABA? So that's one question. Another question is, I've spent a fair bit of time thinking about hemispheric specialization, and I'm wondering is there any reason to make the assumption that does the left hemisphere specialize in some sense for precision, or does it specialize for instantiating certainty at the lower levels of the hierarchy, whereas the right hemisphere is involved in play at the higher levels? Is there anything to any of those concepts that you know of?
It's a very interesting question. And now I'm sort of speaking as a sort of an imaging neuroscientist about functional anatomy. I mean, first of all, if we just go back to what we were talking about before, which is the cybernetic view and the good regulator theorem, and the notion that we entail good models of our lived world, or at least our sensed world, then having two hemispheres tells me immediately that there is some natural symmetry in my lived world. And of course that tells me that is true in the sense I have two arms and two legs. If my world, certainly as a newborn, is basically 99% my body, I think sort of having two hemispheres is something quite fundamental about the universe into which you are, as a brain at least, introduced. Just to generalize that, what that means is if you gave me the brain of a Martian, I should be able to tell you a lot about its lived world and its embodiment and its body and the kind of world that it lives in, just by looking at the structure, the anatomy of the brain. So I think that there's an important aspect to that sort of naturalization. I think a sort of more scholarly and more specific answer to your question is that there is certainly in neuropsychology asymmetry in the way we deploy attention. So if you now read the deployment of certain neuromodulators, such as, say, serotonin or acetylcholine or indeed adrenaline, as instantiating endogenous attention, then its deficits will correspond to certain kinds of neglect, a pathological inability to attend to, i.e. you're always going to ignore or just not be aware of this. And of course, there's some really interesting work in terms of hemi-neglect systems and bilateral asymmetries between the right and the left parietal cortex in these syndromes. So I don't know very much beyond that, other than to be able to say that for reasons that must be interest and explanation in terms of the high order structure of the world in which we operate, there certainly is some asymmetry in the way that we attend to things, or there's some benefit in terms of having that factorization that allows certain things to attend to, that just set the sensitivity or the flexibility or inflexibility of a hierarchical construction. It must be the case that there are certain domains and certain attributes that do show this lateralization. And just to point out also, of course, that the lateralization issue was quite hot in the days of Gray at the Maudsley as a possible correlative of things like schizophrenia.
Yeah, well, I mean, Goldberg, who was a student of Lurius, suggested that the right hemisphere was specialized for processing in the domain of novelty, and the left hemisphere was specialized for processing in the domain of relative certainty. And so it might be something like, the more novel it is, the more likely the right is to attend to it. And that sort of maps onto McGilchrist's conceptualization of hemispheric specialization with regards to both predation and predator detection. So the right hemisphere seems to be specialized for contextual evaluation and the spotting of predators, and the left for focused attention in the service of predation. So a bird, for example, will attend preferentially with the prey detection system while eating, but the right hemisphere and the other eye are scanning the environment for signs of context-dependent signs of predation on the bird.
Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. That's very interesting, because I was just thinking, of course, the obvious example of lateralization is language. And if you look at language as really predation for information, so if you think of language as the way of asking questions, that is the tool that we use to predate for information. So that makes entire sense. I didn't know that about the comparative ethology and anatomy of predators, but
yeah, well, if McGilchrist's new work details that out at some length, the relationship between attentional breadth and focus and hemispheric specialization. It's quite nice, and it maps very nicely onto the concepts that we've been discussing today. So, shall we take a brief foray into psychedelics? And then we'll have to close this part of the conversation, unfortunately, although there's about 50 other things I'd like to discuss with you. But, well, I guess we've covered a fair bit of territory for one day. But I'm very interested in your conception of the relationship between, say, psychedelic experience and its antithesis, in some sense, if I've got this right, with the action of antidepressants.
Yes, well, I'm not sure it's an antithesis, because there are in the past few years and indeed months an increasing number of papers looking at sort of 5-HT2A agonists and partial agonists and drugs that act upon the serotonergic system, namely psychedelics, and their ability to remediate certain conditions that would have a pronounced, usually a pronounced affective state. So the game is very complicated, but what we certainly know at the moment is that the actions of psychedelics, from the point of view of their definitive effects on the brain, namely the abnormal perception and the characteristic way that you can't attend from the sort of the microstructure of your sensations. We do now know that is probably best explained. When I say we know, we conjecture that it is nicely explained by exactly the same kind of mechanism that you were talking about before, which is the sort of changing the balance of recalcitrance or precision or sensitivity away from these high-level constructs deep in the hierarchy, at the top of the hierarchy, and reinvesting that kind of precision or sensitivity under predictive coding models to prediction errors much lower in the hierarchy. So this would look basically like I'm now going to ignore my prior beliefs about the narrative that I'm currently committed to in terms of this interaction, and I'm just going to focus in on what can I sense. So you're talking before about sort of a mother's predisposition to be very sensitive to cues that could engage or could represent really important affordances for responding, like responding to a baby crying. So this would be, one way of viewing the effects of psychedelics, that you are forced to by reducing or relaxing the precision of the high-level beliefs in relation to the lower-level evidence or belief updating or evidence accumulation. You are putting yourself in an attentional set where everything is interesting. You can't attend away from it at a very elemental level. And it just struck me that this is very, very similar to what you were talking about before in terms of the a neuroticism, and I presume this is sort of an Eysenck-like construct, where you would have some people who are just jolly confident that their prior beliefs are the most apt explanation, and they will ignore lots of evidence to the contrary simply by suppressing the precision or the importance or turning down the gain on that kind of thing. But you can't do that if you get more than 3 errors that you can't explain. So there is an adaptability built into our brains that will actually say, well, no, actually let's just attend to these lower level ones, and at that point you're going to have to relax the higher level and become more flexible and more adaptive.
Well, so that ability to relax at that level seems to be indexed by the personality trait openness. And open people are more creative, and so creative people have more play in the higher order conceptualizations. And one of the solid empirical findings emerging out of the research on psilocybin is that a single mystical experience induced by psilocybin produces something approximating a 1 standard deviation increase in trait openness that's permanent. It never goes away. Yeah. And so it doesn't look exactly like it's a reduction in, or say an increase in neuroticism so that error messages can propagate upward. It's something akin to that, because if you're more open, then there's more play in the system, but it doesn't seem to be tied exactly to error per se and negative emotion. And I can't puzzle out the distinction exactly, right? Because if you're high in neuroticism, you're going to propagate error messages, but then things are going to collapse. If you're high in openness, the error messages propagate, but you generate alternative theorems at a very rapid rate in order to recontextualize the anomaly.
I didn't know that. That is very interesting. So I think then it's the openness that I was talking to, and certainly that's the aspiration or the motivation behind the use of these chemicals in, say, end-of-life care, or indeed in terms of psilocybin-assisted psychotherapy. It's really to open you up to new possibilities.
Well, maybe with creative people, what you see, so imagine category rigidity. And category rigidity might be something like the probability that activation of one category will activate adjacent categories. So imagine that constraint is the constraint of openness. The more open you are, the more flexible those boundaries, the more when you activate one category, you're going to co-activate a network of associated categories. So then imagine you dump psilocybin into the system, and what happens is the barriers between adjacent categories become more permeable. And so then as information propagates up, there's more play in the systems because the category boundaries have become wider. And that would increase your probability of a false certainty, right? Which is an idea derived from insight that's wrong, but it would also increase the probability that you'd get some true positives out of the deal, which is really what creative people are doing all the time. A lot of creative ideas just aren't functional, but some are crucial. And so it's a high risk, high return cognitive strategy in some sense to have looser categories or more co-activation of categories at the higher levels. And certainly that is akin to what people report in psychedelic experiences, that ideas flood in on them and they see how things are connected in ways they couldn't perceive before. And so that's different than the flexibility that high neuroticism in some sense produces, because that's more like the probability that a conceptual system will collapse rather than it will expand.
But your use of the word barriers, I think, is very nice. And I'm just wondering, and certainly, I think you'd enjoy speaking to Robin Carhart-Harris, who has described, I think, effectively what you've just described, but instead of casting it in terms of jumping through barriers, he would describe it really as a reduction in the height of a barrier. So if you can imagine, and it's in my world, it would literally be a free energy landscape, and our ideas or our prior beliefs are basically sitting at the minima, at the bottom of a well, and sometimes we can get stuck in a rut.
I see. You
know, for example, if say I was depressed or I had the hypothesis I am going to die, and this is how things that are going to die behave, and this is how I'm going to behave. And that may not be the most functional way of that kind of end-of-life self-modeling. Then by making the barriers more permeable simply by reducing their height, you now enable a jumping from one minima to another minima to explore more options, exactly in the spirit that you meant in terms of creativity. But it could be creativity about other ways of being me in this situation. And that flattening of the landscape is just, one way mathematically of writing down the reduction in the precision or the rigidity of these high-level beliefs, prior beliefs, relative to the lower ones. So I think there's a sort of beautiful consilience there.
Okay, so that would imply as those walls come down, let's say, that it would require less novelty propagating up the system to produce a phase change.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm afraid we have to bring this part of this conversation to a close, even though I don't want to. There's other topics I would love to discuss with you. I would very much appreciate it if you would consider putting me in touch with, is it Carhart-Harris?
Indeed, yes. I will do that.
Yes, because I know some of the papers that you've written jointly, and I would like to discuss those further. Maybe I close with an observation, if you don't mind, is that one of the most functional narratives, as far as I can tell, is predicated on the idea that you should conduct yourself in a manner that leaves you open to exposing yourself to information that will allow you to update your narratives. Right? So it's a weird loop. It's like, well, narrative itself is dependent on exploration, and so the best narrative in the most fundamental sense is one that leaves the option of exploration continually open. And that's something like a voluntary confrontation with the anomalies that characterize existence as the central pattern of adaptive being. It's something like that. And that's existence on that border between chaos and order in some fundamental sense. So anyways, I appreciated the conversation very much. It would be fun to meet in person sometime. I think we could probably talk for about 36 hours. And I'll be in London again in January, and so maybe we could meet then if you'd be amenable to that. And in the meantime, I would like to let everybody watching and listening know that I'm going to continue my conversation with Dr. Friston for half an hour on the DW Plus site. I like to go behind the scenes with people and to investigate the process by which their narrative unfolded, the process by which they made their path through life, their successful path through life, because I think it's very useful for people to be provided with models of how that occurs. Hello, everyone. I would encourage you to continue listening to my conversation with my guest on dailywireplus.com.
So our first special guest is Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. He is a clinical psychologist and professor emeritus at the University of Toronto. From 1993 to 1998, he served as an assistant and then associate professor of psychology at Harvard. He spent 15 years writing maps of meaning, the architecture of belief. Dr. Peterson has penned the popular global bestsellers Beyond Order, 12 More Rules for Life, and 12 Rules for Life, An Antidote to Chaos. In 2016, before the publication of 12 Rules, several of Dr. Peterson's online lectures, videos, and interviews went viral, launching him into unprecedented international prominence as a public intellectual and educator. With his colleagues, Dr. Peterson has produced two online programs to help people understand themselves better and to improve their psychological and practical functioning. He's currently working on an online university dubbed Peterson Academy. Please welcome Dr. Peterson. We also have with us Jonathan Peugeot. He is an artist and he studies Christian symbolism, and he also studies postmodernism, right? God forbid for some, right? So we also have with us our beloved Mohammed Hijab. He is an author, comparative religionist, and philosopher of religion. He's the co-founder of our institute, Sapiens Institute, and is a researcher and instructor for the organization. He has a BA in politics and a master's degree in history, and he also acquired a second master's degree in Islamic studies from the School of Oriental and African Studies, and he completed a third master's degree in applied theology from the University of Oxford, and now he's studying his PhD on the philosophy of religion, specifically on the contingency argument for God's existence. In addition, Hijab has undergone formal training in Islamic studies with a focus on the Quran, prophetic traditions, and legal reasoning. Hijab has completed Islamic seminary courses and has been given formal permission to relay Islamic knowledge on selected Islamic fields. Mohammed Hijab is one of the very few Muslim public figures who deal comparatively with political, philosophical, and theological issues such as, and has amassed a following with many subscribers on YouTube in English and Arabic. So please welcome Mohammed Hijab and, of course, Jonathan Peugeot.
So because I'm 100% disagreeable and not polite at all, I want to get the elephant out of the room. I do like to do that, and there's been a recent video that you put up, a message to the Muslims. And before I say this, I do want to speak about the important topics, the theological topics, and all these kind of postmodernism. That will come, but I just wanted to mention this first, because for me, it's just get the elephant out of the room and then we can move on.
Sometimes it's just replaced by a slightly smaller elephant.
Well, a smaller elephant is better than nothing.
Yeah.
Right? I was going to say is that, it didn't land well with a lot of the Muslim community.
Yeah.
And I think the reason why is that it was seen as condescending, it was seen as kind of patronizing. What was your intention with this video exactly?
To start a dialogue stupidly and badly. Because that's how you have to start. We talked already about the idea of tolerance. And I'm actually not here to be tolerant. Because tolerance sort of presumes that I know what I'm doing and you guys don't, but I'll put up with you anyways. And see, I don't actually think I know what I'm doing exactly. And so I think, well, you might have something to teach me. And so it's not so much tolerance as, I would say, hopefully something approximating an expression of reasonable humility, which is, well, first of all, we occupy the same space, and as far as I'm concerned, it'd be better if we got along, and we've all had our own revelations, personally and and let's say socially, and we don't know how to integrate those revelations. And that's rough, that's hard. And so I'm here to listen. And the message was preposterous in some sense, although not much more so than the message I made to Christians, which I wouldn't say was exactly flattering. And, you know, I thought it would probably ruffle some feathers, but I thought it might also initiate a dialogue, or at least further it, and that has happened, you know. I mean, certainly there were many people who were irritated at me and thought that I was being condescending, and I wasn't trying to be, because I do have a lot of people who are paying attention to my lectures around the world on the Islamic side, which is quite surprising to me, especially with regard to the attention that's been given to the biblical lectures. And I don't take any of that for granted. And I wasn't trying to either capitalize on it or interfere with it. I was trying to do the next stupid thing that might move things forward a bit. And it's actually worked, I would say. Well, first of all, I am here, and I know that's not a direct consequence of that message, but at least it didn't break it. And there have been many other Muslim groups who've reached out to me in a serious way, at least in part because of that. And so I think we have to understand that we're going to stumble into each other a fair bit if we actually try to talk, because of all the elephants and the snakes that are lurking under the carpet. And I think it's a very good thing to get them out in the open. I'm a very agreeable person, as it turns out. Yes, I know it's to my detriment, but I
wouldn't have guessed, to be honest, that you're very agreeable.
Yes, it's one of my major character flaws, but I don't like conflict at all. But the reason I would say I'm prone to engage in it is because sometimes what's under the carpet needs to be revealed, because it's going to cause a lot of trouble if it just sits there and brews or broods and multiplies. And so it is one of the advantages of disagreeable people, having them around, because they will haul things up for inspection that everyone else might be loath to confront. You know, the downside is, well, you might do that too often, you know, and that's a hard thing to get right. So I'm not here in a spirit of tolerance. I'm here in a spirit of ignorance. And I'm hoping, see, the other thing I've been thinking through, and you guys can tell me what you think about this, is it seems that in the situation we're in now, sort of globally speaking, that it would be useful for people of religious faith to note that there are other people of religious faith with whom they have much in common, one of them being religious faith, and that they are also confronting, as people of religious faith, a world that is attempting to, let's say, shake itself free of that. And so it isn't exactly obvious to me that it's a great time for people of religious faith to concentrate on their differences, given that there are perhaps more important elephants to address, let's say, or fish to fry. And so I've been trying to, I'm very ignorant about the Islamic tradition, and I'm trying to rectify that. It's very difficult to step outside your own culture and to really understand someone else's. And so, and I'm under no illusions, I hope, about the degree of understanding that I've managed, but I have tried to understand what we might share in common. And that's crucial. And so certainly one of the ideas that we all share in common on the religious front, let's say, is that there is an ultimate unity that should be placed above all else. And so that's part of the great monotheistic tradition. And I'm going to speak mostly as a psychologist rather than as, say, an advocate of the Christian tradition, because it isn't obvious to me that I...
Let me kind of push back a little bit on that one, because you're an individual, like, obviously in your newest book, you're talking very categorically about precision. And I would say you're an individual that is very precise. You're categorized, like, if I was to say anything, I would say that you're an individual that's scrupulously meticulous in exactitude and, I don't know, meticulousness or whatever, yeah? So you speak and you think about what you're going to say before you say it. That's what you're known for. And in fact, if someone says something which is kind of off the mark a little bit, you pull them up for it, right? And
you know, usually because I don't understand it then.
Yeah, no, for example, like the Kathy Newman interview, like, the assumptions and the questioning that she had when she was questioning herself, you pulled her up on it, and that's why it became so popular, the discussion was so popular. And you're a clinical psychologist. So what I was going to say is this, like, for example, if I were to make a video, right? I say this message to the, to white Canadians or something, yeah?
Yeah.
And I said,
It's hard to talk to
and
them.
I say, look, sensitively, why don't you reach out to some Russians, or, heaven forbid, reach out to Black Africans or First Nation people, whatever it may be. How do you think the community of white Canadians, let's say, for the sake of argument, will react to that kind of message?
Well, if it was you,
Yeah.
well, you're pretty disagreeable, so you'd probably get bit back a lot.
Yeah, but exactly.
I don't, it's hard to say until you do it,
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I have reached out to other communities, let's say. I did an interview with a friend of mine who's a Native American carver who lives on the West Coast. And no, I'm not very happy with the narrative that's being promoted in Canada, which is that the European settlement of Canada is best viewed as genocidally colonial. And having said that, my friend, this carver, was in a residential school in Canada, and the residential schools were put forward by the government in an attempt, and other institutions, in an attempt to separate the Indigenous children from their families and then socialize them rapidly according to European norms. And there was some positive motivation for that, and sometimes that helped and worked. But one of the things that did happen was that some schools were, let's say, invaded by people of a pronounced pedophilic and sadistic bent. And my friend ended up in one of those schools, and his life was so dreadful that you can't even hear about it without serious emotional damage. And so I went forward with that discussion, and it was very contentious, but it went very well. And it told a story that was true and needed to be told.
Yeah.
And so, you step into foreign territory at your peril, that's for sure. But, and it was relatively difficult for me to arrange for this to be a possibility. But my thought, again, because I'm trying to look for what we have to offer each other rather than what divides us, I thought it was worthwhile.
In an economy as volatile as this one, it's important to have control when you're making a big purchase like a new car. That's where Carzing comes into play. Carzing is completely changing the way you buy a car online. An online car shopping website with millions of listed vehicles, Carzing works with over 25,000 dealers nationwide to help you find your dream car. By partnering with credit agencies, lenders, and dealerships, Carzing provides you with everything you need before stepping foot into a dealership. Their mission is to make auto financing quick and easy while providing a modern, hassle-free way of shopping for cars. Their innovative technology and financial tools provide consumers with the ability to instantly pre-qualify online without affecting your credit score. Plus, you can search for vehicles with instant financing details including down payment, monthly payment, term, and APR. Once you find your dream car at your ideal budget, all you have to do is bring your saved deal voucher with you to the dealership to finalize your next ride. Carzing offers transparency to the max. You know your purchasing options before you set foot into the dealership, which makes the whole process so much more convenient. Visit carzing.com/Jordan today to skip the guesswork and find the best deals near you. That's carzing.com/Jordan.
Well, let me push back again once again on this point. So, for example, it's not always what you say. Sometimes it can be what you don't say. So, for instance, I think you've become somewhat of an emblem of Western civilization, right? In terms of you're an intellectual.
Heaven help us.
No, but you have. And I also push back on the point that this is a foreign culture, because I think that Islam, and you've mentioned this in the lecture as well, that Islam has now become part of, Western culture.
Yeah, well, that's the open question. As we noted in the introductory remarks, it's like, is Islam part of the West? We're kind of having the same discussion about Russia in some real sense. And that's really going well at the moment.
Yeah, so there's that part. But what I would say is that, if there is a bloody history of Western colonialism, and that's almost undeniable. Like, for example, look at Algeria, for instance. Algeria, when it was annexed by France,
there's no dispute.
There's no dispute in what happened there. So the issue, I'm giving you one example of many. The Spanish colonialism of Latin America, for example. There are things that happened, and I'm not saying that's not things that happened on only just on the Western front.
Yeah.
There are things that happen on the Muslim front as well, of course.
This is true.
Yeah, no doubt about it, right? No, I'm not going to stand here and defend the Muwahidun who came and were very intolerant to Jews and Christians and kicked them out of their homes and so on like that, who existed in Spain as well, in fact. So the point is, I feel like, I don't know, as a psychologist, I think my question would be to you, don't you think, is it of any benefit to be concessionary in this regard? Like to start off a discussion by saying, like, we know that these are things that could cause resentment. Right?
Yes.
Because, like, for example, I know a lot of Algerian people, and this is very clear in their historical memory.
Yes.
And the accusation will be that the West have colonial amnesia here. They are not taking into account what they've done. I'll be honest with you.
Well, they don't even know how. Well, okay. So,
do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, look, here's how I would address that psychologically. In many of the mythological stories that I've read, there is the motif of the evil uncle. And so, for example, in the ancient Egyptian cosmology, there were four deities, four central deities, although a host of associated deities. And one of them was Osiris, who was the deity of the state. That might be a good way of thinking about it. And he had an evil brother, Seth, who was always conspiring in the background to overthrow the state and to establish his own rules, say, based on power. And the Egyptians, this is thousands of years ago, had figured out by that point, because their society was quite large, that there was something in the social structure itself that posed a threat to the structure, and that was the tendency for the structure and its leaders to become willfully blind, and for conspiratorial powers or patterns that would use resentment and the desire for power to overthrow that. They thought of Osiris as willfully blind and Seth as an eternal danger, and that's true. But there's another element to the evil uncle too, which is that in some real sense, and it's a very difficult thing to sort through morally, all of us walk on blood-soaked ground, because human history is, in some regards, a nightmarish catastrophe. And some of that's just because life was so difficult, but it's also because people did in unbelievably cruel and malicious and deceptive, committed unbelievably cruel and atrocious and deceptive acts. And so we're all stuck with this problem that here we are in relative peace and harmony so far, although we seem to be doing everything we can to try to disrupt that at the moment. And part of the price that's being paid for that is an endless litany of historical catastrophe. And then we all have to face up to, well, what does that mean for us in terms of our individual responsibility? And how do we construe ourselves and our society in light of that fact? And we could go back and forth continually about whose historical atrocities were worse.
Yes.
And that's a rough contest, because, you know, the devil is definitely in the details there. And then it also brings up the other problem, which is, well, when the Spaniards went to Central America, a lot of the bloodshed they produced, or the death they produced, was actually a consequence of the introduction of disease, because that took out about 95% of the native population in the Western Hemisphere. And then the conquistadors were, well, maybe they weren't the finest representatives of the highest flowering of Western civilization. We don't know to what degree they were the sort of thugs that couldn't get along at home and went out adventuring. And even if I, say, attempted to take full responsibility for that, I'm not sure what it would mean, because I suspect I have a lot more in common with you people in the modern world than I do with Spanish conquistadors from 300 years ago. Now, I'm not saying I bear no responsibility for the bloodshed of the past, but I would say we all bear that responsibility, and that's something, I would say that's something like the conception of original sin.
Yeah, and that's the point of difference. To be honest, I would disagree with that point. Like, as a Muslim, there is a verse in the Quran that says, وَلَا تَزِرُ وَازِرَةٌ وِزْرَ أُخْرَى, that one soul should not bear the responsibility of someone else's actions.
Yeah, well, that's the other ethical complication. It's like, can you call me out in relationship to the atrocity of the past?
Of course not. No.
Well, but it's complicated, right? Because, because at the same time you do say, and I don't mean you personally, but you know, we can say things like, well, the West is not bearing sufficient responsibility for its colonial past. And so at some level, that kind of devolves down to the individual.
So like, let me kind of rephrase it then. I think that's more of a left-wing criticism. It's like, you know, there's reparations and affirmative action programs. I'm not advocating any of that, and nor do I even believe in any of that, to be honest with you.
Nor me.
Yeah, so what I was putting as an alternative to that is that there is this kind of, I would call this maybe an Orientalist, a new Orientalist narrative, which states that Islam is incapable of X, Y, Z. Call it tolerance, call it whatever it is. and look at what's happened in Islamic history. You've got all of these deaths and you've got all of these kinds of things that are happening comparative to what we have in the West. And what we're saying is that let's look at what you have in the West, because liberalism was an ideology that was started in the 17th century. Really it was crystallized, with John Locke and all these kind of things then. And after liberalism was established, and in fact, the Constitution and in fact, the documents of the Founding Fathers and stuff like that were based on the liberal, secular principles. Even after that, you had Napoleonic Wars. Even after that, you had colonialism continue. You had slavery continue until 1867, whenever it was, the American Civil War ended. So what we're saying is that this picture of history, that, the West is best, basically, this idea, because our ideology can fix all problems, it's not reasonable when you look at the historical records. One scholar called Naveed Sheikh actually done a piece, it's called Body Count, and he was counting the amount of people that died in each civilization, and he put the Western civilization as the highest. And because you have things like World War I and World War II, and these things were, World War I and World War II were nationalistic conquests. They were not religiously inspired. You can argue to what extent were World War I and World War II religiously inspired, but certainly Islam was not a main feature of the 30 million people that died in World War I, or however many people died in World War II. So the point is that we're saying is that, and obviously you've got concepts in the West like manifest destiny, and which I think every single president of the United States of America believed in, westward expansion, these kind of things. The point is that the proposition that the ideology of the West can fix our problems, this is what we have an issue with, because what we're saying is that if we look at the historical record, there is no evidence of that. In fact, what it's shown us is that there's more bloodshed. Individualism has caused more death. With all due respect, I know that you do cherish individualism. I'm not saying anything is bad about it, but when you have a society deplete of a communitarian ethic, is bereft of a communitarian ethic, then you can have these issues. And so these are conversations, and I think you are moving towards a communitarianism. Your newest book, you were talking about institutions and these kind of things, and the respect for tradition and these kind of things. I'm not sure if I'm reading you correctly, but these are the kinds of conversations I think we need to have. But on that point, I think I don't want this to be interrogative. And I
just want to interject
please.
thing, because I think it's important. I think, Jordan, you're very kind, and I understand. I also watched The Message to Muslims, and I thought there were some problems with it, definitely.
Okay.
But when you said there's an elephant in the room that I want to address, my mind immediately went to videos I've seen of you with some of your friends in the street, and suggesting violence and suggesting aggressive actions against other communities, which in the West is something that, let's say, in Canada, people don't do that. And that even though there might be civil conflicts, we have a state, we have police, we have an apparatus, which is there to deal, which is not completely perfect, but which functions to install the rules. So when I see someone in the street surrounded by men wearing masks, who are talking about, if these other groups come out, they're going to see us and we're going to be there, and I'm looking for Jews, and we're talking about blood, and there's these very strange behaviors that I think that
when
if you're
did I
going
say we're looking for Jews? Do you remember that when I said that exact statement?
I just remember you talking to police about
Jewish people?
Yeah.
I'd like to get an exact quote. Okay, so I don't remember. I recall.
Well, the other one, one that I definitely saw that you spoke for quite a while was relating to some issues with Hindu communities.
So what happened recently? I don't want to go.
Well, that's
okay. Well,
I think the reason why it's important. The reason why it's important is that I'm a Christian, very much a Christian. I have many problems with modern Western culture. Right. But we are in the West.
Okay.
Right, and you are in the West.
Yeah, and I am a Westerner.
Right, and you live in the West, and so.
And I'm British.
Yes.
Just like you're Canadian.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
And so to me, the elephant in the room is that's part of the elephant in the room.
Right,
But there are many people who told Jordan not to come here because of those videos.
Okay, well, there's a lot of people that told me not to have this conversation with Jordan because of some of his videos. And that's why me and Jordan.
Lots of people don't want to have difficult conversations.
But what I'm saying with Jordan is that what makes him gallant and brave is that despite those voices that are the voices of disunity, because he's been cancelled more times than I have, despite the fact that he's been cancelled in Cambridge University or whatever, I don't care about all these institutions. With all due respect, I know this man is a person of influence. And in my estimation, I see him as one of the most, if not the most influential Western public voice. Right? So for that reason, I speak to him. And for that reason, I don't apologize to anyone for doing so. And I think in a way, he sees the same thing in me. Maybe not to the same level. But the fact that I'm half his age, he knows what's going to come in 30 years' time. So he's playing the cards right. And I think at the end of the day, my voice, my emotions, what I'm saying in the streets of London or Leicester, whatever else, is how a lot of Muslim people feel. But don't forget, yes, I'm disagreeable. And I'm not, my temperament is not the temperament of the average Muslim. So you've got to differentiate between me as an individual, me, Muhammad Hijab as an individual, and Islam. Do you see? If you say, Muhammad Hijab, you are a hypocrite, you are a bad guy, you are violent. So you know what, that's something I have to look into. Do you know what I mean? If that's your advice to me, that's something I have to look into.
Well, I would also say there's no moral advantage in being a pushover either.
Yes, I agree.
Right? And so these things are very hard to calibrate correctly.
Yeah.
And so, well, and if we come at this in a spirit of mutual ignorance and with some degree of, maybe this is where tolerance is more of an issue. You know, we're going to have to tolerate each other's rough edges and imperfections in order to talk, even if we think that there's something useful to be gleaned. And, you know, my sense is that, well, we're called upon to separate the wheat from the chaff, and that's not so much to damn the chaff as it is to gather the wheat. And it seems to me in the biblical stories, in the Old Testament, there's an immense emphasis, strange emphasis in some real sense. It's one of the things that makes the text so remarkable on the moral stranger and foreigner. And so when the society is unstable and shaking in a variety of ways, it's often the moral foreigner who comes in with something wise to say. And I think that's definitely true of those biblical narratives, and it's very interesting that they point them out. But I think it's also true practically. It's like, it's not as if any of us, like, we want to have faith in our faith, and we need that because it keeps us together individually and it unites us socially. But then if we insist that if I insist that my faith, which is more like my pride in my own belief, is 100% correct, then I've confused myself with my faith. I've confused myself with Christianity, or perhaps you've confused yourself with Islam. And that's a big mistake because...
So let me ask you both a question then, since we can talk about, by the way, one clarification for the question. I've never asked for violence, and that's an accusation I think that needs to be you need to look back at, because I've never said let's go and do violence. I said that if such and such group come out again, which were a group of armed people, then we'll be there to defend the community. I've never said in my whole life, and I'll challenge anybody to find anything that's opposite from what I've just said. Now, that's one thing. Second thing I'll say is this, is that, and if it was a violence issue, if I did say that, what's happening with the Metropolitan Police? Why am I not behind bars? Why have there not been a single investigation? It is 210,000 people have watched the video. Unless the police have put their, fingers in their ears, or that they are, if you want to accuse the police of, negligence or incompetence, that's a different story. Let's go to the second point, because you were saying now about this basically dogmatism. Let's just call it for what it is.
Well, it's pride in dogmatism, right? And that's something we all have to watch, because it's a hard line to walk, because you want to be an advocate for your faith, but what in the world do you know, right? You're ignorant beyond comprehension.
Let me ask a question, and both of you, this is a question to both of you. Is there an ultimate purpose of life?
Yeah, sure.
What is it?
What we're doing here.
Which is what?
Hopefully trying to make peace.
Is that enough?
We'll see.
Yeah. Because
it's better than the alternative.
What's the alternative?
Hell.
Okay.
Which we're toying with. I don't mean us. Us too. That's for sure. But things are shaky at the moment on many fronts, and we have this opportunity in front of us, all of us, to have a very abundant world, right, where everyone has enough. And maybe more than enough. And we're shaky about that. We're not sure that that's acceptable, and we're not sure everybody should have it. We're not sure everybody deserves it, and even ourselves. And we're retreating into our corners in some real sense, and we're not addressing the elephants under the carpet. And you can't do that. Like, the things we're discussing contentiously now, they make for rough conversations, but they make for a lot rougher streets if you don't talk them out. And you have to do that in a spirit of ignorance. Like I was hoping to come here today and listen, I talk a lot. There's my flaw, but I don't know how to feel the right way forward. I think part of it is, first of all, to find commonalities. We believe in the fundamental necessity of a uniting book, a across the Jewish, Christian, and Muslim faiths. That's not nothing. Like, that's a strange thing to insist upon, and yet we all seem to agree. We believe in a higher and purposeful unity, the necessity of that, and then also in the necessity of putting that above all else. And we also agree that we're not very good at that. But that's the hardest one to get, is that even if you do claim in some sense to worship the highest in this monotheistic sense, that doesn't mean you're very good at it. And that's a hard pill to swallow, especially when you're trying to also be a courageous knight of your faith, let's say. It's hard to be properly humble in the face of the divine, but that might be in some sense the proper command. I mean, the fact that Islam means submission is a reflection of that in some sense, right? Just remember who's God here and who isn't. And that's a very hard thing to keep in mind. So when I listen to you, you disagreeable character, I'm trying to separate out the wheat from the chaff, you know? Because there's no doubt I have many things to learn, as I learned to some degree.
Honestly, I appreciate this part of, like, you know, I learned from your humility, honestly, the way that you come across. And once again, I do appreciate both of you coming here, you know, and I appreciate his agreeability as well. Like, what you've said there is good. I deserve the accountability, just like he does. I don't want to be a person who, you know, can't dish it out, who dishes it out but can't get it himself. I deserve it. What I wanted to say is this to both of you. I want to do a thought experiment, yeah? And so imagine you're going to sleep. I don't know where you guys are staying now, what hotel you're staying. You're watching my videos, you know, with me with the masks and stuff like that before you go to sleep, subscribe on the channel, whatever you do, yeah? And now you're, after you've, you know, put the dislike and done your negative comments, which I deleted already and put it in the trash, which is what you do as well with tweets, and, you know, we can talk about that later. But after that's all happened and you've gone to sleep, you both go to sleep now, right? You wake up and you find yourselves on a ship. On a ship, yeah? And people are eating food, people are drinking, people are this and that. So what's happening? Now, what would be the first questions that you would ask people around you? Would you ask things like, how did I get here? Where are we going? Are these...
Those seem like the first two good... Those are good questions to ask in general. Where are we? Go. How did we get here?
And this is
where are we going?
Beautiful. That's what I wanted to actually get to, because this is what Heidegger, you know, Martin Heidegger, he's a controversial figure in his own right. Okay, but he described this as the thrownness of life.
Yeah.
Because we're chucked into life. We're thrown into life, right? So the fact now that we're in this world, these questions that we would be asking if we were on a ship and we're just chucked on a ship are the same very questions, like you said, you know, that we would be asking if we're in this world. Where did we come from? Where are we going? I think if we can't get these two questions right, nihilism will persist. You're a nihilistic expert. You've spoken a lot about nihilism. I think if we can't get those two...
He's a counter-nihilistic expert.
I'm not a nihilist. If you want, ask what I think my purpose, the purpose is to be united with God. That would be my
beautiful.
answer.
Yeah, beautiful. Okay, so from the Islamic perspective, it's this, right? First of all, ask these three questions. Where did I come from? Where am I going? And what am I doing here? What is the purpose of life? What is it? And the answer is, we came from a creator, okay? So you can approach this in whatever argument you like. I'm doing a PhD in contingency argument. You can do anything you want. You can do it, for example, through the fact that the universe is regular and stable and uniform and possesses life. What's the best explanation for that? Is it knowledge or not knowledge? So we would say it's knowledge, right? Or as we say, it's a creative capacity of some sort. We came from this creative capacity. We came from this knowledge force, right? So that's the first thing we say. We came from this force, this higher power. Where are we going? We're going back to the higher power, right? And we're going back to the higher power with our deeds, which we have to be responsible for, which is exactly, it's a hallmark of what you stand for. And that's, I believe genuinely, that's why you're asking why are so many people listening to you. Because we reject original sin, with all due respect. Original sin says that one man, gave us a sin, the other man took it away. Basically, I mean, we're fallen creatures, and then Jesus, you got to believe in sola fide. You believe in whatever you know about Christian.
I'm Orthodox, so I don't believe that.
Oh, fair enough. Okay, fine.
I don't believe in original sin the way you described it.
Oh, fine,
but that's fine.
But fine, no worries. Eastern Orthodox, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. But the issue is that this...
I didn't say I believed in it either. I just said that the concept of original sin is an expression of this problem that we're describing, which is that we're all burdened with something approximating, well, the thrownness and this ambivalent relationship we have with the atrocity of history. And that's worse, because if you study the atrocity of history with any degree of seriousness, you have to take account of the fact that people like you did it. And you might think, well, I wouldn't do it. It's like, yeah.
No, I get you.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
For sure. I mean, like, you know, you were talking about the kind of, you were talking about the suffering. And obviously one of the major sufferings is the Holocaust. I was reading the book, The Meaning for Life, Viktor Frankl, I'm sure you're aware of it, where he then produced logotherapy and all these kind of things. And it goes back to what Nietzsche said. You know, if you have a why, almost any how is possible. You know?
Bearable.
Yeah, if you have a why, almost any how is possible. So it goes back to, everything goes back to purpose. Logotherapy. Yeah, just, if you have a purpose, then everything is possible. That's why I think that you can do the best as a human species, yeah, in the human condition, if your purpose is transcendental. It's higher than the physical, the material. And for us, the purpose is mentioned in chapter 51, verse 19 of the Quran, which is, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. We have not created human beings and jinn except for that they may worship me. What is worship? It's the epitome, the higher point of submission. It's the epitome of love as well.
Jonathan has an interesting take on that too, that has to do with celebration, which I think is psychologically appropriate. Do you want to, I don't want to put you on the spot, but it's something I've been struggling to understand more. I've attended some Orthodox ceremonies with Jonathan and also on my own, and he's very perspicacious when it comes to describing the role of both worship and ritual, and so there's an element. Anyways, I'll let you continue with that.
No, I agree. I agree that worship is also the manner in which we bind together, right? And so without something we celebrate together, then we don't. And so we have different levels of what we celebrate. You know, we can celebrate in our families, the things that bind us, but ultimately that has to reach all the way up into something which is beyond.
I think that's actually very powerful, you know. And in fact, the very first lines of the Quran is Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, which is all praise and thanks belong to God, Lord of the worlds, all praise and all thanks. And this is a kind of celebration. This is a kind of praise. You know, we agree that praising God at the highest level, celebrating God. I mean, the word hallelujah.
Well, I would say in some sense, if we're doing that, well, there was some comments at the beginning about the importance of music. And you opened this event with music, and I've been beginning to open my events with music. And part of the reason that that's very much worthwhile and has to do with this drum beat that underlies everything is that music is a manifestation of something like the joyful spirit of harmonious play. And it's not semantic, right? It grips you and it sets the tone.
I've heard you say something before about this. You said that music was impervious to refutation.
It's impervious to rational. The meaning of music is impervious to rational criticism.
Yeah, and I think that was a very powerful way of putting it.
It's something, man. It's something to know. You know, and so with the musical manner in which the Quran is presented, a major part of that is the music, and the music speaks. We know the music speaks of layers of patterned harmony, and you talked about the individualism of the West, and I think that there's a flaw in that particularized conception that needs to be addressed by something that's more approximating a communitarian ethos. And I think you can understand that relationship to music because, look, to some degree, the three of us can sit on stage and everyone in the audience, we can be comfortable at the moment psychologically. So we're not too anxious and we're kind of engaged because there's a certain degree of playful harmony that we've established.
Especially with him now.
So there's some
my dark secrets about,
there's some
violence.
Fractiousness, right? But we're able to integrate that, and so that means we can remain calm. And so one of the things that indicates is that part of our ability to remain calm and focused is dependent on social integration. So you have to ask yourself, well, could you be sane if your marriage was insane? Could you be sane if your relationship with your children was too fractious? Could you be sane if you had no friends, if you didn't integrate yourself into the community and maybe the state and then maybe a higher vision? And as far as I can tell, the answer to that is no, you can't be sane by yourself. It's not merely a matter of psychological integration. It's not merely a matter of the isolated individual. And of course, we understand that in the West, although perhaps not as well as we should formally, because we'll punish criminals, for example, by putting them in solitary confinement. And that's another indication of the impossibility of, maybe if you were an expert meditator and a religious man, you could tolerate the solitude, but you probably wouldn't be a criminal then. So My point is that I view this process of integration as a multi-layered process that involves the integration of the community all the way up to the highest place. And
I
that
think
highest place has to be a unity, as Jonathan pointed out, or we're divided. And so we might want to seek amongst us as much as we can for a common unity, at least start with that. And that's what we're trying to do in this conversation.
Yes, but unity is different to uniformity. So
Yes.
I say the difference being is that, you know, in the Islamic discussion or discourse, it's like there is a verse in the Quran, in fact, it says, Lakum dinukum waliya din. You have your religion, we have ours. We can demarcate and still tolerate. That's the point. And I think
Appreciate even.
Yeah, even appreciate.
That would be
Absolutely.
good.
We can even love each other. It's
Well,
no issue
I
at
don't
all.
know if we can manage that.
No, I think we can. I mean, that's the thing. Going back to the message to Muslims, I think this is where. Can I ask you a question? Have you ever been to a Muslim country?
Yes.
Which ones have you been to?
I've been to Morocco, and I've been to Turkey, and now have I been to any other Muslim countries? Not yet.
Okay.
There's many on the itinerary.
Go to a Muslim country with a Christian population. I'm originally from Egypt. Yeah, we've had Coptic Christians there for years.
Yes.
Yeah, we've had them for 1,400 years. I mean, they were there before the Muslims came, right? And the point is that if you go to Ghana, go to Nigeria, this bleak image of Muslims and Christians kind of fighting each other, I don't think that's what's really going on. I'm not saying that there's no grievance there when the Christian community is in Muslim majority lands. That would be a lie and that would be false, and that can easily be refuted. What I am saying is that it's not as bad as you think. If you go to these countries, you will not find, I do not think you will find what's going on. For example, you're talking about Hindutva in India with the Muslim minorities in a Hindu, supposedly, majority, which is a peaceful religion. What's going on there? What's going on in China with the Muslim minority there? Or, for example, may I add, sorry to say, but what's happening in Palestine as well? So,
I don't want to paint any large-scale endeavor with the brush that's, let's say, dipped in the blood of its worst excesses. I don't think that's helpful, because then we're all irredeemable in some real sense. I think it's much wiser for us to see what we can jointly celebrate and
how long before the
see
server
if we
comes
can
up?
manage that in something like a spirit of ignorance and hope. Because one of the things I learned a long time ago, it was very helpful for me as a clinician, was that if everything wasn't perfect around me all the time, it was probably, at least in part, because I was much less than I could conceivably be. And one of the things I learned from Carl Jung, who's a great thinker, was that what you need most will be found where you least want to look. And yes, well, and it's almost by definition, right? Because you can imagine that you're most likely to be most ignorant about what you're most afraid of and most contemptuous of. And so by definition, that's the last place you want to look. And if you're an advocate of a given religious faith, one of the last places you might want to look is in the wisdom of an alternative faith.
I agree.
And so, but that's,
well, Carl,
who are you to be such a committed advocate of a faith that's so complex that there's no way that someone like you can understand it? And I mean that of your own faith. And so it's not so obvious that the stranger you think is the devil doesn't have something to say.
I get you, but I once heard you quote Carl Jung, because obviously you mentioned him in your books, and I learned a lot from you about Carl Jung. Yeah, that he stated that the West are technological giants but moral dwarfs.
In comparison, yes.
Yeah. So,
and that's the problem all over the world increasingly, right?
Yeah,
we're technological giants, but
agree.
moral midgets.
To some extent. But what I was going to say here is that, going back to Carl Jung here, because, for example, and going back to the issue of purpose, if we're speaking about purpose, I watched your discussion with Sam Harris, and you were speaking about your
The last one?
No, there was one that you done. I don't know. It wasn't that famous. You weren't speaking to him like this. But there was one point of it which really was like, it gave me an insight into your. I don't want to be a psychologist here, right? But it gave me maybe I dare say it gave me an insight into your psychological state, because Sam Harris, he said to you, your conception of pragmatism. That truth is malleable or whatever. There's not one capital T truth like correspondence.
Well, I said more that I don't believe that the most fundamental truth is objective in the scientific sense, and I don't think it can be.
So
not that objective truth isn't useful.
So in that sense, your perspective, and you will know this as well, is more epistemologically pragmatist rather than correspondence theory, right? So correspondence theory says like one truth out there.
I think correspondence theories have to be nested under pragmatic theories in some real
So
sense.
you're saying the same thing as the American pragmatist said, Charles
Yes,
Peirce and William
that's
James.
right.
Okay,
Yes,
fine.
very
So
much.
what I was going to say with that, he said, if you believe in this,
Yeah.
it will be at your peril. And you know what you said? You responded, you retorted, you said, it has been at my peril. You said it has. Now, let's focus on this because this is actually deep. You said it has been at my peril. Why would
Everything's at your peril, man.
no, but think about this for a second, because I heard your voice and now these words stuck in my mind, yeah? You said it has been at my peril. Now, let me submit something to you today. Could it be that it's at your peril because if you don't believe in truth with a capital T in the correspondence theory sense, that there is a God, and that's a true statement, just like 2 + 2 = 4 is a true statement. Just like the geocentric model, the heliocentric model is a true statement. In that sense, there is a God out there. And he created the world. He created you. He's sustaining the universe. He is maintaining the universe. There is a true statement, and that is in a correspondence theory sense. If you don't have that level of certainty, then you will end up being in existential angst and you will end up being depressed. Because that's what the Quran says. The Quran states, وَمَنْ أَعْرَضَ عَنْ ذِكْرِي فَإِنَّ لَهُ مَعِيشَةً ضَنْكًا. Whoever swerves away from my remembrance will have a depressed life. So for us,
I think that I think almost by definition, when you veer from a path oriented towards the highest unity, that you fall apart. It's by definition. Now, I don't know what that means specifically with regards to a correspondence theory, because the correspondence theorists tend to be more oriented towards a materialist viewpoint, and that doesn't seem to me to work out very well when discussing something like God. Do I think that we strive towards a higher unity, that unity is real and that it's necessary?
No, but there's no contradiction in having correspondence theory in dualism or idealism. It doesn't have to be materialism, because that would indicate the truthhood of empiricism.
Well, I would say then my answer to that is that I try to act as if that's true. And I think I say I act as if it's true because I'm not in a position to make any final judgments in some real sense, but I am in a position to stake my life on certain faith-based propositions. That's what you can do. That doesn't mean you're right, but that's what you have at your disposal. And so I am trying to do that, to feel the proper way forward in this spirit of, let's say, playful unity, and to put that above all else, which is partly why I also said that I did it at my peril.
The thing is, what I would say is that if you take the proposition that truth is utility, and what is useful is that which is true, that's basically the American pragmatist stance. If you take that,
well, it's not exactly, not exactly. Well, see, I think
that's what Charles Peirce said almost by word.
I know.
Yeah.
The pragmatists are more like engineers, which is, well, you can't build a perfect bridge because what do you know? You can't build anything perfect, but you can build a bridge that's a bridge insofar as it will stand up and allow you to walk across it for 400 years. And so, and then the notion there is, well, it's not perfect. It doesn't correspond precisely to the ultimate nature of reality, let's say, but it's good enough to move you from point A to point B. And so... Yes,
but going back to Viktor Frankl and the idea of meaning, what I'm saying is, I know you're a psychoanalyst, from the Quranic paradigm, this will not be enough. Meaning, based on your current paradigm, according to the Islamic diagnosis, you will be depressed. Why? Because your purpose is not strong enough. Do you see the point?
Yes, well, that's probably true.
So, I know that sounds a bit intrusive, so I do apologize for that. But I want to.
I don't think it is intrusive, because I think if you deviate from that orientation towards unity, then I know this from a psychological perspective. If you deviate from orientation toward the highest unity, which you might think about as the highest goal, two things happen. One is you experience less positive emotion, so joy and enthusiasm and engagement, because positive emotion is experienced in relation to a goal, not as a consequence of achieving it. So if you're pursuing the highest goal, then you're celebrating most intently. And then if the goal you're pursuing isn't unified, then it's multiplicitous, and then you're confused and anxious and unstable and depressed. So I would say that's true by definition.
What I was reading recently, I've read all your books, And I even read some of your peer-reviewed work, because when I was going to speak to you, then I said, you know what, I'm going to do my homework. Yeah. So I read everything. One of the things that you said one time in The Maps of Meaning, you started off the book by saying, when you were a young lad, I don't know how young you were, you said that you found the doctrines of Christianity incomprehensible and absurd, yeah? And you also said that you found you had some kind of issue with Christianity because of the Genesis narrative and how incongruent it was with scientific narratives. You went to a pastor, you said, or a church cleric or something, and then you left the church. Now, I've got a question. Do you still have the same position, or have you changed your position?
Well, I've changed my position a lot. I was only 13 then, you know, and I was caught up in the battle, you know, insofar it was manifested in me when I was 13. I was caught in the battle between Enlightenment rationality and traditional narrative belief. I had no idea how to reconcile those two things.
Do you feel like you can do that now?
I'm doing my best to reconcile.
So let me be more
and I think, well, I certainly can do it a lot more than I did when I was 13.
Let me give you an example, right? This point, when you were 13, I think you were thinking straight. I'll be sorry to be very straight.
It's hard to believe that someone is disagreeable with you as you would manage that.
Because someone with an IQ of 180 or whatever you have, someone of your intelligence. When you were 13, you probably had an IQ of, I don't know, 120 or something, yeah? So you were operating like my friend over here, Ali Dawa, so it's on his level, at the age of 13. But what I was going to say was that, you know, the reason why I think he was, because look at the Trinity, for example. Look at the schisms. Now, this goes to your specialism. The idea of three all-powerful entities, that Jesus is all-powerful, that the Father is all-powerful, the Son is all-powerful, and the Holy Spirit is all-powerful, but there's not three all-powerfuls, there's one all-powerful. You have one ultimately willing being, or person, which is Jesus, and then another person, which is ultimately willing, which is the Son.
Let me restart my game.
It says, مَا اتَّخَذَ اللَّهُ مِنْ وَلَدٍ وَمَا كَانَ مَعَهُ مِنْ إِلَهٍ إِذًا لَذَهَبَ كُلُّ إِلَهٍ بِمَا خَلَقَ وَلَعَلَ بَعْضُهُمْ عَلَى بَعْضٍ. In chapter 23, verse number 91, it says that Allah has not taken any son, and he did not have any creator with him.
I am low.
Had that been the case, they would have stripped one another for what they would have competed and tried to outstrip one another for power. Meaning this idea of three all-powerful persons is unintelligible, to say the least. The idea that Jesus Christ exhibits two natures. I know that there are schisms and there's difference of opinion among Christians, but the fact that you have this human nature where Jesus is walking and he sees the tree and he can't eat from the tree, he doesn't know that the tree is in season or not, or that he doesn't know when the hour is, or whatever it may be. The Quran says it very clearly. كَانَا يَأْكُلَانِ الطَّعَامِ. Him and his mum used to eat food. This proposition that they're limited and unlimited at the same time is it's a contradiction. It's an affront to logic. This will cause you cognitive dissonance. Because if you want to be a rational actor, and you want to be...
that's the thing.
Yeah.
I don't want to be a rational actor.
But you do when you do your scientific experiments.
That's true.
So why'd you separate the two things?
Because rationality should be subordinated to something above it. And I'm trying to subordinate myself to that. And so my reaction to what you're saying is that this isn't an insult.
Yeah,
I'm telling you what my reaction is.
Please say
it's not even a criticism.
Of course.
I find that discussion, as soon as it started, I found that less interesting than what we were doing before. It was harder for me to focus on. And I think the reason for that is that it transforms to some, and I'm not saying this isn't necessary at sometimes, but it transforms the transcendent into something like an intellectual and propositional discussion. And so in some sense, we're debating perhaps not the fine points of theology, because they're more like the blunt points of theology.
I understand.
But there's something about that that isn't what I want to do with you.
Yes.
You know, and it isn't that it's not necessary. So let me flip it around to some degree. So one of the things I'm very curious about is, obviously, the figure of Christ is contentious.
Yes.
And so the Jews don't know what to make of Christ in some fundamental sense, because he seems like a continuation of the prophetic tradition in some real sense. Plus he was Jewish, so that makes things complicated. And then, of course, the Christians put the figure of Christ as central in some real sense, but that begs the question of the relationship between Christ and God. And then in the Muslim community, Christ is also a central figure. And so I'm curious about that, and we could say we have doctrinal differences about what constitutes that centrality. It's like, fair enough, and I would also not say that I understand what that centrality means. Like, so one of the ways I would understand that, let's say, is that in the Western tradition, and I don't know to what degree this is true in the Muslim tradition, one of the attributes of what Christ is psychologically is the logos. And so if we're engaged in dialogue, which is dual logos, then we're embodying the spirit of something like mutual enlightenment. And that's then the presence of that spirit in the genuine confines of temporal reality, right? It's something like the infinite descending to the finite to illuminate us. And to the degree that we can have a dialogue in good faith, which is also a religious notion, then we can engage in that process of dialogos, and that transforms and redeems us. And then when I say, well, do I believe that? I say, well, it isn't just that I believe it as a proposition, it's that I can tell when it's happening. And so can you, I think. It's like, you're going to see that this conversation will ebb and flow, you know, and some of the time it's going to grip you. You think, we're at the heart of the matter, and sometimes your attention's going to wander. And your attention's going to wander when we're off the path. And so I would say that to the degree that you and I are communicating, this is a religious way of thinking about it, is that we're doing our best to embody the spirit of the logos. And if that's working, then we're making progress. And I know that in the Western tradition, that's part of what has been conceptualized as the fundamental attribute of the figure of Christ. And I know that Christ is central in the Muslim tradition. And so one of the things I would want to know is not how we differ doctrinally, because I don't even think I'm qualified to debate you on that case.
We've got the guy here.
Well, Jonathan might have some things to say, but what I would like to know instead is, why do you believe that the figure of Christ is central in some sense, or maybe I've got that wrong, although I don't think so. Why do you think the figure of Christ is central both to the Muslim faith and the Christian faith? And what do you think that says about what we share in common? Because I really don't understand that. It's a mystery to me.
Okay, so Jesus Christ, if secular historians will look at him and differ on his existence or not. The majority, to be fair, do believe he existed, right? Even secular historians, atheists and agnostics and whatever it may be, right?
It's the simplest explanation.
Yeah, it's a simple, of course, yeah. So I believe that, first of all, Jesus Christ existed, which in the modern age is worth noting, right? Muslims Muslims are the only other major world religion who believe in Jesus Christ as the Messiah, as the prophet.
Right,
he had the virgin
and
birth.
this is a strange thing, so we should definitely be trying to sort that out.
All right, so this is the first point of commonality. We believe in Jesus Christ. We believe in his miracles, that he cured the blind with God's permission, that he raised the dead with God's permission. We believe that he even, he created something which in the Gospel of Thomas not mentioned in the Bible, like, but for example, the clay bird and so on, that he blew into it and it became an actual bird, that he cured the leper with God's permission. We believe that he was one of the mightiest human beings that have ever lived on the earth. And we believe that his mother was the best woman who ever lived on the earth. The Quran actually explicitly says that.
Well, that seems like a good starting point.
Right, and so that is the first thing we believe. When we look at the Quranic verses relating to Jesus Christ, we don't look at those metaphorically. No Orthodox Muslim, normatively, looks at those in an eschatological way. It's not eschatology for us, it's history. So we believe that this is actually historical. That's the first thing. And the reason why I mention that to you is because I listen to all of your biblical series. I think a lot of Muslims have, and you know that right here. A lot of people like it. And because obviously...
Yeah, strangely enough.
And it's not very strange if you know the Quran, because the Quran actually tells us to go to the people of the book and to listen to them and to, and you'll find in exegesis, like for example, Tafsir ibn Kathir, like one of the staple exegesis of the Quran, they use biblical verses all the time. Let's go to the people of the book. Let's see what information they have. At-Tabari mentions what you call Israeliyat, which is basically passages from the Bible, passages from the Torah, and so on like that, from the biblical tradition and from the Torah. So it's not abnormal for Muslim people to be interested in Christian explanations. That's been going on for 1,300 years. Yeah, that's the first thing. The second thing is that because symbolism is important, and you've mentioned, for example, Egyptian symbolism. You mentioned, for example, Orisis and, I don't know, Isis and all this. Not that Isis. I know he already thinks I'm a hooligan. This man is, but, the Egyptian god Isis. I have to make that very clear. And so on, yeah? So my question would be therefore, like, before we talk about symbolism, because a symbol can be you can have a symbol and an expression of something which exists at the same time. For example, you can have something which is not metaphoric, because you can't have a metaphor and non-metaphoric. But you can have a symbol and something which doesn't exist. For example, I say that you are a symbol for Western, I don't know, whatever it is, intellectualism, yeah? Possibly. I mean, debate, is Jordan Peterson a symbol for Western intellectualism? Debate here. And he exists. Now, here's the point. Like, you know that there are central doctrines to Christianity, like the crucifixion, the ascension, the resurrection, and all the above, right? These are doctrines. How do we look at these doctrines? Because the reason why I'm asking you, I think you are qualified, or at least you have some, because you did mention in your lectures that you were taking the approach of the Alexandrian school, which is like Origin of Alexander and his Jewish teacher Philo and these kinds of people, who take what you call the spiritualizing text. They spiritualize the text. They were known, the Alexandrian school was known for spiritualizing the text. And they were aberrational in that sense. And that's why one of the reasons why they were seen as heretics by all, I think all the churches, the Eastern.
I think just Origen, but yeah. the Origen said some things which are heretical, but he has massive influence on church fathers that are respected. But to your point, let's say the notion that facts have meaning, that is something that as Christians we should believe. Yes. Right. God created the world with a meaningful structure, so the world lays itself out in a way that when we see it, we can see the meaning.
Exactly, and this is something which all types of Christians will agree with. Catholics will agree with it, Eastern Orthodox and Protestants. All of them will say you must believe in these doctrines as happening. You cannot believe in them as symbol. You cannot believe. So the reason why this actually is...
So when I hear something like that, then the question that arises for me is, what do you mean happening? And so let me just unpack that a little bit. So I did a lecture last night at the Apollo on the story of Cain and Abel. Yes. And one of the things that I proposed was that not only did that story happen, but it's always happening. Yes. It always happened. It's happening right now, and it's always going to happen into the future. And so I would say to some degree, the mere reduction of these profound stories to a historical reality is an underestimate of their truth, because they're a strange kind of truth, because they're the truth that always happened and is happening now and always will happen. So the Cain and Abel story, for example, you have a story of the eternal battle between something like the spirit of joyful and appropriate sacrifice, which is characterized as Abel, and the spirit of resentful resentment against the structure of existence as a consequence of thrownness and the shaking of the fist at God. And that's always happening, because for all of us, we look at our lives and we think, well, should we be happy to be alive? Should we be grateful to be alive? And the answer to that is often, but not always. And if you put someone in the position of Job and he's being tortured to death by fate and tragedy and catastrophe and malevolence, he might well come to a point where he's motivated to take the resentful path and shake his fist at God. And we have those spirits inside of us warring constantly. And so then when I look at a story like Cain and Abel, I think, well,
I'm opening something different.
Did that happen? Begs the question, what do you mean by happen? Because when you are dealing with fundamental realities and you pose a question, you have to understand that the reality of the concepts of your question, when you're digging that deep, are just as questionable as what you're questioning. So people say to me, do you believe in God? And I think, okay, there's a couple of mysteries in that question. What do you mean do? What do you mean you? What do you mean believe? And what do you mean God? And you say, as the questioner, well, we already know what all those things mean, except belief in God. And I think, no, if we're going to get down to the fundamental brass tacks, we don't really know what any of those things mean. And so for me, belief, for example, is often reflected not so much in proposition as it is in action. If I want to know what you believe, I could ask you, and hopefully you have some idea about what you believe, but I'd rather see what you do.
Well, can I push back a little bit with this? Because, like, for example, when I was reading your book, your newest book, actually, this time, 12 More Rules. They're very good books, by the way. I mean, I recommend them,
sir.
Honestly. And,
buy them if you haven't already bought them.
I would specifically recommend the 12 Rules for Life. Because 12 More Rules, I have some criticisms of it, but it's good. It's a good book. But one thing you did say about it,
It's really hard to believe that you're disagreeable.
Really, yeah? So one thing you mentioned in the book, you were talking about some psychological theory, which I don't forget. I forget what it is right now. But you mentioned something. You said this, the problem with this such and such theory is that it doesn't have any evidence. Full stop. Categorical. All this, what you're doing now, you didn't mention that. You didn't say, well, it depends on what you mean by this. It depends on what you... Sorry to say, yeah. But it depends on what you mean by this. It depends on what you mean. You become postmodern all of a sudden. It's like you've become now.
Yeah, well, that's a definite. Oh yeah, that's a definite.
Yeah.
Look, I think that's partly why the postmodern critique, in some sense, was inevitable, is because we started to dig down into something like, say, the meaning of stories, because that's really where the postmodernists got their impetus. Because the postmodern literary theorists, sorry to drag this up, but it's relevant, they hit a mystery, which was, well, if you read a given text, story, or even a paragraph, and you get 100 people to offer their opinion on it, in some way you get 100 different opinions. And you can tell that if you assign students to write an essay, let's say. And so then a problem emerges is if there's 100 different opinions, and some of them even appear to oppose one another, how do you know what the true significance is of the text? And then worse, how do you even know that there is a true significance? And then you think, okay, well, that's a major problem. And then here's a worse problem. Imagine you have an assemblage of texts, like the biblical corpus, let's say, which is really a library, and it's in some sense canonical, right? Well, if you can't decide on the fixed meaning of even a given paragraph, how in the world can you make the statement that this selection of texts, which are much more complicated than just paragraphs, is somehow canonical? Now, the answer to that is, this is the answer. We don't know. Now, the problem with the postmodernists wasn't that they figured out that this was a mystery, because not only is this the mystery of textual interpretation, which is a major mystery, how do we understand a text, but it's also the mystery of perception, because at the same time, people who are investigating perception, Jonathan has been talking about this with John Vervaeke, a cognitive scientist, at the same time, scientists on the perceptual front in AI labs and neuroscientists were discovering that it's so complicated to look at the world, which is to interpret the world, let's say, that it isn't obvious that it's even possible, which is partly why we don't have autonomous robots. They can't see the world. Now, it's easy for us because we just look at it, but that's not so easy. And so, well, so what's the point of all this? Yeah. Well, the point of all this is that if you delve into questions deeply enough, you do run into the problem of perception and the multitude and multiplicity of perception. And that's a real problem. And so when I do something like I interrogate a question, well, the postmodern problem does emerge. Now, I've been trying to work out solutions to that, and Jonathan and I and John Vervaeke have been discussing this a lot. The postmodernists were correct, I think, in their diagnosis of the problem. They leapt right to the idea that the way we solve the problem of perception is by exercising power. They just took a Marxist story and said, well, there's the solution.
When you say they here, who are you talking about in particular?
Mostly the French intellectual types like Derrida and Foucault. And,
I would disagree with this, by the way. I don't think Derrida or Foucault took a Marxist position at all.
Well, Jonathan, you want to have at that for a bit?
But that's not my fight. It's a worthless victory for me.
Are you sure you want to talk about that?
No. I don't think, I don't care.
Okay, well, we can either delve into that or not.
Yeah.
Let me just say something on Jordan about
yeah.
what you were saying. That is, I think that when there's this question of do you believe in God, I think one of the problems that Jordan, the difficulty that Jordan faced was faced with a modern Protestantism, which was very propositional. And it was like just, I believe, and it's just a bunch of things that you believe in terms of thinking. And I do think that what Jordan is trying to grasp at and trying to understand is actually probably closer to something that most traditional Muslims would believe, which is that if you say that you submit to God, but you don't submit to God then that word is empty.
That I agree with.
Yes.
And the question is, why is it empty, right? If you said the words, why is it still empty?
And so I think that what he's grasping at is to find a more encompassing. It's like, stop asking me if I believe in God. Watch me.
Yeah. Okay. No, but I get what you're saying. But what I'm saying is this: is that the attitude that you have towards scientific investigation is that which is more congruent with a correspondence theory type understanding.
Yes.
Right. So you simply ask the question that, by the way, the Quran asks, and one of the central questions the Quran asks us to ask Christians and Jews is "Qul hatu burhanakum in kuntum sadiqin." Bring your evidence if you're truthful.
Got it together.
This is the central question.
Sorry, I had to
Muslims are
update
asked
my
to
stream.
ask. The same question that you, as a scientist,
That's
ask,
on the right
we have
side
to
of
ask
history.
as well, right? And I'm using the word ask a lot here. What I'm saying is, this is where the cognitive dissonance
game
may
is
come in.
acting
I'm not
It
saying
does come in.
So
that is part of what's torn the West apart on, say, on the basis
No
of the
clue why
Enlightenment versus the religious tradition. To the degree that that's a
I want
Just
to.
to add
Dude,
to
I
his
want
point
that
is,
free.
for example, going back to Origin of Alexandria.
Bout that free
Origin of Alexandria,
bonus
because he has
1,000.
this hermeneutical dilemma. He has a hermeneutical dilemma, right? He doesn't know what to do with what verse. Is he going to spiritualize it, metaphorize it, or is he not going to do that? He was asked by an apologist called Celsus. He said, "What do you say of the crucifixion?" And he responds to the to an effect to say that not everything was true what happened in the crucifixion. Point is that when you open the can of worms of hermeneutical spiritualization or exegetical or metaphorization, yeah.
Okay,
when
there
you
we
open
go.
that can of worms, what is left of Christianity?
Yeah, okay.
Is basically
Figured it out.
Now,
Hold on.
then I will
I might
say,
as
what
well
makes
let
this
everybody
myth
else
better than
see
any other myth? Why are we investigating the myth of Christianity
Lord,
and not,
that
for
is not
example,
what
the
I'm
myth
doing.
of Hercules and Zeus? Why is the figure of Father and Son and Holy Spirit more important to me than the Mithraic, Trinity?
Yeah, well, that's a postmodern question. And you could take that even farther and say, well,
There it is.
why this story rather than that story at
Getting
any
this.
level of story? And that
Because
is
there's
a
supposed to be a
central
new
question.
How would you answer?
Expansion
Because why did you, if, for example, you've done a biblical lecture, right?
Yeah.
So why have you done a biblical lecture, not a lecture on Zeus and this and all these other...
Well, I have done lectures on other religious structures, particularly on ancient Egyptian cosmology and on Mesopotamian cosmology. And I'm going to do a lecture on the Tao Te Ching.
Sorry, do you consider the biblical narrative as having any level of superiority over the other mythologies?
Well, okay. So let me try to address this psychological.
Even he's interested in that.
Well, yeah, because I am a Christian.
So,
You know what,
so
skip
I've been
it.
trying
Check
to
out.
understand. So I'll tell you one thing that clinical psychologists have
Y'all don't
learned
need to see that.
over the last 100 years, despite their doctrinal differences. So there's many schools of clinical psychology, ranging from behaviorism, which is very practical and strategic, and has to do with micro changes in action, to psychoanalytic theory, say on the Jungian side, which is more interested in dreams and large-scale transformations of the imagination. Spans a huge range of philosophies and practical approaches. But there is one commonality, and it's emerged, I would say, empirically. The behaviorists discovered that if someone was afraid of something and avoiding it, and the combination of those two things are important, because there's lots of things you should be afraid of that you should avoid, like playing in traffic, because you'll just die if you go run out in the street. But imagine that you're moving towards a necessary goal, and you're pretty committed to it, and something comes up that you're afraid of, and it stops you, and now you start to avoid. Okay, and then maybe that gives you an anxiety disorder.
I think I just figured out what was causing my issue.
Then the question is, what are you avoiding and why, and what should you do about it? And what the behaviorists started to do was to expose people to small doses of what they were afraid of and get them to relax.
Other payment
And the
methods.
idea was, well, if you could learn to relax in the face of what you were afraid of, then the fear would go away. And maybe you had learned in some way to associate that with anxiety earlier. Now, it turned out that
time to get a
worked.
card. Y'all don't
But
need
it
to see
also
that.
turned out that it worked even if you didn't relax. And so there wasn't a learning to be calm. And then the psychoanalyst said, now that's not going to work.
I need to get a
behaviorist,
card. I
because
can't
you'll
show y'all
expose
that.
someone to this little
All right,
fear.
let me
And because the
sit
true
up
fear
properly
is
and
much
stop
deeper,
being extra relaxed,
the fear will
'cause I'm
just
about-
reemerge
I'm
somewhere
about to start
else. They call
ranking
that symptom
something
substitution.
fierce,
And
like,
that didn't happen either, because what
So,
happened,
hold on.
weirdly enough, was that if you got someone to confront something they were afraid of voluntarily, then they got less afraid. That was the first theory, less afraid of a whole bunch of things. So a little courage generated more, and that's a more accurate way of thinking about it. Turns out people didn't get less afraid. They got braver. And so their personality started to expand. And so what you see often, one category of people who often develop anxiety disorders are dependent women. And so those are women who've gone from sort of superordinate man to superordinate man, who've never established a sufficient individual identity. And maybe that comes back to haunt them later in life, and they develop an anxiety disorder. And maybe they're afraid to get into an elevator. So you can teach them to confront the elevator and to get in it and to take it. And then they'll go home and have a fight with their husband.
Done and done.
And it's because they're braver. And often the husband and the rest of the family will resist this woman's attempt to become more courageous because they know what's going to happen if it's successful. But what you see is you see generalization of bravery. And every psychological school knows this. Okay, so now you asked me a theological question, so I'm going to address that. So I've been trying to understand from a psychological perspective, for example, why people have been gazing on the figure of the crucifix for 2,000 years. Now, not everyone, and doctrinal differences apart, it's still many people for 2,000 years, and that begs a question. Obviously, there's something about that image that's gripping. Okay, so now you might think, why? Well, why do people go to horror movies? Because that's pretty strange. Why in the world would you go be disgusted and terrified? Because that's sort of the essence of horror. And the answer is, because there are terrifying and disgusting things about life. And maybe you should go confront them now and then voluntarily. So get a little taste, so you can build a little
show y'all a little
courage and a little faith.
Razzle
and
dazzle
so,
real quick.
At minimum, one of the things that the crucifixion story, the passion story represents is something like the sum of all possible tragedy. And so Jung pointed out that the passion narrative was an archetypal tragedy. And this is what he meant by that. Imagine that you took a bunch of stories that were tragic. And so you could identify them all as tragic stories. And a tragic story is something like something terrible happens to someone who doesn't deserve it. That's a tragedy. So then imagine you have 10 stories about maybe someone got betrayed by his best friend and someone fall prey to a tyranny, and someone died young.
Big money spending.
Someone innocent was punished by a court, and you'd think, oh, that's tragic. And then you took all those tragedies and you took the core of the tragedy and you made it into one story. And that's, in some sense, what the passion story is. It's the sum of all possible tragedies insofar as that can be construed by the revelatory imagination. And then you might say, well, why gaze upon that? Well, the reason for that, there's a story in Exodus, it's in Numbers actually, where the Israelites are lost in the desert, like we all are. And
put one of my beats
people
on
are losing faith because they're in the desert and, you know, and not voluntarily in some true sense. And so they're losing faith, they're getting all fractious, they're fighting, they're starting to worship false idols, they're falling apart. And God gets irritated at that. And so he sends a bunch of poisonous snakes in to bite them. And you think, well, why would God do that? It's like, well, have you been alive? You know perfectly well that if you're confused and lost, and then you get bitter and disunited, that all you do is make things worse and that more snakes come up to bite you. It's like, that's life.
All right.
And so the Israelites come to Moses and they say, you seem to be in quite nicely with God. Do you want to ask him to call off the snakes? Like, we're sorry, get him to call off the snakes. And so Moses has a chat with God, let's say, and God says,
get some music, right? Or I'll just make a beat real quick. Take 10 minutes, make a beat.
Very often he doesn't
get y'all input on some changes.
And he says instead to Moses that you have to make a staff. You have to cast a staff out of bronze, and on the staff you have to place a serpent. And then all the Israelites have to go and look at the serpent. And if they look at the serpent, then they'll no longer be poisoned by the snakes. And
there we go.
Then
y'all
there's
ready?
A section in the Gospels where Christ says something approximately.
Hey, Bruce to the swag. While you talking bag, like go ahead, bag on bag. Go ahead, retract that track, and go ahead and talk that smack, or you gonna get smacked. Go ahead and walk that talk, and talk that walk that you walking. Or I'm gonna walk you down to the corner and over your saw and start walking. Stop you on the corner while you keep on talking.
Context many thousands of years later. But can imagine this. It's like, it's a bad thing to be confronted with snakes. And there's a real reason that the symbol for medical transformation is a stake on a staff, right? And not just associated with the Judeo-Christian.
I make beats so
tradition.
cold.
It's a much older idea than that.
Got this old professor
And so
sounds
are
like
there
a spin dude.
snakes,
Look, just
and
listen
that's
to it. Look.
bad, and you should look at them. But then there's something like the sum total of all possible snakes. And that would be all the terrible things that could happen to you in life. And then you could think, well, maybe you need a
Look,
story.
all you
that
gotta do is change a couple words and it would be rhyming.
encompasses
That's crazy.
that territory of terrible things that you can then look on. And that's, at least in part, what the Passion story represents. Now, you can debate about whether or not it's a full account of the comprehensive tragedy of life.
All right.
But, like I said, I'm thinking about it psychologically. Now, there's
I'm gonna go ahead and throw that on pause mode. There's another 2-3 hours left of that discussion lecture, and I think I've fulfilled my daily need of. Sound like you just starting a brand new show, the Swag Show. Get up. Hold on. Throw some light on the subject. While I'm at it, hold on. Breathe, stretch, and shake. See, I'm pretty sure I got some stuff to get rid of. Let me clear my bags up from last time. Cool, now that's updated there. Get back to it. Is there a game y'all want me to play? I mean, nope, I don't need that garbage either. I might be able to take that headshot off of that. I don't know if I need it. Throw that on the chuck wagon too while we at it. Get to the bottom. Scroll to the bottom. I did that last one, right? Yeah, I did. Something in the head game. Wow, my shots are faster? While out of cover. No, we ain't doing that, sir. I see what that one's like. That's dirty. That's dirty. You gotta walk out of cover a lot. I'm good on all that.
Inventory.
While I'm at it.
Mute S dialogue audio disable VoIP. Group voice volume. Microphone enabled. Voice chat input device. Cycle with left or right. Choose which microphone currently connected. Microphone sense audio inventory.
Yo, come on, bro.
Inventory.
Did my
Mute dialogue volume audio micro voice chat input device. Cycle with left or right. Choose which microphone currently connected to the computer will be used for voice chat. Voice chat output device. Microphone voice chat output device. Voice meter input. VB audio voice meter veil. Cycle with left or right. Choose which currently connected audio device. Group voice volume. Voice push to talk. No. Mute photo DZ boost audio feedback on target hit. Yes. Change with left or right inventory.
Yo, there we go. What is in my milk? Picked up my something.
Need help with something? Good to see you. You need to craft something? Damn, you must be really strong if you can carry all that. Finally got a decent stockpile.
Is that pistol damage one? Not me and so that.
Later.
You maxed out one, huh? Oh, that's defense. Okay, they go to different stuff. Okay. All right, all that's gone.
I'll catch you later. Anything?
Okay. That's not even that many exotics I don't have. Okay. Not too bad, I guess.
Let me be your one-stop shop. What can I do for you?
Oh, that's it? What's the point of buying any of this mess?
That's good stuff. That was a good deal.
capabilities of the building. Whatever brought them here, we can't allow them to stay.
Hey, get!
Good to see you. Thanks for making the deal.
Civilians in danger.
Sorry about your life. Need that. Fuck this shit.
Inventory.
Yo, Momo. Oh, yeah, Fat Shuffle. Yeah.
Another agent is now in your group.
What's good?
Black Tusk has seized the Viewpoint building, probably because of its broadcasting capabilities. We need you to get them out of there.
Get out!
Welcome in. There's the party start. Yo.
There's a Black Tusk computer near your position. Find it and recover any intel it contains. Towards the production studio at the top of the building. That's likely to be the focus of the Black Tusk operation. Hold it, Agent. There's another computer. Check it for intel before you head on through the building.
That's what I'm talking about. Are we just casually walking through this thing swinging our dicks? Because if so, that's amazing. Like, I'm not even running full speed. I'm just jogging the whole time. I'm using my auto run on my mouse. Yep, this plus my drone means I hit 40% harder.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Die, fucker, until you shooting me. Come here. Where you? Don't run. Take these bullets. How you dying, motherfuckers? Oh, there's more victims.
Serious trauma detected. Ooh, more fuel for the flames. Itsy bitsy spider put his foot in your asshole. And all that good stuff. I have a lovely bunch of coconuts, dealy dealy. There they are, sitting in your mouth. Bum bum. Small ones, large ones, some as big as your head. I'm gonna loot that as junk. I'm gonna break that down when I get back.
Black Desk have been busy here. Search that computer and pocket whatever useful data you can find.
Agent down. Immediate medical assistance needed. Another agent is now in your group.
You're not gonna beat me with this fucking gun. Eat this shit, fucker. Die. Psych.
Serious trauma detected.
Woo, I got it right back in that corner. Yeah, they tend to set me on fire. There was some hot shit happening. Did not expect all that. Oh my god, they want me dead, dude. Oh shit. Thank you for the bullet ammo.
I got rid of that dumbass dog. Oh shit, I didn't even see you behind my back. Who's the next idiot to jump down?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Oh, you bitch.
Agent deceased.
Yeah, I earned that one.
Serious trauma detected. We're showing Black Tusk activity on the roof. We can't afford to leave any hostile elements in the building.
He's dead. Yeah, need my propane. I guess we're picking up the pace, huh?
Play emote. Celebration. Air dancer. Play emote.
That's one.
Vital signs critical.
Damn, my drone hits hard.
neutralize those assholes.
Oops.
Agent incapacitated.
I didn't notice that was the dude that was there. That was a bad decision on my part, sorry. I thought he was inside the door. Dude is chasing me, by the way. Coming.
Clear. No more contact.
Viewpoint is back under control. Excellent work. Blast units are setting up in the Air and Space Museum. We need to dig them out.
On to the next one. On to the next one. Let's go. On to the next one. Let's go. On to the next one. Turn up. On to the next one. Hey, how you feeling? Hey. I play patty cake, hey, all between our hammies like yay. Have a good one, Bam.
Civilians in distress.
Whoa, it's burnout. I don't know. It's not even an elite one. Okay. Just deleting some stuff out my bag.
An agent is no longer in your group.
Okay, now we've decided upon who's here. Let's join the matchmaker.
Inventory.
Black Tusk has already established a foothold here. Dislodging them isn't going to be easy.
My world always at war. It's heroic. Let's go. By the way, I'm holding that dude down that's above you, behind you.
Watch out, reinforcements.
He's down.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Serious trauma detected.
Love to have a good tank. Makes today wonderful.
System back online. Local area network detected.
Check any terminals or laptops you find. The more intel we collect on Black Tusk, the better we'll be able to counter them.
Vital signs critical.
Find us.
Agent down.
Shit. I turned around, that mo was shooting at me like, die. When did he get behind us? This dude's gotta go, bro.
Asymmetric encryption protocol detected. Installing backdoor.
I hope this encryption is to protect something juicy.
Serious trauma detected.
Yo, behind us. Never mind. Got him.
Complete. Connection remotely terminated.
Shit, they cut off the terminal.
For millennia, but we are only now beginning to uncover some of their secrets. Earth, the third rock from the sun, our home may not be the center of our universe, but so far it is the only planet that has supported life on the sea. It's irrational to think that our little planet is the only source and sustaining life. We know that Mars once had vast oceans, that many things found on Earth could only be created in the intense heat. While our solar system sustains life, it's possible that the building blocks that allow life to evolve into a single stellar complex living beings like humans exploded dying stars this way.
System curtailed. System restored. Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent out of function.
Wow. That happened. Dude's trying to kill me. Rudd wanted me dead.
It's irrational to think that our little planet is the only source capable. Oceans, that many of the elements found on Earth.
do extra, baby.
Serious trauma detected.
Evidenced by these images. At one point, more than 3.8 billion. One-third of the Martian surface would have been covered by ocean. Martian
Vital signs critical.
recent water flows as well, ranging from gullies and dry river systems to what appear to be ancient lakes. There are also minerals present on the surface of Mars. Today, water can be found on Mars, the Martian North Pole, although small quantities exist as water vapor in the thin Martian Arctic, or as brines in the Martian soil.
Serious trauma detected.
Dude legit try to run away, fam. He pretty much wanted none of the smoke.
Network signal detected.
Sounds promising.
Immediate medical assistance
Oh
needed.
shit! It's not even aiming at me. What the fuck is? Oh, there's another dude in the corner. Okay. I didn't notice him because I was too close to the other dude. Hey, he's dead now. Thank you. Appreciate it. Incoming. Unparalleled levels of stupid. he's dead. I get 40% weapon damage and 40% skill damage from my equipment when I'm using this gun. All I gotta do is hit him with my gun and yeah. Oh, where the hell? Okay, where's that damn network signal at? It's not over here. Ain't it back in the other corner? Found it.
Data corrupted.
Damn it. I guess we keep looking.
System malfunctioning. System back online.
Secure the final hall. Maybe you'll find a terminal there. Finish mopping up these assholes and let's see what we can find. But check out the server just to be sure.
Reformat cancelled. Detect data 0.7%.
I'll send the data you were able to recover to our tech guys just in case. The museum is secure. Well done. Here's hoping we get some value from the data you transmitted.
Got some more to do. We can do some more. And do that. Pulls out the boombox.
There's significant black tusk activity.
There's significant white girl activity.
There's been a lot of Black Tusk activity around that metro entrance. Clear all hostile elements from the area.
Another agent has joined your group.
Greetings and salutations. Welcome to the slow-moving parade of awesomeness. I'm currently wearing my crazy awesome sexy pants, and the ladies like to lick the caramel off. All right, let's get it.
Serious trauma detected. System curtailed.
Oh, what the fuck
Agent
shot?
incapacitated.
Oh, did they throw a
System
fucking EMP on my fucking... Oh, wow, they did, didn't they? That was slick. Oh god, this hurts a lot. Stop shooting me. What the fuck?
Signs,
Yeah, they fuck. Thank God I'm not wearing my other outfit. The one where I attract every asshole. I don't like that one.
Keep your eyes peeled.
Nice golf swing. Taka wood y'all. Taka wood y'all.
Take them together. Serious trauma detected.
Fuck!
Agent out of action.
I refreshed all my ammo. I should just run in my all skill set.
System disrupted. System restored. System curtailed. System reactivated.
There I go. I had to pick up some quick shit. That's what she said. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Tee
Keep pushing through.
They're trying to get around to the food court.
Oh fuck, I forgot it. Wow. I gotta turn that parkour shit off. Do you got some? Are you wearing some LA Gear light up shoes? I ain't seen those since I was like 8 years old.
Can't hide in daylight. Give me a sec.
Another agent is now in your group.
Yep, they died quick. Shit. Got my propane, got my propane. I'm the fireman. I'm the fireman. Okay. Maybe I should switch it up. I am switching my layout because shit. Shit. Oh my God. This mother. I guess I'm running this. Shit.
Immediate medical assistance
They did
needed.
not. I did not like that. Shit.
Agent down.
Behind you doesn't stop the bullets, apparently. Not when they want you this level of dead. Oh shit! No! Here y'all go.
Immediate medical assistance needed. detected.
Motherfucker.
Agent incapacitated.
Get down to the mall.
Yo, I'm straight missing all my shit.
Contaminated area.
I figured that out later.
DC-62 detected.
Oh no. The DC-62 we see on the streets has lost some potency over time and exposure to weather. But this stuff is fresh. Black Tusk must have found a stockpile of sealed barrels somewhere.
That. Switch this shit. Clips, purple, red. Where the hell is it? Clips, purple, red. I have to manually switch all this shit. This is stupid.
Active terminal detected.
Transmit any data you recover, so we can try to figure out what Black Tusk is up to.
Enough equipment. I'm tired of these motherfuckers running equipment. Sit down, bitch. I switched my layout. You're about to catch a whole lot of ugly. Well, hopefully this doesn't attract all the ammo.
Keep an eye out for any Black Tusk intel.
Okay.
Data received. Huh. Map of the tunnel system here. Looks like we were right about their intentions.
Vital signs critical.
Request priority transport from the plaza. Should have all the barrels ready to do it.
System malfunctioning. System restored. Serious trauma detected. Agent
Wow, I'm not even. These dudes suck. Seriously, these mobs are extra today. Oh shit, I'm on the wrong side of that dude.
System disrupted. System back online.
There we go. That'll kill him in one hit.
Agent down. System malfunctioning. System restored.
Get the sergeant over there!
Get to the plaza. Secure the area, Agent.
Leaving contaminated area.
I saw them.
That sniper seems determined to deprive you of viable cover.
Vital signs critical.
Weapons free! Weapons free! I see it, bro! Got one right over there! Enemy sighted! Another dead asshole!
They're dead. Okay, so I kind of switched to my OPS. I just hit them a couple times. They all die shit. It's kind of bad. That doesn't seem like fun. She's dead now. I think they enjoyed dying in there.
As ruthless as the True Sons were, the Black Tusk are smarter and more
And the next
Your actions
one.
here prevented a major war crime. I'm sure of it.
An agent has left your group.
Black Tusk have taken the capital. Our best guess is that they're preparing for a new...
Our best guess is they're preparing to get nuked.
Well, there's more to it because around that story, there's also a cloud of mythology, of associated imagery. And one of those
get a chance to strike.
developed dreams is something like the heroine of hell. So not only does Christ die terribly despite not only being innocent, but being good and being betrayed and being subject to tyranny and having to die before the eyes of his mother, all of that. But that's not enough. That hell itself has to be confronted. I would say, well, is that true of your life? It's like, well,
I'm just getting achievement after achievement. How much shit have I unlocked just now? Holy crap.
Too much. And if it's not too much, it's at least enough. And I would say, yeah, that'd be good to believe, but I don't think it's true because you're actually going to have to do something like confront the reality, at least of historical atrocity and human hell, because that's part of your character too. And in order to fully reveal what you could be, then you have to contend with all of that, and you have to do it voluntarily. And so part of the reason I'm interested in that, the Christian story, let's say, is because that part of the story is where the rubber hits the road in some sense. It's like, well, that's your responsibility, is to confront the catastrophe and hellish aspect of life forthrightly. And then the question is that transformative? And one answer is, what did Nietzsche say? You know, you can tell the character of a man's spirit by determining how much truth he can tolerate. It's a very interesting way of thinking about it. This is a crushing weight, this notion, but
Hey, Tub.
life is going to
I hate
throw
to say it, bro, but
its
you can't handle
catastrophes
this.
at
You gotta. It
Sometimes
says
even
you.
if you're innocent, and if you're not prepared.
Okay. You want we can go
in
clear those
faith,
up
well,
for you? Oh,
you're going to
damn.
fold, and then it's going to be much worse. And how much do you have to face? And the answer might be every bit of it.
Do you mean for
So
your
on this
own
point,
world?
Thank you for that. I think that you've
Or you mean in general?
expressed that in a very powerful way.
I keep forgetting how it
And
works.
The last comment that you made really was reminded me of a prophetic saying of the Prophet Muhammad. He said, "Ajaban li amr al-mu'min." Wondrous is the affair of the believer. In the
Wondrous is the
affair of the believer. Wondrous is the affair of the believer.
Hello?
In amrahu kullahu lahu khayrun.
I won't get credit for it. I
All of his
think I
affair
can do
is
it,
good.
but I still need
وَلَيْسَ
Viewpoint
ذَاكَ
and
لِأَحَدٍ
Air and Space
إِلَّا
Museum.
لِلْمُؤْمِنِ. And this is not afforded to anybody
I
except
just
for the
went
true
through
believer.
those. So
In
it says
أصابته
4 started.
ضراء
I don't know.
شكر.
It's saying something about 4
If
stars.
good happens to him,
Yeah, I may
he is
have to
thankful.
quit
وإن
or drop
أصابته
party.
ضراء صبر وشكر. And if
Because,
negative things
yeah, I-
happen to him,
yeah.
he's
Yeah,
patient and he's thankful.
Yeah, you got to
All right.
drop,
Right,
bro.
that's
It ain't
a
gonna
hard
start
thing
with
to
you,
pull
and I'm
off,
sorry.
that last one.
The powerful
right, no
thing
problem.
is,
All right,
and
I
this is
cut
what
you guys
Nietzsche
later.
was a
Later.
great advocate for. Ironically, he's a father of postmodernism in a sense, but he was talking about human suffering as a positive thing for the resilience or building of resilience in a human being, and this goes back to the point of purpose.
Why did they?
Yeah, well,
why
you know
did they
what?
even bother
So here's
adding
another
him?
thing that psychologists have learned. So imagine that
Like-
you take a group of people
Yep.
and you subject them to a difficult and onerous and stressful task.
Yep.
But you've set up the experiment so one group has that inflicted on them, let's say, and the other group decides to do it voluntarily, and then you measure as accurately as you can the pattern of physical and psychological response to those two conditions. What you find is that independent of the weight of the load, the attitude transforms the response. And so if you confront something difficult in a spirit of voluntary engagement, a whole different spirit takes hold of you. And you can measure
And
that
to be fair,
physically.
that's exactly what I remember Victor
And
Frankl
that's your
saying.
objective,
Yes.
Agent.
He was saying that those
Clear the
are not
site,
in the
They opened that gate
concentration
quick,
camp
didn't they?
who are most
And most
likely to
importantly,
survive are in
take
fact
down that
those
Black Tusk
who made
officer.
meaning out of
Well, Solzhenitsyn said something, I think, that was even more profound on that front. He said, he left ambiguous the issue of whether or not you were more likely to survive if you were a believer, let's say. Although he was struck as an atheist by the composure that true religious believers had in the Gulag. But what he did say, more importantly, I would say even, was that if you were a genuine believer, your soul was more likely to survive. And what he meant by that was many people in the Gulag camps became corrupted, and you can think about them as a microcosm of the world. People were under tremendous stress, and one of the temptations was to become a trustee and participate in the system of oppression. And the camps in Russia could not possibly have sustained themselves if the prisoners weren't running them. And that's something to think about with regards to totalitarianism. And Solzhenitsyn did note, and it was transformative to him, that there were people of genuine religious faith who were immobile in their commitment to ethical action, even in the confines of the camp, even when faced with something like recant or die. And maybe not just you die, maybe your family die, or maybe you die in misery. And one of the things that transformed Solzhenitsyn, and then the world, because his book transformed the world in large part, was his observation that this genuine striving to something like clarity of speech and a higher unity could withstand even the catastrophes of the Gulag camp.
I want to ask a question just before we end. Is that okay? Okay, I just want to ask one last question, because I'm interested in both views. I said that, you know, from a Muslim perspective, the question that we're asked to ask is, bring the evidence, yeah? If I were to bring reasonable evidence, which would satisfy some kind of probabilistic reasoning, that the Prophet Muhammad, we believe is the final prophet, right? That he was a true prophet, would you be willing to become a Muslim?
I wouldn't dispute a priori the idea that Muhammad was a true prophet. But I don't understand what that means. It's like, obviously, so this is the way I'm going to look at this psychologically again. You know, it's people are granted revelations, and it's obviously the case, let's speak empirically, that the revelation of Muhammad united a fractious society. And so it was a uniting revelation. Now, how to conceptualize But it's not a universally united revelation. Not yet, or not now, because we're not all united.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Why? Well, maybe we didn't understand the revelation. That's one part.
Is the presupposition that
Well, not exactly, because then you have to draw the uniformity.
No, even the idea of unity itself. I mean, is there
Well,
not...
we talked about, okay. So
No, unity is a great objective.
Yeah.
I believe that unity is a great objective.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's the all-defining one. For example, if there is an injustice that is so great that disunity is more appropriate, then I can imagine situations where disunity is probably better than unity.
Right.
I'm sure you can as well. For example, like in the
Well,
Soviet Union.
that would be a false unity.
Yeah,
sense,
exactly.
right?
So that's what
Well,
we-
that's why you wanted to address the elephant under the carpet right
but
away. We
exactly.
can't have a false peace.
Exactly.
And we can't incorporate things we can't yet incorporate.
Yes, and the reason why I'm bringing this to your attention is because I feel like it's my duty as a Muslim, especially in the mosque, right, to tell you that as Muslims, we believe that the previous dispensations, as they were like Christianity and Judaism, they are part of our faith in a sense. Not in the sense of believing the doctrines and all of that kind of thing. Like, we obviously don't believe in original sin or the resurrection, the crucifixion, all this kind of thing. We don't believe in any of that. Or the Trinity, of course. But in the sense that we do believe in Jesus Christ, we believe in all of the Old Testament prophets, most of them, if not all of them. You know,
We've got
Abraham,
a lot of
Moses, Jesus,
hostiles
and so
setting
on.
up by the southern end
And we
of the
believe that
building.
each prophet was sent with two things.
Let's
the
get that
message,
south wing cleared.
which is to believe and worship in one God, and some kind of evidence to indicate their truthfulness.
Oh, that's
so
useful.
with, for example, Moses and Jesus, we know what their miracles are, splitting the sea, and we believe that actually happened historically, right? We have no qualms with that. We don't have this kind of materialistic viewpoint on the issue.
There he goes.
With Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we believe that because he was sent to all of humanity, he had to have an evidence base that would satisfy not just the eyes. In other words, it wouldn't be just something that could be witnessed. It would be something that can be interrogated and scrutinized for all times and places. So it would be an auditory revelation. In this case, it's the Quran. The Quran means the recitation. Yeah? So the central message of the Quran is Tawheed, or the idea of worshiping one God and believing in one God.
Rogue striker drone detected.
But there is an attempt
Hostile striker
in the Quran
drone detected.
to challenge, like for example, there's something called the falsification test, or the inimitability test. The Quran says, for example, that try and find a contradiction within the Quran. Had it been from other than God, لَوَجَدُوا فِيهِ اخْتِلَافًا كَثِيرًا, we would have found in it many contradictions. This inimitability challenge is to produce something as sophisticated as it, in terms of the linguistic composition, as well as the structural component. This is very interesting because now even Western academics like Angelica Neuris and others have said that this challenge has not been met. There's German Orientalists recently said that. So this is another thing. And then you have a range of prophecies, for example. Like if you look at Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 21, it's mentioned in the Bible that one of the hallmarks of a true prophet is that, or a false prophet is that when they talk about the future, that it will be false. But the Quran makes very specific prophecies about the future. For example, in chapter 30, verse 2 to 4, it says, غُلِبَتِ الرُّومُ فِي أَدْنَى الْأَرْضِ وَهُمْ مِنْ بَعْدِ
Why does he
غَلَبِهِمْ
keep running
سَيَغْلِبُونَ.
away?
That the Romans had been defeated. At that time, there was the Sassanid Empire and the Roman Empire. They were in war with each other. And that from 3 to 9 years, that they would defeat the enemy. See? It gave very specific timelines. It gave very specific... And this was a very risky type of prediction. Because if you got it wrong, then it would endanger and undermine the entire prophethood of the Prophet Muhammad. But it did happen. And in fact, you'll find historical things which are not even in the Quran.
Man,
Rome was defeated.
look, long they stay aggro. Besides, they're
that the
supposed to
Romans
be out.
had been defeated by
you
the
got the
Persians.
shield
and
out and
Basel.
everything.
Yeah?
You're supposed to go ham.
And so that's
Ooh, I gotta grab
mentioned,
this
for example, the
That'd
Chronicles
be
of Theophanes.
More
which is the primary
fires.
source material outside of the Quran and Sunnah. You can find it now. It's even translated into English. He clearly mentions that 8 years after this particular prediction took place, it did happen like that. So we have a range of predictions, even that relate to the current day. The Prophet said that the barefooted Arab, يَتَطَاوَلُونَ فِي الْبُنْيَانِ, they will be competing for the highest building.
You know
That
you don't have
sexually
to drop
transmitted
any
diseases
loot,
would
right?
be proliferated as a result of people having intercourse outside of marriage, and that this
I
would
got
be
a ton
something
of
that
gear.
would be
Like if I
diseases
see
that
a
have never
piece I
been there
can
in the
use,
past.
definitely honestly.
The interest rate, interest-based economy that we live in is mentioned by the Prophet Muhammad. I said in the future, interest will be everywhere. إِن لَمْ تَأْكُلْهُ إِن لَمْ يَأْكُلْهُ أَصَابَتْهُ مِنْ غُبَارٍ. Whoever does not consume it, he will not be able to evade its dust. So this is another thing. So for example, you've got a range of prophecies where Islam is spread country by country. Where, you know, just mention he's going to go, there's a hadith of Syria in the earth will be expanded. I saw its east, the west coast and east coast. وَإِنَّ أُمَّتِي سَيَبْلُغُ مُلْكُهَا, and my nation will reach its point, مَزِيَّ لِمِنْهَا, what was projected, and it's in east and west. If you look at the Islamic expansion, I mean, Barnaby Rogerson, yeah, who is a historian, he said that the similitude of the Muslims going eastward and westward and conquering the amount of countries that they conquered in that early period, which you can read in the book that I've given you, is like Eskimos taking over Russia and America. That's what he said, Barnaby Rogerson. On the point of prophecies, even people like Edward Gibbons, they agree that the prophecies of the Quran had been met.
So I have to ask.
Yeah.
So I don't understand the question.
What on earth you convert to Islam? No, I'm saying that. No, that wasn't.
I don't say to some degree. It's not up to me.
No, but my question was, just to remind you, the question was, if I gave you evidence that would satisfy a certain level of probabilistic.
No.
So you wouldn't?
No, because that isn't how I evaluate the situation.
How would you evaluate it? This is the crux.
Well, I'm a Muslim enough to have been invited to your mosque.
No, you're always invited. Even if you're
No,
not,
but I mean this specifically. I don't think in some sense it's very complicated. You know, when people meet me on the street, they'll say things like, I met a couple of Orthodox Jews in New York, and they called me rabbi, which was hell of a thing to hear. And so, and then I have Muslim people who are listening to my biblical lectures, and
more than that,
they
more than
say,
that, by the way.
yes, and more than that. And you know, they say, well, Peterson doesn't know it yet, but he's really a Muslim, and that's very, that's an honor, you know. Just like it was an honor to be approached by these Orthodox Jews, and that hasn't only happened once. I've had lots of correspondence. The same thing has happened with the Orthodox Christians, and to some degree the Catholics, and lesser so the Protestants. And so I don't know exactly what to make of that. We talk about this. Let's talk about fruit. You know, well, for me, the fruit of faith is the attractiveness of its appearance. And that's something about. Are you a shining example of the Muslim faith? Well, how hard do you shine?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Hello, everyone. I'm pleased today to have with me Dr. Andrew D. Huberman. He's a neuroscientist and tenured associate professor in the Department of Neurobiology at the Stanford University School of Medicine. Dr. Huberman and his lab have made contributions to the brain development, brain plasticity, and neural regeneration and repair fields. His work and his lab's work focuses on the visual system, elucidating the nature of neural mechanisms controlling light-mediated activation of the circadian and autonomic arousal centers in the brain and mediating conscious vision or sight. His lab investigates how the brain works, how it changes through experience. It's a field known as plasticity, and how it repairs itself. He and his colleagues have worked to discover strategies for halting and reversing vision loss in blinding diseases, and understanding how visual perceptions and autonomic arousal states are integrated to impact behavioral responses. His lab employs a large range of state-of-the-art investigative tools: virtual reality, gene therapy, anatomy, electrophysiology, and imaging and behavioral analysis. In January 2021, Dr. Huberman launched the Huberman Lab podcast, concentrating on neuroscience and other scientific topics. It's done phenomenally well.
Vital signs critical.
Very good to see you today.
Life easier. First of all, for like 6 7 years. Put you up in our living room and we've all read it. certainly feel a kinship because of the shared relationship between university professorship and public education as well.
Right. Yeah, well, we've got lots in common. I'm particularly interested in the neurological on both anxiety and exploration.
Serious trauma detected.
Overlapping interests, but it's been a while since I've reviewed the neuroscience literature pertaining to both anxiety and exploration, and so maybe we could start by you laying out what you're discovering, how you're thinking.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
How it's related to exploratory behavior, which I think you described as something approximately although you were talking about mice.
Serious trauma detected.
What you were thinking about with regards to the neural basis of these behaviors.
Agent incapacitated.
Sure, I'd be happy to. And I should mention that these days my laboratory mainly focuses on humans. We still do some mouse work, but we, in partnership with people.
Oh yeah, I'm dead.
Essentially,
yo, dude, turn around the corner like pat pat.
Happy to elaborate there.
You was, you ain't gotta come over. Take your time. You make the mob, you make the fucking bosses bag up as you walk up with your shield like.
Without going too much into the history of that, if you look back to the origins of medicine and the time of Galen,
you've definitely did some Randy,
when they were first
some serious rating,
dissecting cadavers and whatnot. There was this idea the nursing of the nervous system, a portion of the nervous system, control so-called vegetative, meaning that the way to digest, but really what neuroscientists think is important. But it's anything but one. But urinating while you're asleep, as you're a very young child, right? And it's the stuff that keeps your digestion going as you the autonomic nervous system.
Bruh. They're shooting from behind, bro.
Right.
Behind.
And they are, as you point out, immensely complex. And nowadays with all this like gut microbiome and things of that sort, I mean, these are tremendously complicated operations that are happening generally below our conscious awareness, and that are indeed vegetative. They can be controlled by emotion. We were all familiar with the idea that when we are emotionally distraught, that our digestion can be different, or etc. But typically, we can't control, for instance, in a conscious way, the rate of our digestion or the speed of our heartbeat in direct thought control. But in general, those functions are thought to be vegetative and outside of our control. And the name autonomic nervous system sort of swallowed and overtook the vegetative part to include that, but also three main aspects of body to brain signaling. And those three aspects are heart rate. Now, it could be quickening or slowing the heart rate. We are and we can be very aware of that.
Do you have the setup where you maximize your gunfire with your shield so that you hit harder? Or am I just bugging?
Heart, stomach, and then rate of breathing and depth of area. And I think the three main ways to think about the way that the human body
never-ending shield.
It's either going to be mechanical or chemical. Let's use the gut as an example. Your stomach can feel acidic, or it can feel nice and that is. Your heart rate can feel like it's going at a rate that's appropriate. You're running, it can be quick. You're quietly, the doctor's office, you fall backward, and all of a sudden, so that's appropriate.
Slow that down real quick.
So there's mechanical information, and then there's chemical information. And with respect to your lungs, you can feel like you're out of air, or you have plenty of air. You can feel like your breathing is labored, or it's easy, or in the chemical sense that...
Heal the ones that's got the most stats on them, most stats effects right now. I switched my, the stats effect.
And the brain interprets all of that, and we put
so my biomass does about 1.5 million damage just ticking off in 10 seconds.
Really best thought of along the continuum. And here I'll avoid complicated nomenclature, but I'll throw it out there for you.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Some people have probably heard of the parasympathetic and the sympathetic. That naming is a little bit misleading. Again, what we can really think about the autonomic nervous system as is a continuum, or more like a seesaw, of at one end is alertness, and at the other end is calmness. Right? That is translated to the so-called sympathetic and parasympathetic. I'll call it the alertness and calmness system just for sake of simplicity. So it's sort of like a seesaw, and it has different neural circuits, and basically whether or not you feel very alert or panicked or alert but calm, or a little bit of anxiety, that's going to depend on the balance between this alertness system and the calmness system. If you're having a full-blown panic attack, then the alertness system is, it's as if the seesaw is tilted all that way. If you have, you're deeply asleep, well, then the calmness system is really tilted down. You could say that's a portion of the seesaw. This is all kind of obvious and dates back, 100 years or so, which isn't that long in the history of science, but we've known this sort of thing for a while. Okay, what's interesting and I think more relevant nowadays is
you
to
using
think about one's own interpretation
shield
of
carrier.
those signals and how that relates to anxiety and, as you pointed out, exploration. And then
shield
to
carrier
think about where
bulwark,
the nodes of control
maxed out your
are.
armor.
In the seesaw model
Put on the shield.
that I'm putting forward.
That
the
that's
seesaw
fucking
has
shot.
to
That shot. That
include what I would
KSG is
call a
sexy though.
hinge, a location in the middle in which you can voluntarily adjust
Oh, I see
the
it now.
seesaw to either
That's
be
nice.
more tilted
I
toward
mean,
alert
hold on.
or more tilted toward asleep.
I
And
have.
for
See,
many people,
my loadouts are
they
all
find
fucked up right now.
that
Sorry.
Their overall level
swearing,
of
but
autonomic arousal
for some reason, my
is
loadouts
either
all jacked
inappropriate
up.
or
It's
inadequate
not what
for
it's supposed
the demands
to
of
be.
their
Not
life.
even
Inappropriate meaning their heart is racing, they feel more jittery, more as if movement would be the default,
But yeah.
and worry would be the default, and anticipation is the default, then is appropriate for their circumstances. Waking up in the morning and feeling stressed, for instance, immediately, without any immediate cause or maybe stress about real life events.
Yeah, I see.
For other people, they feel more exhausted than they would like. They're having a hard time leaning into the pressures of daily life. Both of those, even though they have sort of polarized phenotypes, they look very different. In one case, energized, and in one case,
It's a nice setup,
under-energized.
though.
Both originate within the autonomic nervous system, and we can reliably say from work done in animals and humans that is
Yeah, I
not
saw
the
that.
consequence of
That's a
the
nice setup.
alertness
man.
system or the calmness system.
I wouldn't have set it up no better. I'm pretty sure I couldn't set it up no better than that. You got
and
that
we now
shit
know what
real
that
nice.
hinge is, and this is based on work done by colleagues of mine at Stanford, in particular a guy named David Spiegel, who's our associate chair of psychiatry. He's done a lot of work, and his father did a lot of work in the application of clinical hypnosis, not stage hypnosis, but clinical hypnosis for the treatment of various things. But his work and some work in our laboratory now has shown that there's an area of the brain that you are familiar with, Dr.
Oh,
Peterson,
no.
which is the prefrontal cortex.
Survivability is
And in particular,
never
the left
usually
dorsolateral
a fun
prefrontal
one.
cortex, if you really want to get down in the
It looks
weeds about
fun to everybody
that
else,
has
but it
direct
isn't.
communication with two brain areas that are absolutely critical for this issue of whether or not you feel right for your circumstances, whether or not you translate that into a curiosity and exploration, or whether or not you translate it into this thing that we call anxiety. And those two areas are called the anterior cingulate cortex.
Inventory.
Again, I apologize for all the names, but the anterior cingulate cortex and the insula. And I think if I were to make a prediction about what the buzzword is going to be in popular neuroscience in the next 5 years, it's not the amygdala, it's not the prefrontal cortex, it's the insula. The insula has a couple of different regions, but one of its primary regions, the front end, the anterior insula, is responsible for interpreting all those bodily signals. It essentially is a funnel for all those signals about breath rate, heart rate, conditions of the gut, whether or not your body feels ready to move or exhausted, etc. And that all funnels into the insula. And then also coming into the insula is information from classical areas like the amygdala, which are involved in threat detection and fear. And
By the
also
way, any
emotion.
stats effect I have jumps now. You see everybody catching fire? Watch this. Don't even shoot. Watch this shit. Watch this.
And then the prefrontal cortex, the dorsolateral.
Just watch what happens.
Is in
Look.
communication with the insula, and literally makes it.
So let me ask you about that. So does that mean that the body, in some sense, is reporting to conscious awareness? Now it reports unconsciously in all sorts of ways too. So it might report to the hypothalamus.
I set one on fire. They all burn.
Brain control area, it might report to the hypothalamus primarily unconsciously. But do you think it's the insula that's reporting on the nature of body
Immediate medical assistance.
Burn, motherfucker. Burn.
That's exactly right. You're exactly right. The insula sits as a different sort of station in that it's reporting to the conscious areas of the brain, to the prefrontal cortex.
So we can take our own physiological state into account then when we're envisioning plans. Part of what the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex does is allow us to envision different possible.
One catches fire, they all
plans.
burn.
You're not going to make a plan to run 2 or 3 blocks to get to the corner store if you're so exhausted you can't get out of bed. And you need a recording mechanism that tells you what physical state you're in so that you can predicate your plans on that. I think the insula is part of formulating the representation. Recording
That is exactly right. In fact, the animal data and the human data, both lesion data and reversible inactivation data, support that in humans. So you have that exactly right. And as you mentioned, the prefrontal cortex, it gets sort of thrown out there for everything. I think, nowadays people have probably heard of the prefrontal cortex and people hear about executive function, which of course is true, but if we were to really dial back and say, what is the prefrontal cortex in the position to do? It's a flexible, rule-setting structure. How do we know that? I'm sure you are probably more familiar than I am with the classic street task. You give somebody a bunch of cards with different words on them, and those words are written in different colors, and you tell the person, okay, just read the words to me. Ignore the color that they're written in, just read them. And so they're saying a cat, dog, shelf, book, professor, student, etc. Then you quickly change the rules and you say, you know what, just tell me the color that the words are written in, but ignore what the words say. And people will do that, but there's a portion of time in which they slow down a bit. It's actually hard because you've done a rule switch. Much of life, as you know, and again, this is more your domain than mine, is about applying different rules in different contexts. Now, what we know is that the insula and the prefrontal cortex are both intimately involved in this conversation that establishes which rules are appropriate for a given situation. So, for instance, if somebody were to say something that, quote unquote, triggers me, okay, I'll use myself as an example, right? Maybe someone will tweet something, and I immediately want to respond in a way that I know I can kind of, flip them on their back immediately. But then I think, maybe I want to refrain from that for any number of different rules or reasons, right? Well, then I'm starting to apply different rules. I'm starting to think about the context that's outside of the autonomic response. Because in a strict, very animalistic way, in other words, in the absence of an insula.
That's why I don't run this one. This one makes it not fun.
Really,
I run around talking shit while I'm setting things on fire.
Respond to their arousal in, it's either you can either retreat, you can stay put, or you can fight, right? That's really the only three major.
And those are very fast responses generally. So let me ask you about the role of the prefrontal cortex in what you described as rule switching, because I would like to know what you think about whether or not the prefrontal cortex is actually, let's say, switching rules, or if it
I run the status effect either with the
that when we talk about we describe
I do the whole shield status effect armor with this so that the status effect jumps when I'm using the shotgun, and the shotgun is my backup weapon. Then I got my shit. I use my pistol as my main weapon. My shotgun is my backup weapon, but my backup weapon is just to lay down the status effect so it jumps, and then I get 4 status effects off of this.
You can own physical gold and silver in a tax sheltered account. We can help you transfer an IRA or 401k tied to stocks into an IRA in gold. If you're skeptical about the trajectory of the economy in the US dollar, then text Jordan to 98989898.
Unique position to not only establish different rules depending on context, and the way it does that is by accessing memory. So the hippocampus has access to the frontal cortex and vice versa. It's almost always a reciprocal conversation. So it can pull memory thinking, the last time I responded like that didn't get me the result I wanted. Or the last time I responded in this other way, I got the result I wanted. Again, regardless of situation. Mm-hmm. The other thing that the left dorsolateral prefrontal cortex is exquisitely positioned to do, and this is beautiful work of a colleague.
Fire me up a cigarette now, boy. This is that finish line success.
To some structures that then feed into the vagus nerve, it actually can slow the heart rate down. So in other words, let's say someone says something and your immediate impulse is to fight or to respond in a kind of knee-jerk way. If you halt, right, I guess what the meditators and the mindfulness folks is called the gap, or if you can access some memory and think, and you might be thinking, actually there's a much better way to place the dart if I just kind of lean back a little bit, or it could be, silence might be the best response, right? or it could be that you're going to carefully access some data from your hippocampus to respond in a way that is most effective. For instance, here I'm talking about confrontation, but it could be any situation.
Jesus Christ,
The
I got
left
to clear my bags.
dorsolateral prefrontal cortex does two things. As it acquires a new rule set or starts to access information about a new or possible rule set, it also sends a parallel signal to slow the heart down through the vagus nerve. And that is, I think, one of the more important and fascinating discoveries in the last 5 years. Those aren't data from my laboratory. I wish they were. But it's very clear that when we start accessing alternate rule sets, there's a signal that quiets the body in some way and positioned.
Is that partly how you calm yourself down?
That's right. It is how you calm yourself down. And again, you have the clinical background, not I. But I'll confess I've been in therapy enough to know that occasionally, one feels as if you're accessing some piece of info as the patient side. I can only report from the patient side. Accessing some what feels like important piece of information. You're pulling on a thread of some
that
sort.
reload speed is
but then
dope.
The therapist will say something, and it literally gives you that alternate view. And this notion of looking at things through a different perspective, we often think about that as a switch in our cognitive frame, in our thinking. But also, we now know there's this parallel signal that's sent to the body in which, in order to access these alternate rule sets, new ways of looking at things, there's a calming signal literally sent to the body as well. And I find this conversation fascinating because normally we just think about anxiety and exploration and rule setting and rule responses or responses to rules, etc., as a kind of the body sends signals and the brain does all this, what neuroscientists have always talked about as top-down processing, right? Just sort of suppress the hypothalamus, control the limbic system.
Right.
And that's true to some extent, but there's also, it's clear there are signals being sent to the body in parallel. And rather than look at the signals...
It's more like conducting than suppressing.
Exactly.
Like conducting, like an orchestrator conducts.
Exactly. And there's a very interesting phenomenon that takes place in people that have chronic anxiety, or for people who essentially stop accessing alternate rules and responses to these signals. And this is, I think, what is showing up in chronic anxiety, certainly in certain forms of depression, and when people enter states of rage and dysregulation, is that normally we know, based on neuroimaging, that the prefrontal cortex is essentially leading the response of this intercingulate cortex and the insula. So information is coming up from the body into the insula and then being fed to the prefrontal cortex, but then the prefrontal cortex is actually in a position to lead responses, and it essentially is acting like the coach of a team, and the team is all these structures like the ACC and the anterior cingulate cortex and the insula, the heart rate and so forth. What happens in individuals who have chronic anxiety or damage to the prefrontal cortex or dysregulation of these circuitries is that order actually reverses. The insula and ACC start leading and directing the response of the prefrontal cortex. And I think, we see this, I'm sure you've seen this clinically in individuals, and while this isn't necessarily a discussion about society at large, I mean, we see this in dysregulated arguments and dysregulated combat, where people is essentially losing themselves, and they default to what appears to be very primitive rule set. And it may or may not be the appropriate one. But as you and I, of course, have the good fortune of knowing a number of people who've worked in special operations and things like that, and you talk to any of those individuals, and they know from experience and from training that their ability to access multiple rule sets and options in the moments of extreme autonomic arousal is actually where their power lies, right? Or a combat fight at work. Let's just take where you debate. That's something that you're far more versed in than I am, right? Although I guess every academic has to deal with a bit of that coming up, the thesis defense, etc. In a really good debate, you can't allow the autonomic response to overtake you, or you lose access to an enormous database that resides in the hippocampus. And essentially, one then defaults to the bottom state, right? And this is what we see when we see people become dysregulated.
Immediate medical assistance
So if we were to zoom out and then ask, where is the line between exploration and anxiety? I think that we can check off a few boxes for sure. First of all, that autonomic arousal, this tendency to be more alert or more in action than in non-action is a very healthy response. I mean, the moment adrenaline is
I'm getting
released from the
sniped,
adrenals,
bro.
and
I can't get away from
parallel
whatever
signal in the
he
brain.
was
You know, you get adrenaline released from the adrenals.
He
you
does
get
not
a
like
shower,
me
or
at all.
somebody says something triggering, or you are afraid of heights or something. But the brain has its own kind of adrenaline system, which is
Probably
this
a
structure
fucking
in the back of
dog.
the brain called locus ceruleus, and it basically it essentially sprinklers the entire brain with noradrenaline and adrenaline. It's a very interesting system. It lacks specificity. It basically wakes up the whole brain. If I were to put a little, if I were to label the connections of the locus ceruleus, it's basically connected to everything. It just kind of sprinkles a caffeine-like substance on the entire brain. It wakes you up. The adrenals in the body wake up the body. So two parallel systems wake us up.
Is that associated with the orienting reflex?
Yes.
To orient, does the locus coeruleus wake up the brain?
Absolutely, yes. So it's a key component of the so-called reticular activating system.
Reticular activating system.
Yeah. And incidentally, I should mention this because I was going to come to this later, but I think it's relevant now. If somebody has a lesion in their dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, or if you transiently inactivate it with a technology, a non-invasive technology like transcranial magnetic stimulation, they can now just put a magnet on outside the skull and quiet that area of the brain transiently. In animals or humans, what you find is that person or human becomes incredibly active at any motor. So for instance, if I with a shooter game, you're supposed to shoot targets, and you're shooting targets, you'll have some hits and some misses, like anybody. If I inactivate your dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, your accuracy goes through the roof. It's near 100%. But the one thing you can't do is decide whether or not you're shooting an enemy or a friend. So you can no longer establish rules. You just become very good at execution of the motor behaviors. Similarly, in an animal or person without a dorsolateral prefrontal cortex,
See a trade-off there between specificity and flexibility.
That's right. And so we see this theme over and over again, where as a purely sensory motor response machine, the prefrontal cortex isn't even necessary. In fact, if you get rid of it entirely, people become like machines. If I click over here, somebody has no prefrontal cortex, basically everything becomes a stimulus. A puppy, everything's a stimulus. I used to have a bulldog. When he was a puppy, he had to worry about leaving cords out, and everything was running. When he was, 7-year-old, he was a bulldog, you just kind of lay there. Like you could put a toy in front of him and he wasn't into playing, just leave it alone. A baby, everything's a stimulus. Many adults become infant-like in their responses, right? When anxiety is high. In fact, I have a friend who's a psychologist. Tell me if you agree with this statement or not, that anxiety makes children of us all. I don't know if that's true or not, but certainly has been my experience that when feeling anxious, I don't struggle with chronic anxiety, but I certainly have felt anxiety.
Well, it simplifies us. I mean, all these underlying emotions and motivational states, primordial instincts, are simplification mechanisms. And so if we're unable to compute a complex
terminal that you can patch eyes
pathway forward that takes multiple variables into account simultaneously, we can't just do nothing. We're going to default to a more primordial and direct state. And then you might say the whole panoply of emotions and motivations lies there at the weight for us to grip our behavior if we're, what would you say, if we're paralyzed by inability to choose between multiple options. And so we do, to the degree that we're simplified by an emotion, then we're reduced to something more approximating an infantile state. If you watch 2-year-olds, and 2-year-olds are particularly interesting in this regard, they basically just cycle through innate motivational states. It makes them really interesting to be around because when they're interested in something, they're 100% interested in it. And then when they're angry, they're 100% angry. And if they're anxious, they're 100% anxious. And tired, they just instantly fall into a coma. And they just cycle through these with no overarching centralized integration. And it's partly because they likely don't really manifest any
on the mark.
integrating prefrontal cortical capacity until they hit about 3, where they can start to engage in joint play states with other children, right? And then they can exercise, then they can modulate their underlying emotions in accordance with an abstract representation or goal. Sometimes it's jointly shared. That's part of developing sophistication. It's also why the idea that identity is subjectively defined is absolutely preposterous. It's like, it's subjectively defined for 2-year-olds, but it's not
Oh,
subjectively
fuck me,
defined
dude.
for
They
anyone
all...
who's sophisticated enough to negotiate with someone else.
Right.
So, tell me what you think about this. My understanding of the prefrontal cortex is that over the course of evolutionary time, it grew out of the frontal cortex and out of the motor cortex more specifically. And so the best way to think about what the prefrontal cortex does in some sense is that it generates potential abstract patterns of action. It generates them in abstraction so that they can be assessed before they're implemented. And so it's like it's generating potential future selves.
That's exactly right.
That's okay.
That's exactly right. And I'm glad you stated it, not I, because you stated it far more clearly and succinctly than I've heard it stated before. It's as if it's running running plays. Sports analogy. It's running plays and thinking about potential outcomes. I'm not a chess player, although that's 3 minute podcast. Because there's a lot of discussion about chess nowadays, and there's a lot of thinking, as I understand, about potential outcomes. How many moves can you anticipate? If this, then that. It's sort of if this, then that. And you think about its connectivity, it's in a beautiful position based on its access to wires through the hippocampus and memory. It can take into account current state, bodily state. It can access information, for instance, about do I have the energy, do I have the resources to undergo a particular pattern of response. And that's through the insula and the ACC. And then the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, in this way of also being able to control the body, being able to calm the body, this is a very unique pathway. Because typically we think of the heart rate as going up if we're excited or scared.
Another agent has joined your group.
But really the default of the neural inputs to the heart and to the breathing systems, etc., are to be very activated. And then the brain provides a suppressive or kind of a braking the vagus nerve.
Right, so it's a default on system.
It's a default on system, and the vagus nerve, which of course is a massive nerve pathway. Again, it makes it sound like one little nerve, but it's this huge superhighway of connections between brain and body. It's classified in medical school as a parasympathetic pathway, meaning of the calming system, kind of generically speaking. And indeed it is. And so the prefrontal cortex, we can think of as, remember in the seesaw analogy, the hinge. The prefrontal cortex is more or less like the screwdriver that tightens that hinge. Essentially make sure that the seesaw stays at a level at a tilt that's appropriate
Support team is
for
standing
whatever
by,
it is that
but
you
you'll need to figure out a way to get them through the main gate.
I presume it does that. So imagine, to continue the evolutionary analog, an animal that doesn't have a lot of behavioral flexibility, generally its reproduction strategy is multiple copies of itself, maybe hundreds, maybe thousands. And the reason for that is all the variability in the animal's behavior is genetically coded. And so for it to adapt to the transforming horizon of the future, it has to produce multiple variants of itself, most of which die. With mosquitoes, for example, they produce thousands of eggs. And if they all live with the they almost all will die because they're not matched to the transformation that's in the pipeline. So with human beings, what we seem to have done is evolved a mechanism for manufacturing artificial cells in this game-like manner. And so we can put forward optional cells in abstraction and then kill them off when they're not necessary without us dying. And so the famous quote, I think, was Alfred North Whitehead, the purpose of thought is to let our thoughts die instead of us. And it really makes us unique. Yeah, it's great. It's absolutely great. And then it seems to me too, and tell me what you think about this, is that
we're pinned down by turrets at the main gate. Find a way to disable them.
Artificial cells, avatars in some sense, that the prefrontal cortex generates, or that it allows these underlying motivational and emotional systems to generate, because they can generate simple avatars by themselves. I think when we describe those, we're telling stories. When we describe one of these alternative modes of action, that's precisely it. It's the verbal description of that is a story.
That's right. And you make a very important point, which is that the prefrontal cortex is a rule-changing alternate self-accessing machine that can also calm the body. And here I'm making up a just so story because, as I always say, I wasn't consulted at the design phase, and so I don't know why it's set up this way. I just know that it is set up this way. One reason to suppress the somatic response, the bodily response, is that tends to be a unitary interpretation, meaning at this moment I feel alert but calm, so I feel good. But I'm guessing there's a lot of signals coming from the body, and in fact there are to my brain, but I tend to just say, I feel pretty good. In fact, I'm very delighted to be here, so I feel good. Or if I'm very tired, I feel tired. Those tend to be very kind of binned responses, and they're fairly generic. Whereas your description of what the prefrontal cortex does, which is an accurate one, I should say, of imagining different selves and different outcomes, almost requires that we suppress how we feel in our body in the moment. You know, I guess we can look to some of our podcasting colleagues, like the Jocko Willinks or the David Goggins, you know, who are either forcing themselves or are somehow up at 4:30 in the morning and trying pushing through that, what I call limbic friction. You know, the limbic system is saying, I'm tired or I'm anxious, and we're going against that. So there's literally there's a required suppression of the bodily response in order to imagine how we would feel when we sleep, or how terrible we would.
How much of that, so let's parse that into two parts, because you can imagine there's an inhibitory component where you're directly in competition with an underlying urge. So the top-down stories, so for example, if you're responding to something in an irritable way that's being directed to you on Twitter, there's going to be a limbic rage response that's associated with that, which you can then suppress. But then the question there that is quite complex, I would say, is something like, to what degree do you think you're directly suppressing that with the prefrontal cortex? And to what degree do you think you're spinning up an alternative self that, if embodied, wouldn't require that physiological response? And so you're switching to a new identity in which that limbic response is no longer germane. And so the reason that it disappears is not because you directly suppress it in an inhibitory manner, but because you replace what's necessary physiologically given your new understanding of the territory that you inhabit. I think it's some of both. But I'm
ready to open the gate as soon as the area is secure.
Yeah, so I think what you're getting to is, what we know is that the prefrontal cortex and its associated networks contain a near infinite, if not infinite, set of possibilities, right? I mean, of course, it's bottlenecked by experience, and it's bottlenecked by one's imagination. But you know, the number of different possible selves that one can imagine.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
The number of
I'm behind you.
Agent out of action.
Where'd that dude?
Are actually very
God damn! I need to pay attention when dudes are standing on top of each other.
System and in my laboratory, we study this typically in the
as soon as you retrieve them, send up a flare to signal the support team.
The simplest way to put this in a kind of pop neuroscience way would be to say, you know, we can either be back on our heels, meaning retreating, or we can be flat-footed, sort of calm in our stance, or we can be forward center of mass. We can be in sort of pursuit and or competition. There really aren't other motor responses for an animal, including humans, right? You can either stay put, back up, or go forward. You know, and this is...
Yeah, well, it's useful for people to know that that's the basic platform upon which emotions are erected too, is that emotions are like signals of those action tendencies, and they are very simple. It's back up, get away, stop, or move forward.
Plan B.
And so
We'll
generally,
transport the
we
antivirals by
associate
hovercraft.
positive emotion with
I want these
positive
cylinders on
movement,
separate
positive
vessels.
emotion that's dopaminergically mediated.
Intercept those cylinders.
And then the
We
whole
can't let Black Tusk get away with a single
can be
sample.
calmness because there's nothing to do, but it can also be the paralysis that fear induces. And then panic and retreat are more, they're sort of on the border between anxiety and pain, I suppose. Pain responses.
Exactly right.
It's complicated
So these three major categories, I think, encompass most, if not all, of the possible responses, as you said, and probably form the base set for all emotions. I mean, my laboratory studied this mainly in the context of fear and confrontation, and one of the reasons we started to explore this was the following. You know, we've all heard of fight or flight, or rest and digest, right? Those correspond to the alertness system and the calmness system of the autonomic nervous system in their kind of extreme forms. But what we observed in animals, and then now in human studies, we published about a year ago, is that when people are confronted with an anxiety-provoking scenario, in our case we do this with virtual reality in the laboratory, we find their pain point, essentially. And by pain point, I don't mean extreme fear. I mean the thing that can raise their autonomic arousal, that has them in a mode of considering different options and trying to figure out what is what they're capable of. It could be heights, it could be confrontation with a predator, animal, it varies. But everyone has their things. Even Navy SEALs that we've brought to the laboratory, other people in the special operations community, each and everyone has their things. What they do in response to that pain point is really what's interesting. And what we found was that the pause or freeze response certainly was associated with autonomic arousal, with stress and anxiety. We measure this in the brain and body. But it was the lowest anxiety response. People always think of panic, just being paralyzed. That's actually the lowest anxiety response. Retreat was the next level up in terms of levels of heart rate change and levels of change within the insula of all places. We actually recorded from human insula the parts roughly with neurosurgeons. And then we found that there were a subset of individuals and animals in the parallel that would confront a fear, not necessarily reflexively, but after some consideration, they would lean into the challenge, essentially confront the thing that was making them feel anxious. And it turned out that that response, surprisingly, was associated with the highest level of autonomic arousal. And this gave...
Right, so, but that would be heart rate?
Heart rate activation and a change in what it's called so-called gamma wave activity in the insula. We added electrodes in the insula, and found was that people who were willing to lean into that, the insula took on essentially a change in its activity pattern. The heart rate increased, breathing increased, sweating increased. So these are all the marks of an anxiety attack. But here, if you were to just look at the behavior of the person, what you'd find is that they were marching forward toward their fear. This is the, and so then...
That's voluntary exploration.
Right.
So now, you did an animal study with mice where you showed mice that were showing tail flicks, the prodroma to that exploratory activity, showed a particular form of brain activity that if you replicated with stimulation was more potently reinforcing than sexual stimulation.
Right, so here's where the surprise came, the additional surprise came in. We thought, okay, wow, well there are animals, these mice will tail flick in response to a threat, which is essentially saying, come on, let's go, let's fight, whereas other animals would retreat. And that tail flicking paralleled with, in the human studies, with people being confronted with it. If somebody who's scared of heights, to go through a virtual reality scenario of being up on a high beam between buildings might not sound like a big deal to the average video gamer or to you and me, but it's an absolutely terrifying experience for those people. But a subset of them will just march out onto that platform, or will even explore jumping off the platform with the understanding that it's virtual, and get very scared, but they will do it. And they also show these changes in insula activity and changes in heart rate.
And protect that cylinder.
What was interesting to us was the mouse data told us that if you stimulate the brain area that was associated with it's an area of the midline thalamus. I don't want to get down into the details of structures too much, but it was a very mysterious area, not been explored much before. Had this incredible name of nucleus rhenium, why the neuroanatomists name these things peculiar ways, as you know. But if we were to stimulate that brain area in mice, we could convert a terrified, non-confrontational mouse into a mouse that was willing to confront in a healthy and adaptive way. It wasn't being foolishly running into the jaws of a predator. It was being very strategic in its confrontation.
Requesting support fire. We've got hostiles on the bridge.
Introduced no fear stimulus, no heights, no predator, no nothing, and we just tickle this brain. What we found is that animals and humans love that. In fact, they will work for that feeling more than they will work for other stimulation.
I'm making an attack run on that hovercraft.
So I've got a bunch of questions.
They'll tear you to pieces.
How do you think that's related to hypothalamic dopaminergic, the exploratory state, and the psychomotor stimulative effects of drugs like
immediate medical assistance
and
needed?
Then second, if you put someone in a chronic state of activating that brain, say you did that by teaching them to approach their fears rather than to run from them, would that produce epigenetic changes that would transform them physiologically?
Okay, so both very important questions. First of all, the dopamine system is absolutely critical here. In the animal studies, we identified, because we could place tracers in the brain and measure connections, that indeed this brain area in the midline thalamus connects directly to the major hubs of dopamine release in the brain. They have names like nucleus accumbens, etc., ventral tegmental area.
Right.
So that was great because it confirmed for us that.
So it is tapping the primary approach-related positive reward system.
That's right.
But it's a very major nucleus that allows us to have this, particularly in the face of voluntary approach to feared stimuli.
That's exactly right. And you know, one thing about the dopamine system that's so important and also explains a lot of pathology, but also
how is this mug
is that we have
stunned shooting
one
me?
major
How is he being electrocuted and shooting me at the same time?
I sometimes
for my shotgun. It doesn't even make sense.
You hear about cryptocurrency or the dollar versus the euro versus the this versus the that. There's only one currency in all of reality, actually, and it's dopamine. Whether or not it's the dollar back to dopamine or it's euro back to dopamine or Bitcoin back to dopamine. In the end, whether or not someone has $1 billion or $2 is really that currency resides as something that's transacted in the real world, but their notion of power and potential is dopaminergic. And so too, the potential for mates, the potential for food, how much food you have, how much meat you have stored in the freezer tells you a lot about your security and well-being for you and your family, right? And that is translated into a dopaminergic internal representation of how safe and secure you are, etc. So this system of fear versus confrontation taps directly into the dopamine system. And there's a beautiful set of studies that were done in the 1960s.
Dude, I'm going down left and right, you know why? Because I'm pulling aggro from my fucking using my jammer.
Again, this is not work that
that biomass puts so much damage up.
People, human beings, the option to stimulate a number of different brain areas, just sitting in the clinic. And some brain areas would evoke feelings of drunkenness, others would evoke feelings of anger, others of sadness, others of sexual arousal. And the area that these subjects all preferred to stimulate the most, in fact, they would just sit there and lever press pretty much all day long, was this midline thalamus area. And the subjective feeling that they reported, I find this interesting, and I love your thoughts on this, is one of mild frustration, anticipation of something, although they didn't know what.
Anticipation.
And it's this idea, I think, that it's tapping into the dopamine system, and the dopamine system.
The dopamine system says something good is going to happen.
That's right. The key
says something good is going to happen. Something good is going to happen, and it's an appetitive state in some sense because it doesn't signify the acquisition of. It's not satiating. It's appetitive.
That's right.
And so it drives you forward. And you might think that being driven forward would be unpleasant, but if you're, in some sense, if you're activating the systems that drive you forward voluntarily, then that's the most positive form of positive reinforcement you can have. I think I read animal researchers who said that when they watched animals who were bar pressing to receive stimulation in those brain areas, the animals would look forward as if something was about to appear that they wanted to have appear.
Incredible.
So that was part of that apprehension. Part of it's a hope system in some sense. It's the elicitation of hope.
That's right. You know, it's dopamine, and here I'm robbing words from others, like my colleague Anna Lemke. You know, it's not about having, it's about wanting. It's not about pleasure as much as it is about craving and motivation and drive. And something critical about the
Hank said called it seeking.
Yeah, brilliant. I never met Hank. Did you?
I met him online. We were in a neurological chat room, so to speak, for neuropsychological testing for about 5 years, and I had a chance to interact with him a fair bit in that. So that was really good.
Yes, he's done beautiful work, and thank you for calling people's attention to his work. I know you've done that from such key work. The dopamine system is in touch with the autonomic system, sure, because it has to register success versus failure of some pursuit. The prefrontal cortex is actually part of the dopamine reward system. People often overlook this, and then we just think about nucleus accumbens and ventral tegmental area, but the prefrontal cortex, because, as you pointed out before, it is generating possible outcomes, different views, different cells are being projected. Things that two marshmallow task, the classic, give kids the option to either have a marshmallow now or wait and have two marshmallows and little videos of kids, in the room with the marshmallows, sniffing it, talking to it. Occasionally a kid will just stuff it in his mouth. Another child will turn away, delightful, right? And all sorts of ideas about how in any case, that's dopaminergic anticipation. The key thing with dopamine, I think, that encapsulates the most of it is this notion of reward prediction error, which is very simple. If you are excited and anticipating something, you are generating some internal sense of the probability of it happening. We're going to the ice cream store, kids. Let's go. We're gonna have ice cream. We're gonna have ice cream. It's closed. The disappointment that they experience actually brings them far lower than they would feel, much more sad than they would feel than had you not told them you were going to get ice cream, which speaks exactly to what you were saying, that it's an anticipation signal. So dopamine's going up, 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 we're going to get ice cream, and then no. So it drops below baseline. They would have been better off being not told they were going to the ice cream store. Just drive right by with
danger of hope.
Danger of hope.
Talk to me,
If
Wyvern.
you
What are you
anticipate
doing?
that it's
I'm
going to be
gonna blow up the
open, and again, this could
motherfucking
translate
White
to any
House.
scenario,
Are you
and it's
out
open,
of your
there's a
goddamn
dopaminergic
mind?
signal
We need to cripple
upon
these assholes.
receiving the
So
reward,
that's what I'm gonna
but
do.
it then drops a little
Christ,
bit.
she's
This is the
insane.
basis of addiction,
Agent,
actually.
do
It
whatever
drops
you
a
can
little
to
bit
prevent the
below
launch of those
baseline
rockets.
transiently. So we always think of the ice cream is the reward. Well, actually, the reward is right before you have that first lick of ice cream, because you know you're going to get it. This is also true of sexual behavior. It's true of people who
Rocket
sell a
launchers are
company
loaded.
or they're
God
anticipating
damn it,
something
Wyvern,
exciting
stand
or
down.
of a wedding.
Negative,
It's
sir.
it's
I
this whole,
refuse.
it also sort of partially explains this notion of postpartum depression.
This
Where people are
bitch
so
gonna blow up
excited
the
about something,
motherfucking
the
White
child
House.
or something, the arrival, and then for some reason they feel let down. It's because the anticipation was that great.
Prove this bitch is
many
out of her
scenarios.
There might be an
mind.
exhaustion component there too. Well, it's also the case, if I remember correctly, that dopamine kick. So imagine what it does is backtrack the neural systems that were activated as the reward was approached. So then it feeds back reinforcement, not reward, but mediates cellular growth and maybe myelinization, increasing the efficiency of the neural connections of the systems that were activated just prior
Everyone,
to receiving
this
that
is not
reward
a
in
drill.
the order
We need
they
to
were
evacuate the building right now.
in the order they
Repeat,
were
this
manifested.
is not a drill.
So the closer the behavior is to the receipt of the reward, the more it's reinforced and more likely to be manifested in the future. And then there's a
We're going
decay function
counterclockwise.
back
Check
in
right,
time.
move left.
So, and that's partly how an addictive sub-personality can grow too, right? Because you can imagine that there's a certain state of mind that you're in. Maybe it's a state of something approximating nihilistic hopelessness that grips you every time you're motivated to seek out your favorite drug. And that's fairly far back in the
If you don't stop
activation
those rockets
chain,
from
but it's
launching,
there
a lot
every
of
time
people
you
are gonna
take a
die.
hit.
And
So
one of
what
them is
happens
gonna
is
be
the
me.
dopaminergic reinforcement produced by the drug reinforces that nihilistic hopelessness that drives the drug taker's behavior. And that's how it's hard to develop a monkey on your back.
I love the example, even though I'm sad that it happens for people. I love the example because what you're saying is that it's exactly right, that the memory for events and states of mind and emotions that preceded a successful collection of rewards or arrival of rewards is set into a huge number of motor neurons, some of which are subconscious. And the ultimate dopamine signal, actually I experienced this the other day, I can give an example. My girlfriend and I decided to go to the beach. We were going to do this little ritual that we had talked about doing for a while. And I had on a piece of paper what we were going to do. And I had it in my back pocket. And we got to the ocean. The sun was setting, so perfect timing for this. And the piece of paper was gone. And I thought, oh my goodness, how did I screw this up? Like, of all the things, you know, I'm supposed to be, I'm 47 years old. It's not like I should be able to do this. You know, I blew it. I blew it. So I went back to the car, long walk, looking everywhere. It was not a windy day, but I thought, gosh, where's this piece of paper? Looking around, didn't find it. All the way back to the car. Wasn't finding it. All the way back. I was walking towards it. I saw it, and I thought, okay, this is really embarrassing. I'm gonna just have to wing it or remember. We didn't have our phones intentionally either, so we couldn't look it up. And then I saw the piece of paper on the beach. And it was partially buried in the sand. I picked it up and I was elated. What happened there was my dopamine had dropped way below baseline because I was disappointed that I'd lost it, disappointed in myself, etc. And then I found it. And so
your anticipation was for nothing.
Exactly.
So you got punished by yourself for that.
Exactly.
Because that should be eradicated. If you're highly anticipatory and it doesn't make itself manifest, then you were seriously wrong. So you're going to take an emotional hit as a consequence of that. I think that's also associated, that emotional hit, that pain that you feel, I think that's actually associated with the beginning stages of the death of the systems that mediated that initial response. Because you should eradicate systems that make you anticipate that things work. Right? And that means those systems, which are already instantiated and alive in some sense, have to decay and die. And it strikes me as highly probable that it takes place in something approximately
Immediate medical assistance
for the
needed.
death of those malfunctioning systems. It's also why, because why wouldn't they fight for their lives to some degree? Why wouldn't they resist the decay and death that might be necessary to keep you going? Right? There should be some pain associated with that logic, because it is a biological transformation.
That's an interesting way to
UAV bitch.
That self image that I had in that moment of, you know, I'm a responsible partner who can take care of a simple thing, right, for this nice little ritual that we've been talking about doing for a while. I failed, right? So that part.
Well, it's also so interesting. You think about that. This is a depressive cascade, and it's very hard to bind because imagine you anticipate something and then you make a mistake. Now the question then becomes, how significant is the mistake? And one view of your error would be, well, the paper blew out of your pocket, and that could happen to anybody.
Vital signs critical.
And the more catastrophic interpretation would be, and it's an extension of the thought path that you started to walk down. Well, I'm near 50 years old, I should be much more responsible than this, and there's something wrong with me as a person. And then a depressive person would go even further and say, well, not only is there something wrong with me in this decision, this is a decision like every other decision I make right now. I never make a good decision. In the past, I've never made a good decision. And there's no way I'm going to change in the future. And so the depressive takes that
what's your status?
punishment response, let's say, as a consequence of failed anticipation, and can't bind it. It just takes out all of their potential future selves.
Yeah.
And so then they're in a depressive pit.
Yeah,
so that's too much learning from failure.
Right. That's it. I'm really I'm grateful for your insight on this, because indeed, if I'm honest, that my thought train went to the point of, you know, I didn't think, oh, I'm a total failure because I lost this piece of paper. I thought to myself, well, you know, if it were a priority, I would have ensured I would have lost it.
Right.
Show interpreted as not being a priority. Like, where are my priorities? Am I overspent? You know, like what's going on? You start to shift into the full set of questions, and then of course finding the paper resurrects the sense of self. It was, you know, I think it was in that movie Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, well, that binding problem is really tricky. Because so there's some good rules of thumb for that, which is one of the rules of thumb for that, extremely used, socially instantiated, is innocent until proven guilty. Right, so you might say when those thoughts come up, because they're adversarial and accusatory thoughts, you might say, well, that is part of the realm of possibility, but I shouldn't. When your child does something wrong that's minor, you don't say you're a rotten kid. Right? You say, you bind it. You say, look, kid, here's a bunch of things you're doing right. But in this particular example, this specific situation, here's the minimal thing you did incorrectly and how to alter it. And it's a really good habit of mind. It's like to address towards yourself as well as to other people, which is to say, well, what's the minimum crime that I am responsible for in this moment? And that's part of this miracle of the presumption of innocence, and especially without proof. A lot of what I do in my clinical practice is help them make a case for
the antiviral cylinders are secure.
Well,
make sure
maybe you're as
safely
bad
extracted.
as you think you might be. But maybe not. Let's take the contrary argument. Let's make you as innocent as you can be in this situation, and only narrow the repair to the absolute minimum that needs
Sir,
to
we've
be
got enemy helicopters on
manifest.
approach.
Now,
should we knock them down?
some people don't have that problem because they don't have a depressive state of mind.
Getting destroyed.
They're somewhat resilient to the cascading effects of
Agent, you
punishment.
managed to secure
Those
the
are people who are
antivirals
low
and
in
shut
trait
down a key
neuroticism.
Black Tusk stronghold.
So you could think of
Not
trait
to mention preventing a
neuroticism as
rocket
an
attack at the
index
base
to
of
which the
operations.
degree
Incredible
failure
work, Agent. Truly
co-activates
incredible.
punishment
But there's
across
still more to do.
a whole sequence of nested selves. The higher you are in neuroticism, the more likely a given error is to a cascade up the hierarchy of possible selves.
I cleared
And
everything.
it's a trade-off, because sometimes when you make one little mistake, it is actually an indicator of a flaw in your character. But most of the time it isn't. And it certainly can't be responded to that all the time, because then you'd never be able to make a mistake without wiping yourself completely out. And that's obviously not helpful.
Is it fair to say that, at least in the raising of children and maybe in the raising of ourselves, that we should, as much as possible, try and emphasize that errors are due to state, not trait?
Yes, absolutely. And you do that in an argument with your wife as well. You want to make it as local and precise as you possibly can. So, and that's also one of the advantages to removing yourself from a rage or an anxiety state, because a rage or an anxiety state is low resolution and global. And so it'll be globally accusatory. And so you want to specify it and think, okay, well, what's the minimum necessary behavioral transformation to ensure that similar mistakes are not replicated in the future?
So the
And
best
generally
one I
that
have
doesn't
for this
require
is gonna be-
it's like if your roof leaks, you don't have to dig a new foundation. You can just fix a few shingles. And you might think, well, the rain's coming through, so you have to tear down the whole
Move.
house. It's like, well, no. You
Move,
have to-
kitty.
And you might panic and run around because the water's coming in, but it's still a bad idea to dig up the foundations every time something trivial maintenance problem needs to emerge. And so one of the things that's very useful to learn is like, well, is this only a
That's
trivial
why I'm
maintenance
switching my
problem?
gear because my
And one of the
wrist car's
advantages to
not
that
set
too is
up
that
and
if it's not
fucking annoying.
the collapse of your entire self, let's say, and it's a trivial
Damn.
maintenance problem, you're much more able to activate that courageous response to anomaly that's part and parcel of exploratory behavior and eventual success. So, and part of the trick of many sorts of, well, I would say religious training enterprises, certainly the meditative enterprises, is something like, how do you tell yourself a story, like a real story, though, a story that actually works, that's
There we
most
go.
likely to put yourself in a position where you can confidently approach the thing that's blocking your path.
This notion, you brought up 3 points that I think immediately of the related neurology, but I'm going to repeat them back
Damn,
to make sure I
kitty, move.
understand because they're very salient in my mind right now, which is this notion of the prefrontal cortex trying different versions of self and working with, contending with bodily states in those moments, and the sort of either death or
God damn,
growth or resurrection of those different selves, depending on the outcome.
Right.
The next, this notion of state or trait I find fascinating. After I found that piece of paper, I felt like I was like the greatest. I got this huge dopamine surge because it's the delta, it's the difference between your baseline and the peak.
Yeah, right.
So even though I lost it, right? I mean, I should have thought, oh gosh, I wasted 30 minutes of our time. But instead, I thought, I found this amazing, and I felt so elated. I think it was the movie Pulp Fiction. I think it was the John Travolta character said something. I'm going to get this wrong, but he said it was almost worth losing that just to find it again. He was talking about something. I forget what it was, and I think that captured it there as well. And then my question is, however, we've been talking about if you lose something or if an outcome was not great, how that can fan out into a kind of overinterpretation of trait and this kind of depressive neurotic interpretation.
Sorry,
What
not
about
you,
the
bro. My
opposite,
cat
where
is
certainly
fucking
for
with
every
me.
success that one has, like for instance, if I had not dropped this piece of paper, I wouldn't have thought of it as a great success. I would have just thought of it as what I was required to do in that moment, right? It was sort of just duty, right?
5% weapon
and I'm not
damage,
somebody
headshot damage, status effect.
who celebrates with everything I check off my
take
list.
that.
Sometimes yes, they're bigger,
Detected.
bigger things than
Location
others, bigger
guarded by
achievements than others.
hostiles.
But I can imagine that certain people might overinflate their wins.
Manics.
Overinflate. When there it is, the dopamine system.
Yeah, well, for a manic, every possible self is wonderful simultaneously. And so they're completely fragmented, right? Because every possibility is 100% dopaminergically, giving them a dopaminergic kick. And so it's complete positive emotion catastrophe on the manic side. So these systems, they have to exist in such tight balance, right? Because all of your potential positive selves are not to be regarded with exceptional enthusiasm. That's a form of pathology, even though people don't like being treated as mania often, because especially going into a manic state is very enjoyable because it is associated with enthusiasm, and that's all positive, dopamine-mediated positive emotion. But there are problems with positive emotion, and one is, well, it needs to be judicious and differentiated. You shouldn't be positive about everything, which is why you should reward children indiscriminately. It has to be targeted. And so when the system loses its focus and target, its capacity to discriminate, then it becomes pathological. And people don't often think of pathology as caused by emotions. Maybe it's definitely. And it makes people impulsive too. And fragmented even in their speech. Someone who's really manic is a different person every sentence.
It's interesting because one thing that we know again about the dopamine system is about anticipation. The other thing that is absolutely clear about the dopamine system is that it is tacked to pursuit more than it is to outcomes, but it is highly subjective to interpretation. And this is exciting, actually, and holds great possibilities. I mean, putting mania aside, when dopamine is elevated, it tends to put our perception to things outside of our, I would say, beyond the confines of ourselves. That person, that potential lover, that reward, that thing.
That target.
It's all about that target. And I think this explains why manics are all about plans in the future. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to be president, and I'm going to do that, and etc.
Yeah, you see the opposite is neuroticism, because one of the phenomena, cognitive phenomena, that loads very heavily on neuroticism is self-consciousness. And so when you fall into anxiety, then there is this internal obsessiveness, which has to do with the panoply of sins in some sense. Which parts of me are malfunctioning and need to be eradicated? And one of the things I used to do with my socially anxious clients, so they would go into a social situation, often with eyes downcast, by the way, and they would be so intensely concentrating on their own internal sensations that they would fail to make eye contact with anybody they were talking to. And then they would be awkward because they weren't reading the cues they could have read if they would have only looked. And then the conversation would become disjointed. And then they would get anxious and fall into themselves, and then it would just spiral. And so one of the things that I taught them to do wasn't to try to calm themselves down, but to try to calm the other person down. So when you go into a social situation, pay more attention to the other person. Like, just focus your attention outward. And if the person had any social skill, sometimes I had clients who had no social skill. And so they were anxious socially because they actually didn't know how to behave socially. So then you had to teach them the social skills. But some of them had the skills but wouldn't activate them because they were so neurotically obsessed with their own inadequacy that they failed to attend to the cues that would elicit the proper responses. And all they had to learn to do was watch. And then they would automatically respond because they knew how to have a conversation.
This brings us to some of the practical tools that I think my laboratory has been working on, which is, many people have heard about the utility of mindfulness meditation, which most typically is close your eyes, focus on the third eye center of your breathing, bring your awareness to your so-called interoception. Perception can be interoceptive from the skin inward or exteroceptive to the world outward. The data are showing that people who are overly socially anxious, they are too much in touch with their bodily signals. In fact, they can count their own heartbeats without taking their pulse with their finger, which is a great indicator of how interoceptively aware you are. Those people would probably be best to avoid inward focusing, meditations.
Well, it's hard to say, because there may be a variable there that's relevant. See, the reason that socially anxious people are so interoceptive is it's involuntary. Right? They get gripped by the negative emotion, and then that produces this intense, obsessive interoception. That might not happen if they did it voluntarily. Because you're going to activate an entire different system, the one you already talked about. This is why exposure therapy works so well in psychotherapy. It's like, well, I'm afraid of something, and if I go near it, then I'm possessed by negative emotion. Well, that's if you go near it accidentally. I'm going to have you go near it purposefully. And what you're going to find is that to the degree that you do it purposefully, that response will be quelled. And that happens. It's extraordinarily reliable. And it does seem to be, this is why I was wondering about gene expression. So imagine that you have someone who's habitually avoidant. And maybe they're avoidant because when they become possessed by negative emotion, they become hyper-aware of the internal state. And they feel the panic. And so then they freeze or retreat. And they do that constantly. And then they're in this terrible negative emotional state all the time, because every time they see a stimulus that's associated with retreat, they get gripped by these interoceptive sensations. And so you say to them, well, we're going to reverse that. Instead of you being gripped by that, by fiat, by the command of these underlying systems, you're going to expose yourself to that voluntarily. Now, you could imagine that what you're doing is imposing the dominance of that nucleus reunions on the anxiety-provoking systems. And so I'm wondering, see, if you do that repeatedly with people, not only do they stop being afraid of the things that you're showing them, that you're exposing them to, but they become more likely to approach other things they're afraid of, far more likely. In fact, it doesn't exactly look like people become less afraid at all. It looks like what happens is they learn to get braver, and that generalizes. And so I was wondering when I was reading your research today, is it the case that if you put someone in chronically and voluntarily into a state where, let's say, the nucleus reunions is activated, that transforms their character at the genetic level, so that's more likely to be the case in the future? So it really retools them all the way down to the DNA.
Yeah. Incredibly important question. It's the question. Again, you're asking me the exact questions that we're pursuing now. And here's the answer. There are two modes of changing these responses in the neural circuitry. One lies in so-called neuroplasticity, which could be strengthening of synapses or just reordering of nerve connections. Could be the addition of new cells. There's a lot of excitement about the addition of new neurons, but really that only reflects a small percentage of changes in the brain of adults. It's actually more the rewiring of existing connections, but the mechanism doesn't matter so much. Something gets rewired such that the response is then different going forward. And indeed that happens. Any system that taps into the dopamine system, and indeed everything we're talking about today does, is highly subject to reward-induced neuroplasticity.
Yeah.
In fact, so much so that some of the best experiments done on this have shown that if you give somebody a drug that transiently induces dopamine, it works better if you also transiently induce acetylcholine or something like that as well. But for the next hours, 1 to 4 hours, the neuroplasticity is scaled up. Right? It takes many fewer trials and many fewer cognitive behavioral therapy sessions, many fewer learning sessions to create a permanent shift in the neurology, such that.
So does that mean that if you believe when you are at the outset of a task that you're doing something important, so you're approaching a valued goal, and you have a lot of anticipation as a consequence of that, does that mean that you put yourself in a neurochemical state that facilitates learning?
Absolutely, without question.
So if you believe what you're doing is important, if you truly believe that, because it's related to an important goal and it's a pathway forward, and that's going to transform into a manifestation of neuroplasticity.
Absolutely, and every time I hear about the sort of, woo statements about, I don't want to offend anyone here, but sure, I'll just say, you hear about the secret or manifesting or intention. All of that is really, it's capturing a fundamental principle of the way that our neurology works, which is that the prefrontal cortex has a rule-setting, but flexible rule-setting machine that taps into the dopamine system, can absolutely adopt new rules for reward release in the brain. Again, there's basically only one reward system. There's also serotonin system, as you know, but the dopamine system is the major currency of reward. So much so that, for instance, everyone knows that food is rewarding. We anticipate food, we eat a delicious steak or something, and we feel rewarded. However, if you are somebody who can attach thoughts such as, fasting is good for me, I'm going to do intermittent fasting, or I'm not going to eat those foods, and therefore I'm going to attach my thinking to the rewards that will come with better health, better aesthetics, etc. The dopamine system responds. It's not just a belief in a narrative, it's a real response. And what actually starts to happen is that people start to enjoy the foods that they are restricting themselves to more. There are actually beautiful data on this from my colleague Ali Crum's laboratory at Stanford, that if you believe a food is nutritious and good for you, it actually has better impact on your physiology. Of course, there are the rules of physiology and nutrition that still apply, right? You can't tell yourself that garbage is good, right? But there's a significant scaling up of the positive response that's associated with dopamine and hormonal cascades that we can talk about in a moment. In the same way, if one adopts a sort of a Carol Dweckian growth mindset approach, okay, it's not about receiving the reward, that the more strain I feel, the more effort that I'm putting in, the closer I'm getting to my goal, that over time will become a rewarding state, such that one will pursue states of reach.
Yeah, well, it should be also proportional to the magnitude of the goal, right? And so this is, I think, why people are so obsessed in some sense with the search for fundamental meaning, because you want to be able to associate. So imagine, this is a good story. So you can imagine two people laying bricks, building a gigantic wall, and the one person thinks, oh my God, the wall is going to take 100,000 bricks, and I'm laying one at a time, and I'm wasting my life away, trivially adding to this gigantic brick wall. And what am I doing? This is absolutely miserable, brick by brick. And the other person thinks, in 300 years, this is going to be a cathedral. And so the person in the second state is doing exactly the same thing at a local level, laying bricks, but each brick is related to a very high goal. And that means the reward that's attendant upon the laying of the brick is proportional to the goal, to the aim of the entire behavioral process. And so it seems to me, so if you're aimless and goalless, and I know you've done some work on goal setting, if you're aimless and goalless, then you can't elicit any positive emotion. And if your goals are fragmented, which is also what happens if you're aimless or your goals lack unity, if your goals are fragmented, then no given behavioral manifestation can elicit any dopaminergic reward, because it's not a step forward to anything desirable. And so there's no positive emotion. And so you can't learn. Well, according to your account, I didn't know that. See, I didn't know that when you put yourself in a state of apprehension in relationship to a valued goal, that your neuroplasticity improves and you can learn better. That's very, very cool. So, because I just developed this app for writing called Essay, and one of the things we do.
Sorry, y'all.
We tell
I've
people.
been streaming for quite a few hours. I think it's time for me
when
to
they
get
sit
some
down
nighty
to write an
Love,
essay,
peace,
that's the
grease,
most
catch
important
on
thing
the
you have to
next
do
one.
is
Holla.
you have to have a question in mind that you regard finding the answer to as worthwhile. Otherwise, the whole exercise is a lie. So even if you're assigned a topic, you have to find something within the topic that grips you and provides you with the motivation that's appropriate to move forward with the essay, with the attempt. And it is a lie otherwise. You're wasting your words. You're engaging in futile activity. And you're going to write something dull and terrible, and it's going to frustrate you and bore you while you're doing it. And that's because your own nervous system is telling you that you're participating in something that you have no belief in. And so, but if you're gripped by the questions, like, God, I really want to answer this question, it's like, well, you're in a perfect condition to begin to write an intelligible essay, because you actually want the answer.